hate fucking Blender sometimes, dude. I got good news though. I finally finished my thing I'm doing with Soundly's Bridge. Is this one that I wrote down? Oh my fucking lord. Well, I'll be damned. I fucked up. I fucked up.
Listen to me. Focus. If I use one of those Google virtual machines, right, and I access a website over that virtual machine, does it use my IP or the IP of the Google wherever the virtual machine is coming from?
It does not use your IP address, no.
People were acting like I was crazy when I was asking that because they thought it was definitely going to be using my IP address. Are you sure it doesn't use my IP address?
I'm sure, man. Branch is the expert on VMs though, so.
But you're 100% it's not going to use my IP. You sure?
Yeah, I'm 99.99%.
How do you check it?
Branch is expert though.
Is there a way to check it?
So, how are you
sure.
accessing the virtual machine?
It's one of the Google free ones.
Yeah, it's not going to be your IP address, dude. That's the whole point
Sure.
of using
Is there a way to check it?
Yeah, you could go into the virtual machine and go to the internet and look up my IP.
So are you logging on to the virtual machine through Google?
Google's virtual machine. I just want to make sure it doesn't use my IP address because I'm going to try to do some crazy shit.
Okay, but the virtual machine that you're accessing, it isn't located on hardware where you are, right?
No, it's on Google's. It's a Google one.
So you have to go to a website to get to it. That's what I want to know.
I don't know. I've never used it. Coach, so do we got to go to a website?
To use Google's? Yeah, you got to go to their website.
Okay. Yeah, I would say it's most likely not going to use your IP address because what you're probably going to be doing is accessing hardware where they are, and then that's going to be doing whatever it is you're trying to do on the virtual machine. Now, pretty sure Google would be able to, probably detect, your IP address, and, I don't know what they're going to do with it, but what you're doing with the actual machine, I'm pretty sure would show up as, whatever their hardware is doing with the virtual machine that you're using or whatever, so. But, you might even be able to, adjust, that would be, the internal IP address. The external would probably be whatever Google's is, I would think, maybe. Maybe not.
Gone quiet. game's that, Bob?
Called Factorio.
This is where you
Basically,
turn
you,
it into
you
whole
start
factory.
with the yeah. You build a factory. You start with like just like a few things or whatever, and you can like mine some resources, and then you start building stuff to and researching stuff to kind of automate it. Like right now, I have it, pulling up the ore out of the ground and then going to the smelters and being turned into plates, and I got some like chips going and stuff. I got my science being researched in these little science buildings or whatever maybe.
But this isn't the one that's on like a whole ball-shaped planet, is it?
Nope. This is from what I can tell entirely flat. Just
Right.
whole lot of
Because there's
flat
one
stuff
similar
going
to
on.
that. That's yeah. There's one similar to that. That's yeah. When I was watching somebody play it, when they zoomed out, it was on a ball. I thought it was Factorio.
There might be some like they like have it so you can like run around and like go around the planet. I'm not sure. This one's like the engine I think might only be like a 2D engine. Like I think it might be like the the sprites or whatever look 3D, but I don't know that it actually has different layers or whatever or depths. I'm not sure though.
Jesus Christ! Finally.
Hey, Kosho, did you grow up in Texas or did you just end up living there?
Both.
Both. You're
I mean, I moved here
Texas,
when I was like 9 years old.
Texas born and raised.
Well, no, I was born in New York.
You ain't from New York, bro. Don't claim New York.
Well, I'm from New York City, right? The only place that people know about when they think about New York. You're
The
from
Bronx?
Canada, or a city right next to Canada, which is nowhere
No,
close to New York.
I'm basically from the capital of New York.
Yeah, which just happens to be in Canada almost.
Texas is one state that I haven't spent very much time in. I think I've driven through it a couple times, but I haven't spent much time there.
Well, if you're like any of the other Californians, you'll be here pretty soon, dude. Because everyone's moving here, dude. Elon Musk is like fucking having sex with the whole fucking state, dude. He's building all of his companies. He's moving here, and his Twitter's even moving here, and he's fucking digging holes and shit right down the street. He's doing that fucking boring company hole thingy.
Yeah, no, I know that there's been quite an exodus to Texas, I guess, just because of the cost of living and it's less there and stuff. But yeah,
You guys got a lot of homeless up there in San Francisco, right?
I don't live in San Francisco. I mean, yeah, I used to live north of it, but I'm even further from it now. But yeah, well, not really. San Francisco has turned into, yeah, there is a decent amount of homeless there, but it's turned into this like very high cost of living tech city, basically.
Yeah.
And all the tech companies have overtaken. It used to be like kind of a hippie, you know, a pretty like more free living, free spirited spirituality. It used to be that back in the 80s, the 90s.
Yeah.
Kosho, your mom,
even
your
into the
mom
2000s.
Yeah.
Kosho, your mom ain't got nowhere to live, and you stay with her.
Yeah, that's true,
Yeah.
man. Whoa.
Bars.
My family, they already had an exodus to Australia.
Did they?
Yeah, they live in Perth.
Ah, the
He's
city
not
that
even
will
around.
not exist.
That's right, the part of Australia where the civilized people live. Geographically, though, Perth is kind of like California, sort of, whereas like everywhere else is like basically the southeast of the U.S. I'm trying to pick a good spot. Oh, fuck. Hold on 1 second. There's some weird stuff going on with this Lake Pontchartrain data. Huh.
Yeah, you think it's called Earth's not curving.
No, that's not it, you fucking dope. That's,
Nice.
no, it's something else. I gotta take a look. I'm just looking at the GPS data and the elevation.
Are we seeing Earth curve when we look at Soundly's picture of Lake Pontchartrain and the curving bridge? Is that us seeing Earth curve?
Remember when you asked me a couple minutes ago?
Yeah, it's yes or no. Is that
No, it's
Earth
not. It's
curve?
not yes or no, dude. I told you exactly why it's not yes or no. Because sometimes you can answer. Sometimes that when you say curve, can you see curve? Do you see curve? Sometimes you could be talking about curved water, the person in gem server, okay? But sometimes you could be talking about do you see curve? Like do you see effects of the curvature, like the horizon? The horizon is effects of the curvature.
Yeah, but if we're looking at
That's one way.
Soundly's
That's one way of
bridge,
expressing it. Another way is if you're in an airplane and you're talking about left to right curve. You say, do you see a curve? But those are two totally different questions. And since you're not specifying in the question, I had to specify in my answer.
okay, listen, I'm gonna be very specific. In Soundly's picture of Lake Pontchartrain of the bridge, are we seeing Earth curve right there?
You're seeing the effects of Earth curve, namely the
So
horizon.
that's not the bridge curving. That's not the bridge following the curve of Earth. That's something else.
No, that is the bridge following the curve of Earth. That's the bridge in front of the horizon, and then the bridge being hidden by the horizon. And then in order to do that, the bridge is curving over the horizon, and so you see the bridge curving, and that is an effect of the Earth curving.
So we see the bridge curving because it's following the curve of Earth. So we're
That's right.
essentially seeing Earth curve right there. You're saying.
I think exactly. Well, that is what I'm saying. But like I said, I'm making it clear that in that case, I'm talking about seeing an effect of the Earth curving.
So we're definitely not seeing Earth curve there. You're saying.
No, I'm not definitely saying that, dude.
Are we seeing Earth curve there or not? It's a fucking yes or no question, Coach. Why are you dodging this?
I thought dodging it, dude. It's almost like you're impervious to have this make sense, dude.
I'm impervious to your bullshit. Is what's going on.
It's not bullshit, man. Come on, you gotta understand. I mean, you can agree with me that what I just expressed, it makes perfect sense. That you do got to make it clear what you're talking about when someone asks a vague question like that. Because I do not think that you're seeing the Earth curving right there. Okay, you're not seeing. I mean, you're not seeing a curve of the Earth. You're not seeing. You couldn't take a ruler or something, a straight edge, and then say, "Oh, look, there's a curve." You wouldn't be able to say that left to right curve. But because the Earth is curving, you see the effects of the curvature. Like things will follow the curvature, and since the bridge is, you're not looking at it straight on, and you're not looking at it sideways, you can see that it's curving in order to go beyond the horizon. So it's an effect of the curvature, indeed. You could look at the bridge and say, is the bridge curving? And say yes.
It's pretty straightforward, Kosho. If you were the old ant on a basketball, and if you looked out, you saw some curvature, you'd be like, yep, that's the curve of the ball. So if you're claiming that's what it is, then, of course, the Earth would be tiny. And
I just claim that
have about a 40-mile radius.
I just claim that's not what it is, though. I literally just said.
No, we know the Earth doesn't curve. We know that. We're just trying to see how you can rationalize this and skate around it, try to make up a story that might sound good to someone, possibly.
No one is skating around anything. When you ask, can you see the curve of the Earth? And if you're asking one of two questions, you're saying, can you actually see a curve, namely the curve of the Earth? Could you take a straight edge with the thing you see, and could you show that is a curved thing? That's one question. Another question would be, can you see the curve? Do you see the effects of the Earth curving? Do you see things in front of the horizon and things beyond the horizon? Things obstructed by the horizon? Something like that. These are two different questions. And what I'm saying to you is it's not left to right curve. You're not seeing a curve of the Earth. You're not seeing the left to right, curve of the horizon, but you are seeing the second thing. You are seeing the effects of the curve of the Earth, namely the horizon and things on both sides of the horizon. So I'm being very clear on what I'm answering and what I'm saying yes to and what I'm not saying yes to. I'm saying no to the first thing and yes to the second thing.
So when you see your girlfriend naked, are you saying you see her naked, or are you saying you're seeing the effects of her being naked?
Well, it depends on what I'm seeing, right?
All right, bad example, but no, I'm just saying, dude. I mean, if you're seeing something physically, you should be seeing it. If not, then not. Well, why do you have to come up with the idea of the effects of it if that's what you're seeing? If you're seeing the boats going over the curve, then you're seeing the curve. That's it right there. You're seeing the curve. It's not an effect of it. It's the curve.
Because our language is lazy. Not ours, but ours collectively. And we use shorthands like you can see the curve of the earth, or can you see the curve of the earth? And we think we know what we're implying when we say that, but unless we're clear what we're implying, they can mean one of two things. So, I mean, I can't make it quite clear. I mean, these are certainly two different things, right? Like seeing the effects of the curve or seeing a blatant curve that you could take a straight edge to and measure. These are two different things. And I'm saying that it's one and not the other.
Yo.
What's up, Don Cheeto?
Bro, what are you doing?
I know, man. Listen to me. I talked about you earlier.
Bro, where are you at, bro?
I talked about you earlier, and I apologized to you when you weren't here.
No, it's okay. Where are you, though?
I'm in Texas.
Where?
Austin.
Bro, I need a ride, bro. My buddy took my car.
You're in Austin?
Yeah, bro. Like, I'm walking down some street called Metric.
You're on Metric? All right. Well, I can assist you with the. Well, where are you headed?
What?
Where are you headed?
To the house.
Wait, what house? Where's the house?
I don't know. It's just a house, bro.
All right. Well, you don't give me details like the address or anything. I'm just trying to find out what part of town it's at. But
I'm gonna walk, dude. This fucking. I'm like, I swear, this nigga said he. Excuse me. This dude said that he was. I was like, I'm in Witsit, and bro, you got to give me the rundown real quick, bro. You got to give me the lowdown, but on the side some other time.
You're in Witsit?
Like, my buddy just took my car. Like, no, isn't his name Austin? But
yeah.
yeah, dude. Like, my dude just took my car, dude. I'm like, I'm not finna sit up here. I'm just gonna walk, dude. Fuck.
Well, you know the buses. If you got to get somewhere and it's kind of far, or at least don't want to walk, the buses are pretty frequent.
Go pick them up, Kosho. Have fun.
I don't have a car currently.
The Uber guy doesn't have a car. So look.
Give him what kind of hospitality is this? One of our friends, a friend of ours, is in your town, right? And he's fucking
the bus, man.
He's fucking stranded in your town. Well, wow, bro, wow, Southern hospitality.
I'll give you the website for the bus and the fucking app. You tell me where you're at. I'll come meet up with you, Don.
It's Texas.
He's gonna give you directions to go fuck yourself.
Dude, all they give you is the big dick in Texas.
Gonna take him to show him the curve.
Hey, what are you doing tonight, Don? Oh my god, fucking
sounds like a proposition.
I heard
y'all probably gonna get raped and murdered in some back alley because he's lost in Austin, doesn't know where he is, and his friends won't help him.
But what are you doing down here, Don? And what are you doing tonight?
Your mom.
My mom's
say your mom tonight.
That was a fantastic your mum joke with perfect timing.
So look, I don't see anybody new in here. I was gonna add, earlier. I saw the one kid y'all was calling. I seen the kid y'all was calling Dragon or whatever, and y'all was
fuck that guy, bro. That guy's not serious, man.
Right, y'all was talking to him like he was new or something. But then I just popped in and I heard like Kosho talk about the apparent curve. Who are y'all talking to about that?
Kosho.
Huh?
Kosho thinks we can see Earth from ground level, 15 stories up.
See, Don will appreciate this. Don can understand that in language and communication, sometimes it's important to specify the meaning of the words that you're using, such that especially when asking a question, so that the person that you're asking the question to is going to answer the question that you're asking, and not something else, because you guys are talking about a term in two different ways. Okay, so when you say that you see the curve, you could be asking, like I said, one of multiple things, and I answered with specificity. All right.
Was it no or yes?
Oh my fuck, God.
I'll take it easy on you. You had a rough day. You got beat up today a bit, and you got to listen.
Beat up.
Listen, go help Don, bro. Don
got offered $80 by Allie, dude.
This is not making us look good, bro. We got a friend of ours in your city. He's stranded. He needs help. You're going to give him bus directions? What the fuck?
You won't tell me where he's going, dude.
Kosho needs to splatter drugs. Coach, you was in this motherfucker for like 24 hours nonstop yesterday, bro. You is addicted.
I wasn't in here, dude. I was sleeping in the other room. I was just logged in or something.
Coach, you need to be a teacher. You really do. You need to be like.
I'm never lost in Austin. I know who I'm not going to call if I am.
Listen, Don, if you tell me where you're going, tell me where you're going, and we can move forward. All right?
I can get there, man. I can get there. It says
Coach,
like
where you're going, so we can give you the website for the bus.
Goodness gracious, dude.
Yo, come out tomorrow, bro. Come out tomorrow.
Today, the 10th. Tomorrow's the 11th. I think tomorrow's kind of my anniversary, but I think it's the next day. So we met at 4 a.m. on the 12th. So
you remember that, dude? That's crazy, dude.
I remember it was 4 a.m. Yes, I remember that. Did I remember it was the 12th? She tells me that. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, but you guys aren't even married. What do you mean anniversary?
Well, technically, according to the state of Texas says we're married.
Yeah, I wanted. That's what I wanted. Yo, bro, what's the deal with the herbs and stuff down here?
Oh yeah, it's all over, dude.
So we can smoke because everyone's like just smoking outside, like everywhere.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, but you can.
Okay, and what's up with the sun? Why does it give you a suntan through your shirt?
It's Texas, man. I think summer started 2 days ago, and it doesn't end until October. It's gonna be this hot every single freaking day.
Okay, well, I need to talk to you about something more.
What are you there for, Don? Are you doing a poker tournament thing? Or are you just visiting, or what?
We're getting money, son.
I'll come spectate, dude.
Dude, this place is shit, bro. This place is shit. If the sun wasn't here, bro, and the traffic is not as good here either. But I would, dude, this place is the shit. The clubs that they got.
Oh, yeah. Dude, you gotta go to the after hours places, man.
Bro, I tried to hit you up all weekend. On the weekend,
you were sending me those messages about. My bad, bro. I'll give you my number, dude. The way you can hit me up, but I'm not really. You said metric. I'm not really down there. I'm north of the city.
Yeah, north. The event's popping up north in Round Rock, bro.
Oh yeah, for real. Yeah, I know exactly where that is. That's on 35, by the Waterburger.
All right, so Kosho, you were explaining how you can't observe the curvature, but you can experience the effects of curvature. That's where you were at.
That's not what I was saying. We're talking about an observation, for example. So in both cases, you're viewing something. What I'm saying is, when you're asking, can you see the curvature? There you can be, like I said, it can have two meanings. You could say, can you see the curve of the Earth, the straight edge, and there's a curve, and you can see that curve. Or you could be saying, can you see the curve of the Earth as an effect of the curvature, as in the horizon or something going before and behind the horizon, and that thing curving. You don't see the Earth curving, but you see that thing curving as it's going over the Earth. So this is two different things.
All right, so you would define the concept of a boat being hidden by Earth curve. You would define that as an effect of curvature, not the actual curve.
Sure, yeah. But of course, somebody could state it's hidden by the curve of the Earth, and if they said that, I would understand what they meant, and so I wouldn't need to correct them, of course. But when they're saying the boat's being hidden by the curve of the Earth, they're really saying the Earth or the boat is being hidden by the horizon, which is caused by the Earth curve.
Okay, so when we see the bridge steadily staying X amount of feet above the water, and that bridge is curving, and we see the water under it staying with the bridge, we're not seeing Earth curve. Just so we're clear.
What? Say it again. The
bridge in Stanley's photo, it stays X amount of feet over the water.
Wow.
bridge curving. We see the water staying with the bridge, but we're not seeing earth curve. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you don't see the water beyond the horizon, but the part of the bridge that you see that's curving is beyond the horizon, and is curving over and above it. So the water.
We're seeing the bridge past the horizon, dude. That doesn't even make sense.
That's the reason why you see it going downwards. It goes upward until it gets to the horizon, and once it gets to the horizon,
Jeremy, this is not that hard. It's not that hard. You have the horizon, the bridge is above it, and it goes a little further than the horizon because it's higher up. It's not that hard. Come on.
No, but it's semantics.
At least try. At least try, Jeremy. Come on.
Zanuck, is that what your wife's been telling you lately?
Could I try to do a coach show?
Yeah, I'm on a quota. Yeah, she goes try. She always says try harder. She always tells me that.
You kept saying it's not that hard, so I was just wondering.
5 times? Come on, that's enough. No, try harder. I want 6.
Dude, I'm just trying to figure out if we're seeing earth curve at Soundly's photo. Now, we see the bridge curving, according to you guys, and we can see the water. That's, we know the water stays X amount of feet under the bridge, so I'm just trying to figure out if we're seeing earth curve here or not.
Is that why, Jeremy, is that Coach, and Jeremy and Coach, is that what the word thing is, Coach? Is you're saying, like, the curve is so slight, we don't register it, so we have to know effects of it? Like what?
I'll tell you what's going on here, Don. Coach Joe's playing word game.
If you had curve that was left to right, you could put a straight edge at and go, here's how much it deviates. He would say that's you seeing curvature. If what you see is a bridge sort of bending away from you, what you're seeing is the effects of curvature. I wouldn't have a problem calling it curvature. It looks curved to me.
Well, yeah, exactly. No, but I'm saying you could call it curvature, but that's why Jeremy's making a distinction. He's like, well, people say you can't even see curvature from a plane. And when they're saying that, they're talking about curvature in a different context.
But think about.
You're also saying the difference between perceiving curvature and seeing it.
But it's a different effect seeing a hula hoop around you because the angle from your level eyesight down to the horizon will be the same all the way around you. There will be no deviation. So whatever if you point at the horizon, you turn 360 all the way around to one full revolution, that finger would never change. Yet everything in the distance over the horizon would continue to go down. With your finger. That's why that's why you're pointing to the top of the Marriott 24 miles away at the end of Lake Pontchartrain, because it has dropped so far that all you see is the top of the building. So the bottom is way below it. So your finger, if you're trying to focus on the base of the building, would be dropping down below the horizon. So that's what the difference between the horizon going away from, or the horizon around you, and the curve going away from you. Those are two different concepts. Geometrically.
And how much is 30 meters in feet?
90.
I'm going to share my screen real quick. I'm going to share my screen very quickly. That's okay.
It's 92 point something.
Thank you, sir.
That's why I gave the correct number.
Like I always do. And I was looking at the data, okay, because there's by the way, hey, what's up, Flat Earth Data? He's in here, but I was looking at the data from Lake Pontchartrain that Jesse Klausowski, he himself had measured this. He measured the length of the causeway.
30 meters is 98 feet. Sorry.
That's fine.
Oh, we're liars.
It's fine. It is not an exact. This is not an exact. I haven't measured it exactly, but it's close enough. Anyways, the point is, I did put in though the exact positions that he'd measured at two ends of the bridge going northbound. So when he started, and then when he left the bridge, and then I went about halfway, somewhere arbitrarily, somewhere in the halfway range, right about halfway, and I just measured a point that he got from there, and then I measured the distance from that line and from that point in the middle, and it just somebody the other day said that that 90 feet wasn't there, that wasn't measured, but this is him measuring the 90 feet that should be there, that is there, so that if you were to take an observation from one end of the causeway to the other and connect the chord line, the middle part of the causeway would be indeed 90 feet above that straight line of sight. And at least that's what Jesse Klausowski did measured.
One of the things that's interesting, Coach, is that last picture you put out in the graphics there, the fact that they could put this in a computer model and show, hey, this is a drawing showing if we had curvature, this is what we'd expect to see with these known dimensions. And then we overlap it on what we do see with actual photographs. Isn't it funny? And this is really to Jeremy. That isn't it funny that the pictures that we see, we can take pictures of this particular simulation in real life, and it matches the simulation. I mean, almost identically. What would you say to that? What causes this, all this refraction, all this stuff? No, we're not having any refraction. There's no fun monkey business. We calculate it. We say, this is what we should see. And then we actually go to try to see it. And that's exactly what we see. Isn't that
what
how do you respond to that? I mean, that's what science is all about, right? You make some predictions, you do some calculations, you say, here's a hypothesis, here's what we think we should see. And then you go out and do it in reality, and boom, at that last several frames of that particular animated graphic, wow, that's exactly what we see. How is that possible? The Earth isn't round.
But don't the flat earthers say that they, put the bending of the light rule, like, to make it look round?
No, they just did straight.
They say bending of light typically, but they say convergence and divergence, use the optics of the eye or something that's quite
compression and squishing and
usually it's avoiding saying bending of the light, I think, because otherwise they would have to accept that light bends, and that causes different problems. I guess
refraction.
I've seen the flat Earth simulation contrast part, but I guess I've never talked about it myself enough. I've just assumed the Globers have shoved it down the flat earthers' throats. But basically, the animation that you're showing there's the other half of it, right?
Well, that's they're showing what happens without refraction. Would actually make the problem worse. It wouldn't match up unless both had the same amount of refraction. It would be, downward refraction. There would be more hidden in real life, right? If it wasn't taking into account like standard refraction. I don't know what Soundly did on this particular, but it wouldn't be very much off. The point is, we have, three buildings that are, one is completely obscured, the other one's nearly obscured, and the tallest one is half obscured, hundreds of feet missing, and it's exactly what we see as we expect to see based on the simulation of, if we didn't know what shape Earth was, we say this is the curvature of the Earth, this is the diameter of the Earth, this is the circumference, 25,000 miles, this is the curvature, what will we see 24 miles away? And that's exactly what we see in real life.
But here's what I'm saying, and maybe it's not loading because I only have the one top GIF. It looks like Kosho has a few boxes that aren't loading for me.
The bottom one, the 516, that's the best one because it shows everything that's calculated, and then it matches and it has a fades into an actual picture at that same distance and height.
That's what I'm seeing. But I guess what I'm saying is is there one with the flat Earth projection?
Yeah, on his website. Yeah,
right. I remember
all of them have that. All of the shots are basically he has two different side by side. He got the globe Earth and he has the image, and then you can do the blink test, and then it just shows him switch back and forth, and it fits perfectly. And then he has next to that he has the globe Earth and he has the flat Earth. And he shows you the difference of what you would see.
Right. So obviously the game would be what? Like if we were to use logic and skepticism and science, the game is to try to put in a variable into the flat Earth one that makes it match the reality picture, right? That's all that needs to be done, right? I mean, we all can agree. Like if the flat Earthers did that.
Yeah, if Flat Earth modeled something that represented reality, it would be a huge help.
Right. So that's the game, though. If we're supposed to steelman them, we don't get to say. In my opinion, I don't get to say it's impossible on a flat Earth. I get to say it matches the globe, and I personally don't know how to make it work on the flat Earth. Or I don't know anybody who does. I don't get to say it can't. You know what I mean? Like I don't think.
Yeah.
And it's like
So they bring up. They only have the black swan. So they bring the black swan and say, "See, if the Earth is round, you should never see this." And the elephant is in the room that we all know is there. Big friggin' pink elephant, red lipstick on, and he says, "I'm over here. Look, this only happens when there's extreme refraction." And then they even make fun of extreme refraction too. They even say that, "Oh, extreme refraction, like the Globers, all those knuckleheads, those such funny idiots." But that's the only time that their model works is when you have something that really is an error in the observation.
Maybe you guys haven't given due consideration to magic.
No, we haven't. You're right. That's a good point.
Oh,
True.
There you go.
I think it should be due consideration to the actual possible variables that could be there, and that sometimes seems
Yeah,
like
it's possible. Give me a simulation, and all this is just all simulation.
If magic was possible, you wouldn't necessarily know that magic is possible.
Correct.
magic is possible.
Is it probable though?
No, the Earth is just what it is. It's a plane of existence. And B-Ball said it pretty good. He said the other day, he said, there's things that mimic curvature. That's the words he used, mimic curvature. So yes, there are things that can mimic curvature, like atmospheric effects, mirages, a lot of different components, even perspective, the way that things can be obscured from the bottom up and so on. Some of those things could mimic it, but the definition of the word mimic is, a copy that is a false copy. So it's something that you're seeing that looks similar. It's just mimicking it. It's not the actual thing. So that's why, because of that mimicry, you guys might be able to grasp onto a couple straws and say, yeah, this has got to be the Earth curve. That doesn't mean that's what the Earth is.
You can solve that easily. Just don't use B-baller's language. Yeah.
Use what? I didn't hear you.
Don't use B-baller's language, and it's problem solved.
Just take more.
No, it's like it slipped out. He didn't really mean to say it, basically, because I brought it up a day later and he's like, "Oh, did I say that?" And I was like, "Yeah, you sure did. It's on the live stream." So yeah, that's what it is. There's certain phenomenon that can mimic curvature, and people might be able to point at it and say, "Oh my God, this is it. Earth's a globe." But you'd have to delineate whether that's something mimicking it because of the actual visual effects and the atmospheric effects, or whether you're actually seeing some kind of a curve of a spherical Earth.
But the issue here is, though, I just went over Walter Bislin's website with Jesse Klazowski's data from when he went with Soundly across the bridge and took GPS measurements, and he's got 5,000 or 6,000 measurements as you cross the bridge a couple times. And, the data's got XYZ and elevation, longitude, and latitude. And when you plug that in, you're not seeing a mimicry of some curvature. You're seeing that if you connect a straight line from the farthest points, the part in between them is a distance above, that line, which implies curvature. Yeah, it was better. But I just remember SC, Montreal, and Rakia have been saying. I wasn't. That's why the only reason I wanted to do this because they kept saying that Jesse Kozlowski data doesn't show this 90 feet. It shows something different. It's 60 feet or something. It shows something different. I can't remember exactly what the claim was, but it was that it didn't show that this 90 feet is there, and clearly it does.
I still don't think it would take magic to make it work. It's such a small scale of curvature. It's a tiny little piece of curvature. Like it could just be a slight miscalculation on like the way light bends or whatever. Like it really, to me, that is crazy.
It is crazy what you're saying, but Occam's razor is simply showing you. You have these two images: the globe Earth and the the real image from real life. Is you have the globe Earth that you've made in a program, whatever program you use, and you have real life picture. You put those side by side or overlap each other, and they completely fit perfectly. And then you have the flat one and the one in real life, and it's nothing like it. Doesn't look anything like it. And you're suggesting that perhaps maybe you have to. There's some other mechanism we're not addressing, or there's something wrong with the calculation. But the thing is, it's matching perfectly with the other model. There's no point with it. There's no need to look further. There's no need to try to make something work, which is clearly not working, instead of the one that is perfectly fitting, right?
But I guess it's weird. It's like it seems like the globe, the simulation thing. It seems like it's a crude simulation. Sure, I mean it's a cooler drawing, but are you saying like it has like? I mean, it has all the rules of nature in it in that little simulation.
I'm not sure if you've been to Walter Bislin's website, but Walter Bislin has accounted for refraction as much as I could possibly. I mean, we did more than I could do, but he has got variables for the temperature of different regions, density, and all these different variables. And yeah, he's got the distances and the height of soundly and everything that you could possibly think to add in. So I mean, I couldn't imagine what else would be the
And then it makes this little picture for you.
Yeah, you can even go to like when there's parts in his site, you can adjust the settings yourself.
Yeah, it takes into account all of the known things that have been known to affect light. So obviously it can't take into account sort of local ether, if it's a thing.
I mean, I've seen them like do the flat earth things. Like they just add, whatever they need to do, the warm water or the warm air over the cold water, whatever. I have no idea what it is. But they'd be like boop boop, and then oh look, it's obscuring the building more.
The flat Earth models, you've seen that?
Yeah, like Mick West has I don't know, was he using that same one Kosho was? Mick West made a program like similar to that too, and was like, okay, look, this would have to be a variable to make a black swan and stuff like that.
He made one, but I think Walter Business is better.
Okay. Mick West allows you to show the flat Earth. I guess you just like Walter Bislin's because
no, what Walter Business also shows the flat Earth.
Oh, you just got to put it to the right. What do you the rare conditions?
The right whatever conditions are, but you can also you can create the conditions that match the observation, or you can see what observation you get from changing the conditions.
The former seems like presupposing the model.
No.
How do you not presuppose something in order to test it?
Yeah, exactly. In order to test two different things, you're going to have to consult the consequences of both, right?
Well, this would be the instance writing in which I would say, like, no, if they took an image, right? If we took an image of reality and then we were like, okay, now we're going to make it, and boom, therefore it must be, oh, we see 1 degree of bending. Okay, there must be, the 1 degree of curvature, because it's not a flat plane with a special light bending rule giving us the 1 degree of bending. It's, you know what I'm saying? That's where I would say they could be presupposing model. That's what I hear the flat earth claim. Like when this whole refraction thing come out, they presupposed the model. And I wish Quantum Eraser was a nicer guy, or that this stuff was more real, or he would just concede, because these are points like I've seen him fight on, but then it just gets into nonsense land when it's time to.
I get the idea, which is if you already presume ball, then you'll see ball and therefore presupposing a particular model over a different one is invalid. I get it as an idea, but pick anything you might want to test: speed of a car, sex of a baby,
size of Jupiter.
What color is that? Size of Jupiter.
Right. So now that's
what we're going to immediately presuppose that Jupiter exists and has a size, and that it can be measured, and that it is as big as it appears, and that it like you how could you measure? I mean, if you can't presuppose things, you just can't measure them. So I want to know how fast that car goes, but I can't presume it goes.
That's not the way that I agree with you there. Like that concept isn't challenged. The concept is challenged like, yo, we have these laws of whatever for the orbital models and stuff. So therefore, we know Jupiter has to be this weight and this size or this distance away at this speed, because you know what I mean? Like they already have the model and they need to make the numbers fit in the model, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I know
what Eggshells was saying though, like to presuppose the things that we can already verify is only logical. So the idea that we can put a ruler up to something and measure it, to then think that we can continue to do that isn't really presupposition. We've already shown we can measure things. So it's not a presupposition to say I will be able to measure a thing. Okay? It's only if you introduce something that has not yet been proven that you run into a problem with presupposition.
Describe to me something that's been proven.
That seems like a weird thing to say.
Because it sounds like what your assertion rests on is that something can be proven, and then it is no longer a presupposition. I'm just asking you, describe to me something that's been proven so that I know what that category entails.
Okay. It's been proven that you can measure something.
How's it been proven?
By measuring something.
Isn't that presupposing that measuring something is measuring something and it actually hasn't been proven?
No, that's not a presupposition. That's just doing the thing.
How could you prove something? I mean, that's this is just getting into loopiness.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like you're trying to make a really weird point that doesn't make any sense.
In order that you can measure something, you don't have to presuppose anything. You just measure it.
Yeah.
And you're not presupposing that measurement means
you're not
a millimeter here is the same as a millimeter over there.
Maybe you didn't hear me. You're not presupposing anything that isn't already established. If you do, then you have a problem. Absolutely. But let's say you're going to measure something with a ruler. Okay. If you decide that 1 inch is 1 inch, okay, whatever we consider 1 inch to be, that's not a presupposition. That's a decision. That's just a standard. 1 inch isn't like universally, cosmologically an inch. It's something we decided was an inch, and we can change it anytime we want to.
Right, but what are you measuring with this inch?
Whatever you want to measure. That's the point
of the question, right? I'm not arguing about whether inches are inches. I'm saying that this rule that you cannot presuppose something in order to test it is silly and leads to absurdity.
It's not just
and the
presuppose
point
something.
that you're going down is going, but inches exist. I'm not asking that. I'm
No.
saying if you cannot presuppose something before measuring it, then how
That's
do you measure
incorrect.
anything? And you're looking at the
No one's making that argument.
measurements at the inches.
Yeah, no one's making that argument that you can't presuppose anything. That's what I'm trying to describe to you. I'm trying to explain it to you. The problem is not with presupposition at all, even a little tiny bit ever. That's never the problem. The problem is what you presuppose. If you presuppose something that is not established, now you have a problem. It doesn't matter what you think you've proven because you presuppose something that is not established. What is considered established can be decided by whatever group happens to be trying to prove the thing to begin with. That can change between person to person. Maybe that's where the problem's coming, is that it can change from person to person 100%. If you don't establish with the person you're trying to convince things that you're going to try and presuppose, your proof will be worthless to them because you didn't establish those things with them first. But if it is established between you two, those things that you're going to presuppose, there is no issue any longer with the thing you're about to prove. So, for example, if we establish between one another what an inch is, and then you go to prove the length of something using inches, there's no issue there with your presupposition because we have established it between each other. That is what an inch is. If you assume first what an inch is without establishing it, now you have a problem.
Right, but what is it you think I'm saying? Because what you're responding to doesn't sound like it's responding to the point
you seem to be making the argument that someone else is making the argument that any presuppositions at all anywhere is a problem, and no one's making that argument.
That was the discussion I was having with Don. Yes, the QA and many people who follow him.
No one's making that claim. I've never heard a single person make that claim ever.
Bob, I got 3 words in, mate.
Well, you got more than that.
Okay, you go then.
You described who you heard it from, or who you were having that discussion with.
No.
And what I'm telling, I've never heard anyone make the actual argument that you're arguing against ever. It seems like you're making up an argument and then fighting that.
I made some sort of argument. I mean,
you made an argument, but not the one he's talking about, I'm sure.
Are we not talking about the same thing, Don? You and I?
Well, I mean, we did have that point where, I was trying to clarify with you that, would have to. There's cases where I go, you got to presuppose the globe to test the model or to contrast the thing and this and that. But there's other times where I try to present the other side and that's what we were talking about, like with the refraction. It felt like it was kind of that case where it was like, oh, they took the picture of reality and then made a computer thing match it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, Rodney. I think everybody, this is simple points. I think we all can agree.
Some people take it far more severely. The point I was making, the Nathan and QA go on about it is like if anybody starts the sentence, not if anybody, but quite often you'll hear them when somebody starts a sentence going, well, if we live on a ball, and they'll go, well, that's immediately presupposing. And so it's like, we will not have a conversation after that about anything because the first thing you said allowed me to disregard it because you're presupposing a ball. And Travis makes the same, virtually identical point where he says, if anybody in the past has set out to measure the Earth, but they set out with a perception that was already that we live on a ball, then their measurements are invalid. Which obviously is, to me, utterly loopy, beyond loopy.
They should argue against that presupposition because it hasn't been established between that group of people yet. Just the same as if I entered a conversation here and I said, if we presuppose that the unicorns are doing what I say they're doing, like it doesn't matter what I say next in the entire conversation.
Becomes very ridiculous.
It's not
if you say something ridiculous, then that thing is ridiculous indeed.
It's only ridiculous because you and I agree that unicorns are ridiculous. If at any point somebody decided they weren't ridiculous, your argument right now about its ridiculousness is worthless. It means nothing. It's only ridiculous because you think it's ridiculous, and I would, in most conversations about reality, agree that it is ridiculous. But the example that I'm making still stands. If I were to enter the conversation and say, if we presuppose unicorns doing this, this, and this, it doesn't matter what I say afterwards. You and I haven't established unicorns yet between each other, so my argument is worthless.
I mean, that I agree with, but mainly because you're not really responding to the points I'm making. You're just saying, giving ridiculous examples and then inviting me to agree that they are indeed ridiculous.
Okay, maybe this will help. Starting with presupposition, if we presume, if we presuppose we're on a ball, that's just as ridiculous as unicorns. So we can't use it, right?
It doesn't respond to the substance of what I'm saying, so I don't know.
It absolutely
where we
does.
can go from here. Can't help you then. Sorry, mate.
I'm not asking for your help. I'm trying to help you understand the mistake that you're making. I'm not convinced that you don't already understand the mistake that you're making. I really think that you might be making it on purpose in an attempt to basically trick people or lead them into things that are untrue. You seem like a dishonest person.
Hey, whoa,
Jesus,
hey,
fuck,
whoa.
Man.
He only lied about being a liar. Okay.
Okay, I didn't use that word. You did. I said he seems like a dishonest person.
I know,
That's my
I'm just
opinion.
kidding. I was kidding.
He seems like a dishonest person.
I don't think it's necessary to say that, but
just weird.
But I will say that I did an experiment 4 years ago on the equinox, and I wrote a paper about it. And what I did was I had 23 people measure the shadows on the equinox and stuff. And before I did that, I made predictions for both models, for a close and local sun, and for a sun that's far away enough to give us parallel rays on a globe. And the reason I had made predictions for both those, so when I took the test, I could compare that results with the predictions for both models. In order to do that, I had to presuppose that each model in both cases was correct, so that I could see that through to the conclusion to make predictions. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to know what to expect and what to compare my results to. So it's possible that in maybe certain arguments, it's flawed to presuppose the consequences or conclusions of whatever it is that you're testing out to whether or not it's true or not. But in science, that's actually a very useful tactic when trying to solve whether you're trying to find out which model is correct. You want to
this is something massive I'm missing. I cannot conceive of how you could test anything unless you presuppose it is as it is. I mean, it's one of the, if you Google presuppositions in science, top of the list is uniformity of nature, which is a presupposition that's reasonable to make, that flat earthers have to make, right? That when I test this bit of water here and I believe that I find it flat to be flat, what I'm finding is uniform and representative of oceans or large bodies of water elsewhere. That an inch stays an inch, that the thing that I'm testing is the actual thing that I'm testing. It doesn't change things behind my back. There's loads of them. I mean, how could you describe to me then, Bob, a real actual, rather than the unicorns and stuff that we always end up talking about, a real actual measurement that you've personally done? Doesn't need to be even regarding the shape of the earth. This could be a cooking instructions that didn't require some form of presupposition about the substance of what you're doing, not about the measurement, not about the unit you're using, but like measured out a cup of flour, let's say, any measurement like that.
Why would you request that somebody show you something that doesn't require presupposition? Nobody's making the argument that presuppositions are bad, so why would you request that? That seems like a weird request.
Because the point I made that seemed to get you excited enough to jump in was that one has to presuppose something in order to test it. That seemed like that was the bit that you were disagreeing with.
No, I didn't disagree with that. I disagree with your implication that that's somehow a problem, which it isn't. There's no problem with presupposing things.
So why are you arguing with me then?
Like I said, because of your implication that that is somehow a problem when it's not.
That it's a problem. Then you haven't been listening. My assertion was the opposite, that you have to make assumptions in order to do any measurement. And that's why I'm challenging or ridiculing the QE style, that the moment somebody opens their mouth and says, if ball, then X, they go, well, you're already presupposing it, so your measurement's invalid.
Right. You're implying an inconsistency there when there's not one. It's okay to presuppose things. It's not okay to presuppose certain things. It's very simple.
Take a breath. I'm not saying... I'm saying it's ridiculous. I'm saying it's not possible. It sounds like what you're doing is agreeing with me at the moment, but aggressively. I'm saying that you have to presuppose things in order to test them. That the QE idea that you cannot presume ball and then test it, that Travis has, that many people share, is silly. It's untenable.
You're making two different points. I'm disagreeing with one of them and not the other. You have to presuppose things to continue existing. That's just the way it works. You have to presuppose things to continue existing. So saying you have to presuppose things to test something or presuppose things to drive a car, all of those are useless statements because you simply have to presuppose things to continue to exist without dying. Okay, there has to be some sort of presupposition. Okay, my point is that there's no contradiction in saying if you presuppose a ball, then your argument that you make after that is a problem. There's no contradiction between that and presuppositions being okay for making an argument. Both of those things are true. It's ridiculous to start from a presupposition of a ball when you haven't established the ball with the people you're trying to argue with. That's a ridiculous thing to do. You're not having a useful conversation, basically.
You know, even when QE had a flawed argument with the Black Swan, his argument has a presupposition in it, and it's in the same way that we're using it. He said, if the Earth is a globe of radius 3959, then this would happen. And that's exactly what we're doing.
Exactly. That's the kind of presupposition I'm talking about. Just perfectly valid, reasonable. I'm not saying it's a contradiction.
Do you think that the Earth is a ball?
Yes.
Okay, so his presupposition that he started with has already been established with you. So there's no problem with him using it as a presupposition because you think it's real. So he has that established between you and him that is in fact the case. So there's no problem with him using it as a presupposition.
I think if you're going to make a tangible measurement, there's no problem in presupposing anything. Like if I have something in front of me and I'm about to put a ruler to it, I can presuppose if it's 8 feet or 10 feet or whatever. And then when you measure it, that's what's up. As long as it's tangible, something you can touch.
There's no problem there.
Yeah.
But that's because you agree that the thing that you're going to measure exists, that the ruler exists, that an inch is an inch. You agree on all of those things. That's why it's okay to presuppose them, because generally, the people that you're talking to agree that all of those things are considered established. If at some point you were to encounter somebody who didn't agree with inches, didn't agree with the ruler, didn't agree with the thing that you're trying to measure is there or is real or is measurable, you're claiming something to them that is worthless for the conversation until you establish those things.
If somebody told you,
how could I establish those things except by testing them and demonstrating their existence? How do I do that? So now, let's say we go back to the ball. Say I want to show to somebody that the ball does indeed exist. Right? They don't agree that it does, but I need to go, hey, I've made some measurements that comport with the fact that we're on a ball. How do I then go about doing that? Talk to me.
If I want to prove to somebody that something exists, I don't take measurements of it to prove them it exists. I show them the thing existing. Then if I want to prove to them how big it is, then I measure it and show them the measurements. I show them the measuring. I've never tried to prove something exists by showing people numbers. That's absurd.
Okay, I was just thinking of something. I was thinking if somebody told you that there was a really attractive woman who looked like Michelle Pfeiffer or something from the 80s, and she has 3 boobs, and she's in your room right now, and she wants to sleep with you. Okay, if someone told this to you, you could be thinking that one of two things could be possible. Either they're lying or either that's about to happen. And you could start considering if that's about to happen, I would expect this. You would probably expect there to be maybe a
Yeah, for
vehicle
sure.
at your house that's not yours, or a bra with
Absolutely.
3 boob holes in it next to the bed or something. Like you could start coming up with the consequences of it being true based on what you know about it, and you could do that in order to actually test to see if it's true. So
Yes. Absolutely. But everything you just described is something that you're doing personally. You're not trying to convince another human being. You're not trying to transfer that as if it is real information to another being. Okay? That's where the problem comes in. If you don't establish the things that you consider to be so or established with the person you're trying to convince and have the conversation with, then all those things you just thought of are worthless until you establish certain things with them. If they don't agree that females exist, you're not going to be able to convince them of the things that you think would be happening with that female in your room.
yeah, but
It's not going to work.
Yeah, but then you can do the same thing. So let's say, like you said, the thing about the 3 boobs, but they don't even think girls exist. So you're not going to worry about proving that to them. You're going to just prove to them that girls exist. So even in that case, you first have to come up with the consequences of girls existing.
Yep.
There would be makeup at stores and panties that they sell, and maybe even pictures of women. You'd see them every now and then. And then you would address this to that person. You would say, okay, if women exist, there would be this, you would see this, and this would happen. Let's see if these things are true. But in making the argument with them, you're expressing to them, this is what would happen if women exist, and they certainly should agree with that part, right? I mean, it's that they don't have to agree that women exist to be able to, realize that.
So it sounds like you understand. You would need to go back to whatever is like the lowest common denominator, the thing that you guys can actually agree on as being so, and you would need to start from there and then build off of that to determine what's next, basically, the next part of the conversation. It makes no sense and is basically worthless. It's fruitless. It's vain to start from a midpoint or an endpoint with presuppositions that they do not agree with whatsoever, and then try and convince them of something. It won't work.
Say that, though. I didn't start from the point of agreement. I started from a point where there was disagreement. I started from the earliest disagreement, being that they don't even think girls exist. And so,
right, but to convince them of that, you had to find something you agreed on.
No, you have to.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to convince them.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You haven't convinced them yet. You've only presupposed girls so that you can tell them what you would expect, so that you can then test it later with them, and then show to them that girls exist. But before that, you have to presuppose they exist in order to show them this is what you would expect if girls existed. I'll be honest with you, I've lost a little bit of interest in this argument, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, if it requires that we both agree on something in order for something to be valid, then we don't both agree on this, so it's not really valid.
See what you did there.
Yeah, it's a classic Dern.
Anyways, but back to the point being, Walter Bison's a great dude. I love him. I don't know what he looks like. I can imagine what he looks like, but I do know that even the model that you guys, because you guys don't go with a model generally, but you guys do go with a model that works, supposedly, and it's Walter Bison's model that works, although it doesn't, because me and Lichman were going to do something around the same time too. We're going to make a model of the Earth, the flat Earth that worked, but we would have to include like magical things in it, and then we were going to indicate the things that that were real and the things that we had to kind of stretch the bounds of the rules of nature or whatever. And Walter Bison did that as well, but but yeah, a lot of people use his model. But my point is he's got a lot of great stuff on his site, yeah, I don't remember what the point was. Oh yeah, right. That's right. The Lake Pontchartrain thing. Yeah. So it turns out the measurements on his site that Jesse Kozlowski did do show that there is curvature. So why don't we address that? I don't know why anyone's not. Isn't there shouldn't there be a reason that's happening if it's not the curvature of the Earth?
Kosho, why do you think Walter Bislin has invested so much time and energy into showing things that 99.9% of the scientific community, 99.9999% of the scientific community would already, accept as just, the sun goes up, the sun goes down.
He's German, and as you know, Germans are somewhat thorough. And when I was talking with a friend of mine when I first got in this community, and Lynchwick as well, who were both German, they were telling me that that in Germany, I think they were saying the flat Earth community was big in Germany before it was over here, and they said that
Really?
they had already brushed it out. Like I guess they were both in communities where they were arguing with people, and they actually made it subside, is what they were describing it as. But I think that Walter Bislin, kind of the same way we, like, I build shit in Blender and I build these arguments and stuff. I think that he's just real interested in this stuff and kind of has the tools to do it, and probably learned a bunch of shit while doing it,
Right. Yeah. Soundly, another guy, right, that really spent a lot of time, videos and drones and calculations and simulators, all to fight this community. That he's really just being so giving of his time to try to help people that are a little bit confused on this. It's relatively complicated at the level we're discussing it. It's not a thing that most people would not be able to rattle off, the things that 90% on both sides of the aisle here could rattle off. It's actually an education for everybody. The problem is, with the education, the other side of the aisle, from our perspective, is drawing still, with all the information, all the knowledge that they've acquired, they're running to the wrong answer. They're going to the wrong side of the answer, which is really kind of interesting. That you be so informed and still produce an incorrect result.
You know what I asked?
You're on that side too.
No, we're not. I'm part of the 99.9999% of the scientists and technologists in the planet that understands why the Earth is round. And there's nothing that is disputed, or nothing. Every single example I've given, for example, you've never been able to show an alternative result. Like you can't show the Focal pendulum not working. You can't see horizon not dropping from an airplane. You cannot see. All you can do is give excuses and reasons why it doesn't happen. And that's kind of interesting, because when you give me a situation like the black swan, say, hey, see, this happens. And then I can say, oh, the next day it doesn't happen. That doesn't happen with the evidence we bring to the table. Never.
Well, you're part of the 0.000001 who believes something so strongly yet fights for it every single day.
Who was that?
Explain that on a glob.
Wait, what group am I part of? 0.0001% that explains what every day? What's that mean?
You are in these quote unquote debates and discussions, despite being so confident.
Oh, because I'm just a big fan of education and spreading, like Jenny Appleseed. Why did he run around planting apple trees? He just wanted to do. He's doing good, and it's also good for me. I mean, I'm getting a lot out of it. I probably learn more from them than they have from me. Actually, I'd say that's absolutely true. Now, without even question, I have learned way more than the people that I've
panicking. He's here trying to defend what he can't prove.
Okay, Jen, I've also learned about people that are so rude they cannot bite their tongue and wait till the time to speak.
I'm not bite my tongue,
Speak.
mate. You're
Jen's time to speak is when someone's talking. He waits until someone's talking, then he just laughs, and then he doesn't stop. He's not stopping now. Listen to him. He's still going. And if as long as I'm talking, he'll continue to talk. Look at, see here, he's going. No matter what I'm saying, he'll continue to talk. On and on and on and on. He'll never stop. He'll never slow down. He's still going. He's still talking as I'm talking. Isn't it amazing? What an interesting human being. Psychology would have a great time with what goes on in his brain, thinking why he thinks he needs to talk when someone else is talking.
Today's my birthday, guys. Today's my birthday. I just want to.
Hey, happy birthday, Kosho. You get to listen to yelling.
I just want to say, guys, just don't interrupt.
Happy birthday. Many happy returns of the day, and now we've got Zanuck quiet. The reason why he's in here is he's panicking all the time because the truth is getting out. and he has to come here and stop the truth from prevailing.
What truth is that,
his
Jim?
whole aim in life. Okay.
What truth is that?
What truth is that? That the globe doesn't exist and the earth is a flat plane.
Oh, okay. So when I provide my evidence,
doubt.
can you find? All I'm asking is a simple request, Jen. All you have to do is find one exception to all my observations. They're all very simple. Show me yours.
You have no observation of Earth.
Yes, I do. Listen, everyone knows the God, Jen. You're obnoxious. You're fucking obnoxious.
You're obnoxious. Look, why don't you look down at your feet, take your footwear off, shove it in your mouth, lick the soles. That'll keep you quiet whilst real people talk, yeah? Silly ass. Exactly.
Wow.
Feel better, Jen?
No measurable curvature
Feel better about yourself?
of any degree can be found. No detection of Earth's rotation at all can be found. And we're not in the vacuum of space without a container to contain.
Wow, Jen, those are pretty dramatic
those
and
are the
wild
fundamentals
assertions.
that
So,
you can never disprove.
Jen,
not to mention.
Jen,
I thought I told you to put your shoe in your mouth and lick your soul to keep you quiet.
Well, you're done. I want to ask you a question.
We haven't been to the moon or Mars.
Okay,
or anywhere out there.
is there an end here soon, or are
man-made
you going to keep on talking? Okay, Jen. So you say all my assumptions and declarations are baseless. So all I want you to do, it's really simple. Tell me how we have 0.05 psi at 120,000 feet. Tell me why I see the Foucault pendulum determine what our latitude is on a spinning ball. And also tell me why the horizon drops at altitude. Now that's wait. I'm not quite done yet. When I'm done talking, Jen, I will stop. It's like literally like 15 seconds. You can't bite your tongue. Just hold on for a second. I'm not going to insult you, tell you to stick your foot up your ass or whatever you're going to do. Just stop. Okay, good. Thank you. So just take one of those 5 examples that is our evidence, very simple evidence, and find an exception for them, a picture or a description or even your own ideas, and you won't be able to. All you'll say is that we're stupid, the earth there's no evidence, yet we show you the evidence, and the earth is flat. That's what you say. It's like lunacy.
Right, have you finished? Put your shoe.
And I'm not here. I'm not here for you, Jim. You and George are some of the reasons I don't want to be here. So just so you know, you're obnoxious.
Have you finished? Put your shoe in your mouth. Start licking the sole. See what sensations you get whilst I'm talking.
Yeah, you're a grown adult and you're talking like a 4-year-old.
As I have said, I put you licking your shoe. Right. As I was saying,
you said that several times.
You have not presented any evidence.
I have.
I can destroy you.
Even your flat Earth friends would say,
licking
I did.
Shut up. Put your foot in it. I'm talking now. And now the Earth is supposed to be a ball, 24,901 miles in circumference. Yet we do not have the 24-hour sun visible above the horizon at Antarctica. No video exists.
Except when it is.
One video exists. Only one fake video exists.
Should I post 2 of them? I have 2 of them that are different.
We did this the other day.
Videos that we've seen before.
Productive.
2 fake videos that we've seen before.
Okay, I'll do another one. Maybe you haven't seen this.
7 years. No one's presented any. And there should be, there should be 10s of 20s of them. We don't have one. We don't even have one.
We have one. I'll post one right now.
Showing 24 hours of the sun above the horizon, uninterrupted.
Yes. Uninterrupted. Yes, I will show that in a second.
We don't have it. Every video that's been presented so far is fake. I've done my research.
You show me why this is fake.
Found any. Yeah. Everyone you presented to this server has been faked and it's been debunked. Every single one you posted. So if you're going to post another 2, don't waste my time. No, don't waste your time, should I say. Right? That's the situation so far. Not one video exists of the Earth in South Pole, supposed South Pole, with a 24-hour sun uninterrupted, does not exist. North Pole, we have it in ample supply. We don't have one. And that speaks volumes, but carry on.
Yeah, Left Lane just posted one that's uninterrupted.
It's a fake video.
How is it fake? What do they do? We think they superimpose the sun in there? The shadows are all drawn in? Jen, you're like this lunacy. You're a lunatic.
There's a CGI sun, and there's clips, and when you look at it through, it's looped.
Calm
Clouds are the same in places, as the man said. And when you look at the one that one from Antarctica, from one of the bases, they have a stick in the middle, right? Stick in the ice. And when you look at the shadow going around, it goes as far as like 18 hours and then goes back to zero again. So you don't get the full 24 hour. You just don't get it. And that's just looking at the stick. We don't even see the sun. And I want to see the sun. What I'm asking for is an uninterrupted...
What is it like to be you, Jed? What is it like to be you in your world?
Put a shoe in there, son. Put a shoe in there. Lick the sole of your shoe whilst I'm talking. When I finish, I'll let you know, yeah? So keep...
You don't stop talking. It doesn't work.
Since I haven't
It doesn't work, Jed.
So when you actually can provide me with a video of the sun in its entirety, uninterrupted above the horizon for 24 hours, 3 months in that
Jen, you're such a nightmare. You're such a nightmare, Jen. You are a nightmare. You are an absolute, literal nightmare.
You better believe
You're a daymare.
I'm a daymare and a nightmare for you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
so here I got another picture. So let me put my picture in
Both
there.
making the same jokes though at the same time. That was pretty good.
You better know. So
I mean, I'm not sure the joke was very good, but it was pretty good that you're both making the same one at the same time.
You know, I roll with it, man. That's how I roll. Steamroller. Now.
Yes. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah,
but
you better be the rhino. Come straight through. Bull in the China shop. Don't put me in there. I'll destroy it like I'm destroying your globe right now. Anyway, where is this evidence? No measurable curvature. And we bring the latest technology to bear, and curvature cannot be found. The latest technology. Cutting edge. Yeah, there you go. Keep quiet. Yeah. Radar, laser, radio signals, GPS. What else was there?
Look at the video, Jen. Jen, look at the video. Another video.
I'm not going to waste my time with your shitty videos. I already know.
It's not the same. It's a different video. It's a different video.
It's a different video of the same one. I know.
No, it's a different same spot. It's at the North Pole. Why wouldn't you have it at the center?
Yes, Zanik. I'm not wasting my time. Once
look at it. Tell me what's different.
Shy, mate.
Tell me where it's CGI. Tell me where it's CGI. Go ahead. Tell me where it's CGI, Jen.
Yeah, I'm not going to waste a single
second. It's high speed. It's time-lapse photography.
My time.
Go ahead. Show us. Show us.
I will not be. You had your chances.
So there's no video that exists. There's no video. God, Jen, you're so fucking obnoxious. I can't believe
you had your chances to present, and you failed miserably because the Earth is indeed not a globe. That's why you failed, and now you're panicking. Like I said, that's why you're here, panicking because the truth is out.
Jen, you're a complete and utter moron. There's no one dumber than you on the planet.
Jen is your Mike Tyson. Every punch is devastating. So what I say is devastating. You cannot stop it, right? You put your arm there, that arm breaks. You put your other arm,
devastating,
I break that, and then you offer me your head, and I headbutt you and crack you down. So no, you're losing every time.
Come on, Jim.
And then I sweep your legs.
Come on, Jim.
I sweep your legs, and as you go down, I boot you in the head on your way down. And then you're
Can you ever show hands? Who's interested in Jim's mouth? Who thinks this is interesting to listen to Jim's mouth?
That is truth coming at you.
Raise a show of hands. Who thinks Jen is interesting to listen to?
I do think you're contributing to it a bit, Zanik.
Yes, Zanik.
I'm trying to make awareness of this nonsense. It's not worth talking to Jen.
We're well aware of it.
Put your shoe in there, Zanik. Exactly. That's it. Good. Now,
you're just let out of
let the flat earthers talk. Earth awakening here. Like I said, right? There's no video, no measurable curvature. Everywhere we look,
keep on saying that.
Everywhere we look for this curve, we do not find it. We cannot measure it. It is not detectable. And we can thank what's his name? Samuel Rosebotham, who did that Bedford level experiment test where he put a red flag on a boat. The boat traveled out 10 kilometers, 6 miles, and he could still see it along that canal. And there should have been 16 feet of curvature that wasn't there. And that was a man of impeccable integrity to show us this, to bring that to our attention. Samuel Rosebotham, a man of impeccable integrity, back then, back in the 1800s. What a man he was. What a man he is. His legacy lives on.
Jen,
Yes.
crawl back in that hole you crawled out of, please.
Yes, Jin CBR1, decimating you people, completely destroying your ball. Love it. Wrecking Ball Jin.
Is that what you think,
Wrecking Ball Jin, destroying the
Jen? Really?
heliocentric
Is that what
model,
you think, Jen? Is that what
smashing
you
it
believe?
into
Seriously?
smithereens.
Is that what you think,
24/7,
Jen?
365 days until the day you die. Yeah, you better believe it.
Okay.
Yeah. No evidence. You have nothing.
Are you in a padded cell right now?
Why would you ask such a question?
Because it sounds like you're in a padded cell.
I don't know
You
where
got a
you
hold
get
of someone's
the idea
phone.
from that from.
You smuggle it
Been
in
out
from
for an early
lunchtime,
morning run.
cafeteria,
I've been out
and now
for
you're
an
back in
early
your padded
morning run.
cell,
I'm
connecting
in good
to the
lungs are
internet,
clear.
and you
I have
talking on
nothing in my
Discord.
sinuses.
Complete lunatic.
I am exploding with energy, right? Like a supernova, yeah, exploding.
That's why you're in
And
a padded cell.
destroying
That's why
your
I said.
globe model from every angle possible. This is not a mirage. It's Jin CBR1, not a mirage. All right? Thank you. Huh. We see too far. We see far too far that a globe Earth with curvature would allow. That's what's happening here.
Nah, quite the opposite. Remember, I showed you from 30,000 feet. You see
showed me
200
nothing,
miles.
pal.
God damn
You
it,
showed
Jen!
me
I was
shit.
talking. Shut up. We see too far. That works against you because when we're at 30,000 feet, we shouldn't see 200 miles. We should only see 100 miles at 3-degree drop. So you're wrong.
We have Neil deGrasse Tyson. He
You
says,
just ignore what I said.
He said,
Okay.
we have Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? He says, Felix Baumgartner, when he did that jump, he was nowhere in space. No, he's not. He said he's only 2 millimeters off this ball. That stuff is flat.
I know, man.
No one is seeing curvature from 120,000 feet, 20 miles, 20 miles up. No one's seeing curvature at all. No one. So
Hey,
there
Jen.
you have it. From that height, you don't.
Hey, Jen.
What's up?
Take a look at that gift that I posted. That last gift that I posted. I mean, what you think about that?
What gift did you post? Let's have a look now. Wasting my time again. Let's have a look. You know, gifts do not reality make. Yeah. By the way, so you need to really, you really need to be. You really need to be showing me this.
Be sure it doesn't show.
I haven't seen it yet. I'm still looking.
Jim, stop talking and watch the video.
Video.
What, dude? What is your malfunction? Seriously, what's wrong with you?
Yeah. What's up?
You
what
dropped it in your head or something?
Oh, the thing is, I'm watching it. That's a video of the North 24-hour sun, and then there's a GIF right above it of the Antarctic 24-hour sun, and I'm trying to determine how can I decide if one's fake and one's not.
Well, I know for sure that the one at Antarctica is fake because you can't even see the bloody thing. Look at it. So the one in Antarctica is fake already instantly. And I've seen this bloody video. This will be the very last time that if you present anything, I will not be interested. This is the very last time. So when I mention Antarctica and you try and say you got videos, you best just keep your mouth shut. Don't offer me anything. I am not interested. I'm stamping that official on today. All right, today, this day, what is it? We're in May, what's it, May 11th? May 11th, May 12th, May 11th? Stamping that official. I no longer look at your material when it comes to this Antarctica shit. Because again, I've seen these statistics before. I've seen
the one that I posted
May 11th. May 11th is the last time that I look at any of your stuff when it comes to Antarctica with videos of the sun because you haven't got it and you wasted my time now. You've wasted my time. Okay? There you go. Don't bother posting for me. I'm no longer interested.
Why is Jin not muted? Why is Jin not muted? I'm just curious.
Why would you need to mute me, you scumbag? Why would you need to mute me?
You won't be quiet. I'm trying to talk to you and you won't be quiet. I'm just saying the one that I posted is of the North Pole, the North 24-hour sun there on the bottom.
Okay, the North 24-hour sun, I recognize that. That's lovely.
That is good. It's fake. It's wrong. It's incorrect. Oh, hang on, wait a minute.
The one with Antarctica, the one that was posted with Antarctica, I've seen it before. So there's nothing new there. Nothing new. Waste of my time. Saw that 7 years ago. They're showing me images from 7 years ago. So not only did they not bring me something different, like
well, I don't know how to get 7 years from 2017. 2017 till now is not 7 years. It's more like 5.
I've been in this game since 2015. So shut your mouth.
Jen, you're obnoxious. Completely and utterly obnoxious. The picture I have shows the date 2017. You haven't seen this if you haven't looked at this video for 7 years because it's only 5 years old.
That's bullshit.
Everything's bullshit to you, Jen. You're in a padded cell.
Yeah,
if I was in a padded cell, everything would be bullshit as well.
Fine. If that's 2017, fine. It's a copy from the 2016, 2015. That's what
not,
it is.
Though. But it's not.
It is, though.
Look at the snow. The tracks are different. The tracks are different. The weather is different. Everything's different. Is there a U-turn over by the satellite dish? And why is the satellite pointing straight up?
Well, I couldn't give a shit about that, mate. Why is it pointing straight up and it's at the bottom of the ball underneath the world? Right, yeah, there you go.
Could we get on a topic
when it's supposed to be upside down?
No, because Jen's talking. You can't talk about anything when Jen's here.
Of course not. It's you, Zanik, that always interrupts. That's the problem.
I've been quiet. And I'm just jumping in midstream on your side here, bud.
Nothing but
you keep on going.
Like
I'm not trying. I'm just saying you're in a padded cell. You're in a padded cell. That's all I said.
Show me from your private collection where you've seen the Earth and its curvature from your private collection of photographs from your travels with your family, your friends. Let's have a look. You don't even have one.
All right. Why would you say that? Of course I'll.
With the Earth's curvature in the background and it's curving beautifully, the horizon is right there.
Yes, perfect curvature. Perfect. Yes, everything. All you want is in this picture. In fact, it's very interesting because it not only shows the curvature, it shows miraging behind it. So it kills two birds with one stone. It's very interesting. I'll show you. And it's a simple picture I took of the car with a cellular phone and a telescope. And it's good enough to see the characteristics of the curvature of the Earth and the effects of miraging. It's very interesting, Jen. You should look. And you said I didn't have one. Yet I do have one. So there you're wrong again. Hold on.
Is that from your private collection?
From my private collection. Yes, my personal picture. I took it. Yes.
Family in the shot, yeah? With your family in the shot, yeah?
No family in shot. I was on the water in San Mateo by Highway 84 looking.
Requirement, Jen.
I'm specific with my requirements.
You want to see my naked wife in it? Is that what you want? Come on, Jen.
No, I don't want to see that.
Everyone, you want to see my kids naked or something in the bathtub?
I'd like to see these.
How about I show you my baby son's wiener when he was just born? What's wrong with you? You're just retarded.
No, you're retarded. Where's your picture that you posted, Eli?
Oh God, guys, come on, you can do better.
I'll put it in a second.
He didn't even posted it, has he? Look. See what I mean? Talks a lot of crap, then posted niche. I've got.
Mate, you do yourself have a bit of a habit of posting stuff that you haven't watched.
No, I've never done that. Sorry.
You did just the other day.
No, I didn't do that the other day. I did not do that. Don't lie now. I did not do that the other day.
It's recorded on the live stream, mate. We had a big old chat about it.
The other day.
Bandy and I keep talking about it.
What posted something that I never watched? You're out of your mind.
You did. You posted a thing saying flat Earth proven in court, and we opened it up, and it was just a video with some flat earther sitting there saying, "I thought the Earth was flat."
That's it. But you're still lying because it was clickbait on my part for you to click on. But you're lying.
You're admitting that you posted
you're lying. You're lying. It wasn't the other day. It wasn't the other day. It was a couple of months ago. I saw the video myself. That's why I offered it up. Silly.
Is the other day?
Shut up.
Is the other day not also a couple of months ago? What's the difference?
You said the other day.
The other day just means a day other than this one to me.
Okay, once it's gone past a month, you can't say the other day. You got to say a couple of months ago. Okay?
A couple of months ago, you're a liar.
Day. You're a liar. That's the fucking first thing. Because I did not post. I don't post anything that I don't watch. That's the first thing you know. I have more integrity than you have in one little atom that makes up your silly little body. Okay, so
So
don't
that
even go down.
clickbait,
Don't even go down that road. You
so
can't
can you
go down
clarify
that
for me
road.
with the
Okay,
clickbait?
shut up.
Did you
You know, what I mean,
watch
we
it
offer you a
fully,
video to watch.
realize it didn't
Watch the
conform
next
with what you
level. Another
said?
recommendation. Watch the next level. It's come out. It's out now.
Not gonna let
Watch
other
that and
people
learn.
speak, huh?
Next level. Watch the next level. It's another video for you to watch.
Have
Next
you watched
level.
it though? Is it
You might
clickbait
pick up
again?
on some. You might pick up on some integrity there, because everybody who's speaking's got integrity, and they're telling you that the Earth isn't a globe.
There's my picture, Jen. I hate to interrupt your intellectual conversation, you moron. There's my pictures. All right.
God.
So now you can't say I never posted my own personal picture again. San Mateo looking to San Francisco.
What is this nonsense you're posting, Zanik? What is this nonsense you're posting? What is this nonsense you post, Zanik?
Looks like a sailboat.
I don't see any curvature here at all. You see? You post crap. See? Nothing at all. At all. Nothing. Waste of time. Look at this man. You're a liar. It's not even easy. He never even took the shots. It's crap. No curvature there. I look at the pictures. I don't say, oh, the Earth is curved. You know, I posted some pictures today at the Gem Panda server. The horizon is, the integrity of the shot just blinded them. Blinded them. No curvature to be seen at all. Beautiful shot. Full of integrity.
If you're trying to imply, Zanik, that just because the horizon is below the level line of the camera, that somehow the Earth is a sphere because the horizon drops below level, that doesn't necessarily follow. I can look over a flat table that is obviously flat, but it appears to be below the level of the eyes because you've reached the edge of the table. So this notion that on a flat surface everything would rise perfectly to the level of the eyes is a little absurd. I can look over a flat table and invalidate that immediately and still show that the table is more or less flat.
Yes.
That's an interesting
Good
point.
day to you,
That's
Lemon.
worth
Good
having
day
a
to you, Lemon.
discussion,
Good day.
if we can, about that. You're saying, because I would agree with that. Once you would see the edge of the table, the other end of the table, that would be, to the observer there, curvature. Like that would be the horizon. Is that what you're suggesting the horizon is when we say the end of the Earth?
The end of the Earth, or we need to look into this assumption that even over a flat surface, the horizon rises perfectly to the level of the eyes. It may just be an asymptotic rise. So we may just have some bad assumptions and need another interpretation.
Yeah. Misunderstanding there. Or misrepresentation.
Could be.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think that the horizon rises to the level of the eyes on a flat surface, and or do you think that it's more of an asymptotic rise, where it rises, yes, but rises less and less and less and less as you go out?
It should rise at a trigonometric rate. If light's going straight, it should be
and it does
at a trigonometric rate.
And that's what
I don't know if it would be trigonometric, though, because I can hide a car with a penny in a way that doesn't appear to be trigonometric. There's huge amounts of information that are crammed into the same visual space that appear to defy trigonometric ratios.
Well, to me, it would 100% would be trigonometric. I mean, if you just look for formulas that you can use for perspective and size, it's just a right angle triangle.
Because
and it's just trig.
You're looking at the penny, it's like you go twice the distance from the penny, it's like 4 times the visual information. It's crammed into the same visual space. You go even further, 8 times the amount of length and height is crammed into the same visual space of the penny, all the way to the point where it could block out a whole city line. You know, what's trigonometric about that? That's like logarithmic or just huge in scale versus the size of the penny anyway. So there's so much complexity with this stuff. I don't know if it breaks down to simple trigonometric analysis per se.
I mean, if you Google visual perspective formula, it just gives you right angle triangles.
Because they're thinking of the globe, you see.
Do you think that that's justified, though? I mean, do you think that that's justified, though?
Justified.
I mean,
tell me more about with that question. That's an interesting question.
Well, you're looking at these triangles, but does light spread out in a perfect triangle? Light rays spread all over the place. And the spread isn't necessarily in the form of a triangle, so this abstraction may be a little off. Also, keep in mind that we're close to the surface. So we don't have symmetrical halves of vision versus when you're talking about the distance represented in the same angle or the height represented in the same angle. 3 degrees above the level of the eyes could encapsulate 6 miles of visual information as you go further and further out, while the bottom 3 degrees from the level of the eyes down to the ground could bottom out easily at 6 feet, depending on your height above the surface. So that lack of symmetry appears to make these, ratios that we're talking about a little unjustified.
Well, I mean, you probably need to let people know about that, because my understanding is just basic right angle triangles is how they've worked out perspective for a very long time, and it's used to determine the heights of things and all manner of stuff. So if it's not simple trigonometry, then we've got bigger problems than just the shape of the Earth. It throws out a lot of stuff, right?
Well, we might need to modify a few things. I mean, keep in mind that we're close to the surface. And so our visual scene is going to try to expand out in all directions, but there's a ground in the way, keeping at least the bottom half of our visual field from expanding the same way the top would. And so that's obviously going to throw off the ratios, because the horizon's going to form in the foreground with all of this visual compression, and anything that's way too tall is just going to be crammed into the background behind the horizon that forms in the foreground over the flat surface, making things appear to disappear bottom up.
Where's the visual compression happening? Is that on the base? Where our feet is looking outwards. Is that where the compression is happening?
Yeah, it's basically there toward the level of the eyes.
To me, it's happens immediately from the eye, top to bottom, evenly. If you're discounting refraction, it's like, the perspective happens. If somebody will shrink by a bit as they walk away from you, as they walk further, they will shrink by a bit more, and that will be evenly from top to bottom in a trigonometric function.
That's correct.
Yeah,
that's I experienced that. I was talking more of like the furthest distance away.
Well, I think you are partially correct, but the thing is, there's a lot of visual information height-wise and lengthwise that's crammed into the top part of vision. You could have a 6-mile-high wall, and you could be a foot away from a 6-mile-high wall. You'd hardly be able to get all 6 miles of that tall structure into your visual field, not that close. You get maybe a foot of information above the level of the eye and a foot below. As you back away, this changes. You get something more like 6 feet below the level of the eyes, and maybe, 6-8 feet to the top. And as you back away, you're going to have the bottom part bottom out at 6 feet, since you're only 6 feet tall roughly, and it'll approach a line. It'll approach a horizon line, while the rest of that object is just going to have to cram into the background because you're too close to the ground. And so this idea that everything would happen evenly is a little off. You're going to get a horizon in the foreground for the little bit that you can process at your low height symmetrically, I guess, or roughly, whatever. And the rest of that tall object is probably going to set in the background because you're too low to the ground, and you can't process it symmetrically height-wise in both directions, up and down from the level of the eyes. The conditions just aren't there.
So when we're at Lake, hang on a minute, when we're at Lake Michigan and we're looking at the Chicago skyline, what's happening there? And that's at like 56 miles away. What's happening there, Lemon?
We could explore that, but I think somebody else was trying to ask something. What were you saying?
No, go ahead.
The difference for me is if one group of people can describe something using a formula, I can then test it. If somebody describes something using rhetoric, I'm not able to. That gives me more confidence in the people who can describe.
Yeah, but then that formula must then
even if
relate to the reality that you see. It's got to match what you actually physically see in reality. It's okay to have it on paper.
Nobody's suggesting that's not the case.
Canadian maths, whatever, and do that. But once you've done that, right, I will not have confidence with the numbers until I've actually verified those numbers actually match what I actually do see.
Why are you jumping
and if they
into
don't,
disagree?
then the numbers go in the bin, don't they?
Why are you jumping into disagree, mate? That's exactly pretty much what I just said. The difference is when I describe a perspective formula, that is something you can test and see. When Lemon says something that is admittedly very flowery and poetic, but just at the end of the day rhetoric, I'm not able to test that because I've got no numbers to punch in.
If I've got a bloke he's saying. He's not saying rhetoric.
Miles away, I don't know what numbers to punch in to test what Lemon's saying.
No, Lemon was giving you an example of what's going on. I mean, again, it would depend on where you are.
You just
And
don't listen at all, huh?
he gave you a good explanation as to perspective from his position.
Your
Now, he's
eggshells,
not
you're just
against the
figuring that out
maths
now?
of it anyway. He's speaking for himself.
Are you just figuring that out now that he's not listening?
No,
Is that
I just
just
put it
a
out to him.
revelation? Okay.
Hold on, Jen was speaking. Jen, what were you saying?
No, carry on. I was just saying that you gave a perfect explanation as to what would happen to your eyesight with compression from a distance, close up or moving away. And if there's any maths to be involved, that's fine. It's not going against the maths, but the maths must relate to what we see.
Right.
And you
What if
and
the math seems to
riding
show
on
that
eggshells agreed. Fine. Good.
What if the math seems to show that things shrink in a trigonometric relationship, as if it's a right-angled triangle?
Well, I could get your math principles if you were at the center of the object. Trigonometrically, you'd expect it to vanish evenly top to bottom if you have half of the object above the level of the eyes and half of it below the level of the eyes. If you have a 6-mile high wall, you quite literally would need to raise up in the air 3 miles to get 3 miles of the object above and below the level of the eyes. If you're close to the ground, those conditions aren't there. So your idealized trig at that point is a little unjustified.
Yeah. There'll be discrepancy there and a room for argument.
So,
yeah.
Hang on. Can you say again what's wrong with this?
The trig is based on being at the midpoint of the object, with half of the object above the level of the eyes and half of it below the level of the eyes.
Equal
Is
quantities.
that the case? You're looking at a 6-mile high wall and you're 6 feet off the ground? Obviously not. At best, you have 6 feet above and below the level of the eyes of symmetry, and the rest of the object that needs to cram into the horizon behind the horizon that forms in the foreground. So the conditions for symmetry aren't there. They're just not. And because of that asymmetry,
what determines whether there's conditions for symmetry?
Your height above the limiting surface, the ground in this case. Your eye level. Your eye level's too low to the ground and you're getting a lot of visual compression. A horizon is tending to form in the foreground and the rest of the object has to set in the background because you're too low to the ground.
Right. Is there a certain height at which that happens?
Like I said before, it tends to happen because you're below the midpoint of the object.
No. I'm asking a specific question.
For that 6-mile high object, you're way below the 3-mile midpoint line for that object, and it's going to tend to set bottom first because you're way below the midline.
So you're not able to give me a specific number at which that happens. So it happens trigonometrically to a certain point, and then after that, what happens?
Half of the objects, you're below the midpoint for half of the object, and it's tending to set bottom first. That's the general principle.
Is there a point? Is it 50 meters? Is it 5 meters? Is it 5,000 meters? At what point does that happen?
That would vary depending on the angular resolution of the light. That varies from person to person, but roughly it's the tangent of 0.02 degrees, roughly. But these are general principles, and this math is not necessarily prescriptive. It's just a general guide. That's it.
Tangent point to what?
The angular resolution of the eye is roughly 0.02 degrees. So it would happen around 0.02 degrees for whatever height you're above the surface, roughly.
So
One would
if
expect
if the object is significantly bigger than 0.02 degrees, what does that do for this as a model then?
0.02 degrees is just an angle. You can pack any amount of distance into that angle. You could pack 6 feet, 6 miles, whatever. It just depends on how high.
The point I'm saying is, if this is happening and it is outside, it is bigger than, the effect is larger than 0.02 degrees, then doesn't that mean that your maths for doing this is wrong? Because you're saying this happens at 0.02 degrees at the angular resolution limit of the eye, and I'm saying no, I can see a building.
Listen, there's a
So yeah, you could say you guys watch at 0.02 degrees.
Misconception. There's a misconception here. You have an angular limit, but you also have what you have is an apparent rising to a convergence, and how you can
only if it's below level.
Let me finish. How you can simulate this?
You're done already before you started.
Shut up, dude.
No, let him finish.
How you can stimulate the understanding of this convergence and how you have this angular resolution plus you have a slope factor. The angular resolution is based. Yeah, the eye slope. So if you
Yes, the slope factor is how steep the surface that you're over the ground appears to slope toward the level of the eyes. You're going to get a much more marked slope the higher off the surface you are, and a much gentler, less steep slope if you're close to the surface.
So not only do you have angular resolution, you have an apparent slope that's also, it appears to curve at the rate of intensity of light. In other words, 1 over the mile distance squared is an intensity factor for light. So it could be applied the same principle as the 0.666 feet multiplied by whatever distance squared you have. So why the 0.66 feet? It appears that that there's this slope factor that you can deduce.
That's 8 inches. 8 over 12 inches for a foot, or 8 inches per foot is 0.666. Or 8 inches per mile squared, roughly.
So if the curve calculator doesn't have trigonometry in it, and you claim that trigonometry is based on vision, but the
angular
curvature
size is based on trigonometry, not the other way around.
Yeah, but you're saying that's what you're claiming perspective is, right? But it doesn't account for that rate of slope. And any of
that's
these
why we don't see the things we would normally see with trigonometry.
Let me finish.
You're done.
So any of these visual things that we see that we can calculate apparent sizes, sure, that's fine, but it doesn't calculate. And you're looking at the rate of rising of the ground. That's not calculated in that trigonometric function. The angular resolution is
trigonometry implies a constant, and we can tell by the way that the ground slopes differently that this constant isn't there. You get a much gentler slope, or much more gentle slope when you're close to the ground, and a much more steep slope as you raise up off the ground, which appears to fly in the face of this trigonometric constant that we would like to invoke.
Exactly. So if you're going to calculate at a 6-foot observer, there's a distance or horizon at 15,000 feet with a 0.2 angular resolution. You can
Trigonometry is what drives perspective. If something is going further away, an object.
Listen, for a 6-foot observer.
Can I finish? I will let you speak. My turn now.
For a 6-foot observer.
My turn now. My turn now.
Zanuck, you're rude.
You don't want to share. You can't share. You got to keep on talking.
No. What it is here's the fact, is if you take a 6-foot person with a distance of 15,800 feet, you get an angle of 0.02 degrees. Okay? Now that is not angular resolution. That's just a trigonometric function based on the height of the observer and the distance to the apparent horizon. So if you have a conflation that you're using that trigonometric function to deduce a model of a sphere, you can do so on those numbers. And apparently, ironically, that's the same numbers that's in your orthographic sphere model, but it doesn't take in perspective. So you tell me, where is the actual perspective of slope calculation that separates from angular resolution?
Now let him answer.
I'll tell you if you shut up. Thank you. So what you got to do, flat Earth data, is you look at something that is 3 miles away near a 6-foot observer, and then you measure the angle of position in your field of view, and where that is will incorporate the trigonometric slope, as you said, as well as curvature, because it should be 0.02 degrees, yet we measure it to be 0.04 degrees. Isn't that interesting?
Again, Zanuck, what's interesting is that you can just get an arbitrary position of 3 miles because the horizon, again, is not at 3 miles. This has already been debunked many times again.
By who? By who?
So listen, your model required...
Wait, you made a claim. Back it up.
Your model claims that there are parameters and boundaries. Even if you add in refraction, there's a limit to our vision due to physical hump, curve, sagitta, whatever you want to call, obscures our view, and everything past it drops, disappears down into it. That is your model in a nutshell. That is not what's observed in reality, period. Zero.
Show me the example. Then, you owe us. You made the claim. Back it up. Give me a claim. Anyone. Anything.
We don't.
Dude, you made a claim. Just back it up.
Look,
why can't you back it up? Just say
it. Can you not put your shit in your mouth?
Let's not hijack the conversation. Let's not
just back up what you're saying. You're just talking over everybody.
Keep over talking you until you back up your claim. That hijacks the conversation. Don't do that. Just say when you get a claim,
you gotta back it up. You just can't say it's been observed to not be true. What's your proof of
Okay,
that?
so say when you get a chance, back it up, but don't just hijack the conversation. That takes us nowhere.
You're not the policeman, Lemon.
Zanuck, you're on record already claiming that the Earth appears flat and stationary for us humans. Yes, and at the same breath, you're telling me you can calculate curvature standing on the ground.
Correct.
And then you try to interject. Then you try to interject.
No.
Then you
Don't
try
put
to
words in my mouth.
Do
not put words in my mouth.
You tell me
Do
that
not
I'm done.
put words in my mouth. I said with instruments, measuring equipment, you can then determine the shape of the Earth.
Why are you going out of your way to be a liar and to obfuscate? The reality is in basic trigonometry, for a 6-foot height person, if you claim the horizon as 13,000 or 14,800, whatever, 15,840 miles away, then you end up with 0.0. You end up with 0.02 degrees, right?
Yeah, we measure 0.04.
But this has nothing to do with angular resolution now, does it?
It does. It has everything to do with angular resolution and
no,
curvature.
It doesn't. It's a
well,
right angle triangle.
You have no evidence, no information, nothing to show us that what you're assuming is true or correct.
Zanuck, it's a right angle triangle with a 90 degree to the horizon with the apparent slope from the
it's not 90 degrees to the horizon.
The apparent slope moving up to the feet. Zanuck, the ground isn't rising
up. It would be if it's 0.02, but we measure 0.04. What part of that aren't you understanding? Why can't you just understand you are wrong? If we have a horizon that is 0.04 degrees below eye level, that means we are on a sphere, because if it was flat, that angle triangle. Hold on, I'm almost done. If it is flat, we would see a 0.02 degree, as you mentioned, but we measure 0.046. You're wrong. Now if you say you've measured anything else, please show your source. Please give us a picture or even describe it. But right now, just talking over is not going to be the answer. You made a claim. You said it's proved otherwise. Show me the proof.
To do.
Talk about it then. Don't just tell me what you have.
Draw a right angle triangle.
I already have done this for you many times.
Is looking out into the horizon. So your basic hypotenuse is going to be going from your feet rising up to the horizon. And then you're going to do a calculation where that 6-foot observer is staring off into your 15,840 feet. This has nothing to do with the physical nature of a ball. This is just basic trig.
The more you talk, the dumber you sound. Seriously, you got to start thinking about what you're saying.
So that's not an argument.
No, you can't even find the hypotenuse correctly. You can't even find the hypotenuse correctly. What's a hypotenuse?
Okay, so are you telling me that?
What's a hypotenuse? What is a hypotenuse? What is a hypotenuse?
Oh my God, dude! Are you telling me that you're such a fucking loser and a liar, buddy? Why are you taking the conversation sideways, dude? Full retard.
Mute that guy.
Again, hold on just a second. Hold on. The thing is, we're not making reversible observations, because numbers, trig, all that implies some sort of reversible equality to the observations. But the thing is, if you are on the ground looking at the top of the building and trying to make a reversible observation from, say, the top of the building back down to the observer, you're going to have two completely different visual fields. That's going to give you two completely different triangles. So this is not reversible math. And so at that point, we already have a problem, gentlemen, because math tends to be somewhat reversible, and we have this lack of reversibility. We have a compression of the visual field for the short observer who is close to the ground, which is making them lose distance and height in their idealized triangle, with some of the height and distance to the object having already been lost, throwing off the math and making their trig very faulty. From, say, the top of the building down to the floor, they have a much wider visual field and much better quote-unquote math and trig, because they have an amplified visual field relative to the compressed visual field of the short little ant observer who's close to the ground.
So can I summarize what I think it is that I'm hearing, so you can tell me where I'm going wrong? It sounds like essentially, due to the angular resolution of the eye and things like that, it can appear that objects are obscured behind something else, even if they're not. And it happens in a way that is mysterious and difficult.
It's this easy to explain. No, let me explain it to you for finally. Okay.
Some sort of formula.
No, dude. Listen, any object in the foreground, right, that is going to be at your maximum angular resolution, what does it do optically?
What is Mac? Hang on.
I'm gonna get you to follow this.
Maximum
I'm gonna get you to follow
angular
this in succession to you get to the point of light and how it works in your eye. So none of the objects are actually changing size at all. Agreed? They remain constant in the size they are in the environment. It's just the distance between our eye and the object that we observe. Correct?
Yeah,
That
I've got
has
that
this
so far.
optical.
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
So if you have objects that are 2, 5, 6 foot in front of you that end up to be at a position away from you, where do they end up to go? They on the plane surface that you're on. That's an arbitrary question, or it's a redundant question because we know that it appears to go neutral to the eye level if we have an unobstructed topography. If it's completely horizontal all around, any object below or in and around our neutral point will appear to just converge into the neutral point, right?
No, they don't. We don't see that actually.
Okay, Xanax, stop. You are lying out of your ass, and I don't know why you continue to pull this shit.
No, he don't have to stop. He can answer the question.
Yeah, but
Well,
he's
the thing
lying.
is,
So
we don't
so
have
anyway,
any.
if I get to my point, so anyway, that's an optical thing based on light and the size of the object reflecting
No,
light
it's not right.
to the eye.
Because we
Stop.
see
So imagine
0.02.
if you were looking through a coin. Imagine if you're looking
see
through a coin and that
0.02
coin
more
got
than we
smaller and
should.
smaller. If you got
Why
looking
do
through a
you
coin,
talk over me and I can't
Hang on,
talk over
Janet,
you
let him
then?
finish.
because I'm
Let
not
him
finished,
finish.
dude.
I wasn't finished either.
Let him finish, Janet.
Zanik, go ahead. Flat Earth Data tends not to give up the mic. It's a thing about him. Just go
Thank
ahead.
you. Yeah, so to your point, and I drew two diagrams. What happens both from the side view and looking into the distance, if we're looking at objects that are at our level eyesight, level all the way up to the horizon, that you will measure. If it's a triangle on a flat surface, it will dip your eye to that point, not the hypotenuse being on the bottom, like you said, Flat Data. The hypotenuse is your eye down to the object. That's the hypotenuse. The 90 is at your feet. Get it straight. The measured angle, the complementary angle and the other angle, at either object or from your eye will equal the rest of the triangle's angular degrees to add up to 180. We measure 0.02 to that object you talked about. But where we see it in a reality is 0.04. So it's below where you say we see things rising to eye level. It's not to eye level or anything trigonometrically related to eye level. It's beyond eye level by 0.04. By 0.04. 0.04 is result of curvature.
Zanik, let me know when you're done having a seizure. Let me know when you're done having a seizure.
That's why we see things below
0.04.
more than we should.
Listen, Zanik.
More than we should have. And I'm not going to stop till you stop talking.
No, it's not.
More than we should.
It's going
So you
on
see
now.
0.04 degrees, not 0.02
Did you draw
degrees.
an L? Did you draw an L with an observer looking down? So you drew a triangle with a hypotenuse pointed down, right?
Yes.
And you did the same thing that I did, except for I'm accounting for the ground appearing to rise, and you're accounting for the observer looking down at the horizon.
That's perspective. It doesn't actually rise if it's flat. It stays flat. It looks like it rises in your field of view. Wait. I wasn't done yet.
I'm accounting for perspective.
I was almost done. I had one more word out, and you still jumped on me. Stop it. So yes, perspective looks like things rise in your field of view. This is true. The field of view in front of you, that field of view does show the path rising in your field of view. That's true. Side view, it's totally flat. But where we see it in your field of view should be eye level if it's flat.
Side view is not totally flat either, Zanik.
Last two words.
Also not true.
Last two words. Kosho has a picture on it anyway. So last two words.
If you have undulations on your L,
guys,
the horizon would be at eye level, and it's not. It's below eye level. Well below eye level, actually.
Zanik, I don't know if that's necessarily correct. We can look over a flat table and it is below the level of the eyes because it terminates, number one. And number two, we still need to decide if the flat surface rises perfectly to the level of the eyes and or has an asymptotic rise where it rises, yes, but rises less and less and less and less.
Dude, the horizon on a flat earth will rise to eye level. Forget it. Forget about it. You're wrong.
You can't claim curvature on the ground when there's no curvature up above. The fact is
Why
you're
not?
ignoring, you're
Why not?
ignoring,
Why
you're
not? Why
ignoring
can't we?
because in
You
your
keep on making silly
desperation,
statements. You can't back up anything.
in
Not
your
one statement
desperation,
can you
and
back
in the
up.
way that
There's no
you, in the
desperation.
way
I'm
that
just
you're
having a
being
good
so
time with you.
disingenuous,
Come on,
and
Mac.
so, and it's almost, it was, you know, I apologize for swearing at you, dude, but it's just like, I know that you just kind of act cretinish type, like a cretin somehow. And the simple fact is in my demonstration, as I said earlier, that you can draw down, it's very concise and easy to understand. The triangle that I'm representing with the hypotenuse rising up to the horizon line based on these arbitrary numbers of 6 feet and 3 miles away will give me an angular 0.02. But that's not in relation to actually anything physical that I'm seeing, because there's no physical place called a horizon. It's an apparent junction. That's why it changes position, right? But more importantly, Zanuck, to get a junction, to get any convergence point, especially when it comes to light, they have to be parallel, right? So that means the sky and the ground to the observer, like you say, is parallel and flat. You don't really see perspective in your orthographic drawing of this L, but in reality, there's an apparent junction that you can calculate the sphere from when it's not actually joining. So that means it's parallel and flat, but only converging due to optics and not physical Earth curve. That's the difference between my triangle and your ignorant your ignorant L and the lack of the junction. So spare me,
Now
dude.
you got 3 minutes. Now, can I talk for 30 seconds? Is it possible? Will you allow me to? Data, flat Earth data. Okay, so I'm going to speak. Kosho has a great graphical representation of what I'm speaking about. You were not listening to me what I said. If we look out into the horizon and we see a horizon at 3 miles, that will be 0.04 degrees below eye level. If the surface is flat and we look at that point, same spot, 3 miles away, we don't know horizon or what. We just know we're looking at something 3 miles away on over a flat surface. You would angle down. Your trigonometric value for that point in your field of view would be 0.02 degrees. Fuck, who did that? It'd be 0.02 degrees. So the difference is the 0.024 degrees more angular drop in your field of view because of curvature. We know this because if it's flat, even with perspective, it should be 0.02, as you so eloquently said, flat Earth data. And now we don't see that though. That 3 mile point is 0.04. It also happens to be the horizon. Look at picture Kosho made. I know you like pictures and cartoons because that's how you probably understand things a little better. So there it is. It incorporates perspective and the calculation I just gave you.
So Zanuck, when you're calculating for your L, and what I mean by L, if people don't understand, if you're going to have an observer stand and look out across the plane as you draw, you actually don't draw curvature, do you, Zanuck? You draw an observer looking down, or do you draw an arc in your demonstration? Because I'm not looking at any photograph, but maybe give me a quick description.
The 90 degree where you're at would be perpendicular to plumb, and that level line would have a deviation from level of 0.02 degrees.
So would you draw an arc, or would you draw an arc, or would you draw a straight line?
No arc. There's no arc. We're not looking at the hypotenuse. We're only looking. That's why we use check.
So you're just drawing an L, right? You're drawing an L, right? And then what you're doing is filling in the L with the hypotenuse.
An L has a 90 degree angle. Dude, stop talking for a second. This is not an
fill in
L.
the
L
L with the
implies a 90.
hypotenuse.
There's no 90 now, is there?
There's no 90, but you have a line of
How
sight,
is there
and
a 90 now?
you're claiming a line of sight for an observer has to look down, right? So you're making an assumption that the
straight.
observer's looking down. But Zanuck, what about the apparent junction? Where is that in your demonstration?
What about the apparent? The apparent junction is when your eye line hits the surface of the Earth.
But we never look down, Zanuck.
We do. We look down. I just got done telling you.
We never look down.
Degrees.
We always see this junction of the clouds, and we always see this junction of the clouds and sky.
What part of 0.04 degrees don't you understand?
But that's not what we see, Zanuck.
0.04 degree part?
We see a junction.
That is the junction at 0.04 degrees.
If you were to draw clouds,
oh my God.
Are you saying
this is like the
if you were to draw clouds, are you saying the clouds are moving downward into the ground too?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so they're just going down instead of the ground appearing to
slope.
slope.
I can tell you how far they would go. away from you, and what angle and position in your field of view they would be based on how far they are away. Sure.
Could
Yeah.
I ask you
Yeah.
something?
Well,
Data?
I'm not asking you that there, Zanuck, but I'm asking you basically about your triangle and the apparent junction. See, I'm claiming that the position in my
There's no
triangle, there's
no
no
triangle
actual
anymore, right?
slope, there's no actual slope. But ironically, if I take the slope factor in, I can deduce your curvature of your ball Earth from it, knowing that the ground, the apparent junction of the sky and ground, isn't creating that horizon point. That's being debunked, and how it's been debunked, Zanuck.
How? I asked you originally how.
You're ready?
Yeah.
If you have an environment where
So you're
you
not gonna give me
have
a
if you have an
description.
environment that is on a very good unobstructed land at
Spit
a
it out.
certain
Come
height
on.
at a certain height above the surface of that land, you're going to be able to see a lot farther than this triangle that you're used to. So again, if your triangle is being used to measure your ball, which it is in the Pythagorean theorem, then that means I should be able to apply this trigonometric function to the Earth that you claim is spherical. And when I do that, Zanuck, the 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height is totally destroyed. And ironically, when I go back to the base principle of the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height, it actually goes right back to optics, that particular calculation. And that's why you can use different optics to destroy that formulation. But ironically, I can debunk the Earth curvature with a triangle, just as it's made with a triangle.
I think Eggshells had a question, but gentlemen, is it justified for the Globers to imply that our line of sight is running tangent to a ball at the horizon? I mean, the ground appears to be just as linear, if not flat, yet we don't have a line going up from the land up to the horizon in a mirror image from down below upward in a similar fashion. I mean, wouldn't we have lines coming from below and above to meet at the horizon and intersect at the horizon line too? I mean, what justifies us, assuming a line of sight to the horizon, from above downward, but not
Left
from
lane.
the ground upward? It
Sorry.
doesn't make sense.
Left Lane just posted a very informative picture of what I've been describing and other people have been describing to Planet Data. And he's not taking the bait. He's not going to interact with us and talk about how the reality works. If we don't have a triangle, we don't admit a triangle. We're not admitting a triangle. We're saying we have a
Triangle
plumb
that's right
line,
there.
and we have a observation that looks down to a point at 3 miles. That happens to be the horizon. Now, if it was flat, we would have a triangle. And by the way, that baseline, your feet would not be the hypotenuse there either. The hypotenuse is you looking down to the object or the spot in your field of view. So you're wrong on that as well. You're wrong on so many things I can't even keep track of it all. And all you had to, wait, almost done.
Claiming I'm wrong is not an argument, Zanuck. It's just
no,
a weakness.
because I told you why you're wrong.
Try again. Try again.
What I want from you,
you haven't said anything about me being wrong.
That. Please give me please give me the observation or any kind of logic that debunks that. You haven't done it yet. I've asked you several times.
Well, Zanuck, we need to address this.
And don't say the black swan.
Zanuck, we need to address this drawing from Left Lane. It has the marker points for the horizon dropping, when in actual real life, we get horizon markers that continue to rise and accompany the level of the eyes of the observer. So this drawing of this idealized globe does not represent what we see in reality.
Where, Lemon? Give me an example of that. I've asked Flight of Theta. He didn't want to respond. You are much more hospitable and much more interactive here. So tell me where you see that this doesn't occur.
In real life.
Where? Give an example.
He just expressed what he said about.
I know, but I want an example. Is there a picture of this happening?
I mean, I think we should just address what he's saying, because what he said is your eyes aren't dropping to the horizon. I'm sorry, what you said. The horizon isn't rising to the eye level when you observe, and it appears to be, but that's only because the ground is below you and your eye level is at eye level. So it's not that what Left Lane is showing is exactly what's happening. You are looking down. The only reason you wouldn't be looking down is if the horizon was perfectly straightforward, and then you would be looking perpendicular to down.
Coach, what I was doing is I'm leading him to the
12:27. You see the way that the horizon actually appears to behave. Those lines going left to right on the floor would be basically horizon markers that you would set at lower elevations, and you would get a further out line or mile marker as you rise up from the second to the third line to the fourth line to the fifth line, rising up toward the level of the eyes, not dipping down and away like on that ball. So what you're showing does not represent reality, left lane. It appears to rise up and accompany the level of the eyes like a flat surface, not a ball.
So Lemon, would you since you haven't given me what I asked for, both you and Flat Earth Data, would you use it as example of your description there, something like the black swan? Would that kind of fit the ideas and the thoughts and the observations that you're talking about?
Yeah. I mean, if you get higher and higher up, the horizon would continue to accompany the level of the eyes of the observer and rise up with the observer, not curve down and away.
And then when we go really high, in the pictures I've shown you from the most expensive level on the planet, we show the sun and the moon being below level. Your explanation for that is what?
Badly established level. We have no way to determine if you're
there's an error in the equipment.
Origin to the thing that you're observing. We would need a line that extends from where you are in the plane all the way to the object to double check. Otherwise, your level line could be, badly off.
We fly directly at that level line, and somehow we never increase or decrease our altitude above the ground. But that means level to me, it means level to everybody else. But for some reason to you, it doesn't mean level. Okay, that's fine.
As you fly toward the object, the visual scene would open up, and you'd see how level you actually are once your visual field expands. Since
when you're flying at that line, you're not gaining altitude.
The visual field will appear to compress, and you can't tell what's level anymore. That's
you're
why
not
you need the
gaining altitude by flying at it. You're not losing altitude. You're not increasing your power. You're not decreasing power. You're flying exactly level. You're not gaining or losing altitude indefinitely as long as you follow the level line. Isn't that interesting?
But you are basically amplifying your visual field on the object by getting closer to it. So if you go with the cue on your HUD display, you'll more or less stay in the general zone, even though in the distance you see a compressed visual zone that isn't quite as level as it appears to be.
It's not a general zone. You're flying at 500 miles an hour, and you are not gaining or losing altitude. That's actually pretty damn accurate. And the points in the distance are constantly outdistancing you at a specific angle below level, which comports with the 25,000 miles circumference of the Earth. So this all adds up to round, but you keep on saying nah because of something in this and that and the other things that don't make any sense to anybody.
Fallacy. You have a fallacy, Zanuck, where you say just because you're nice and leveled out at the origin point where you're making the observation that you're seeing level all the way to the end of, the Earth or whatever. That's not true. Because of perspective and compressed visual field, you can't really tell what's level anymore visually, not without a laser or getting right up close to the object. That's the fallacy.
Well, okay, so I'm looking at the stars that are equally maybe the same angle above the horizon, and that point is that 3-degree rise above level, that elevation angle above level, that can be converted to a co-altitude angle, and then every degree we see a change in that particular object. So we go to 4 degrees of that versus the 4-degree drop from level down. We know we've gone 60 nautical miles. So why is it not affecting us going up, but it does affect us going down? Why? I don't see why it's not consistent.
It's good enough as long as it's close to you and you haven't gone beyond the horizon. Past the horizon, you're getting compressed visual angle and your ratios are off.
No, because we also can see the horizon. Then we can also see mountains that may jet up. Maybe we're over the ocean and suddenly we see mountains that are beyond the horizon. We still see them clear as day. There could be light markers. Oftentimes there are red lights and things on those hills that are alongside of shores of islands, and especially when you fly into Hawaii, Mauna Loa, Mauna Kea, Haleakala, all have lights up there. You can see 10,000 feet up, and as you approach them, if you're flying from the West Coast or from Japan, you would see those before you saw the islands, and they would be exactly where you think they should be based on your field of view, how far away they are, and the curvature rate of the Earth.
But Zanuck, we see the bottom part of our visual field from the level of the eyes down to the ground compressed very quickly because you only have 6 feet of visual information compressing into that space. The top keeps having visual distance, visual height, and visual information crammed into it. 6 feet, a mile, 6 miles, as things get further and further away in the distance. So from the top, you have a lot of information cramming in, and from the level of the eye down to the ground, it just bottoms out at whatever height you're at. So those are the
Sounds like-
conditions that will tend to form a horizon in the foreground, and anything that's taller will appear to set in the background. That's it.
You keep on saying that, but I don't see how it all adds up. Doesn't make any sense, really.
So you have the conditions for a horizon to form in the foreground, whether it's an asymptotic rise or a perfect rise to the level of the eyes. And anything that's way taller than your limited height above the surface is going to have to set in the background, looking for a true vanishing point that's further away than your low height can accommodate with the eyes at their low level over the surface. You can duplicate this the floor, the wall, the ceiling, whatever.
Lemon,
Same thing.
Lemon. Here's the thing. When you researching the wavelength of light and using the Rayleigh criterion, calculating the wavelength of light and how far you can see, the theoretical number based on the pupil size and the the nanometer of light, you can get these apparent
Nanometer of
positions,
light.
right? Nanometers, yeah. So it's light. Well, that's what it is. It's
Nanometers.
I know what
500
you mean. I know what you mean.
The
I know what you
visual
mean.
range is like
if I say yeah. Anyway, just
300
whatever.
to 700. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know you know, Lemon. Lemon, I know you know.
So
I'm probably off,
basically,
but,
there's going to be a limitation just to that alone too, right? How far the human eye can see with unobstructed
called the
surface.
diffraction limit. It's called the diffraction limit, and the 1.22.
But you
does
also
not
have
relate,
objects.
No, it's no relation. The
Again,
1.22 that you use
stop
is no relation
interrupting
to
and
the
stop having
diffraction limit.
seizures
Because
while I
1 point-
speak.
what-
Stop having seizures when I speak, buddy.
I'm not having any seizures.
Stop
I'm just
having
telling
a
you.
seizure when I speak. You interrupt. So again, I'm not interested. Stop having a seizure and stop interrupting me and let me speak. So when you look at the diffraction limit, it happens to objects too as well. Just looking through unobstructed air, you still have wavelengths of light that are going to refract and diffract, right, through the air that we see that light travels through. So when you look at this slope factor and you look at basic trigonometry and use those arbitrary numbers, like I said, you can deduce this angular resolution or the angle that we can, the 0.02, to deduce that, hey, wait a second, if I have this calculation and I double the triangle, I got at 0.0417 degree. And I believe that if you take the that particular degree, you can deduce the whole entire 3,959 model, 3,959
Well,
diameter.
this is where the asymptotic rise data is so key to figure
But hold
out.
on, I'm not done. I'm not done. So those are just trigonometry, right? That's trigonometric functions. That's it. But that's just based on one principal idea, and that could be that just one basic observation. But we know that when you elevate, this trigonometric relationship from the 3959 doesn't fit in the same principle when you elevate higher. It doesn't come out with the same angle, and you don't get the same distance to the horizon.
Well,
so what's happening, let me finish, please. So what's happening is that there's this rate of slope that's happening due to the extended surface outward. So on a plane surface, and you can demonstrate this in optics with a camera, as you increase from a level up from your zenith position upward, your vertical, and you increase your height, that the L, if you will, which is the plane, extends outward. This is synonymous with an extended plane. What's also synonymous on an extended plane, and this is demonstrated through foreshortening effects, which you can do with a camera on the ground, and you can lay tape. And as you pull closer to the tape and move away from the tape, you'll see that tape line will start to foreshorten, and the angle to it will reduce its size and deform it. So you have these angle relationships to objects that are not accounted for in vision, that people think, well, how are objects obscured bottom up? Things like foreshortening effects are real. The angular relationship is a product of it, but again, that slope factor is what is being hijacked at the rate of 0.666. That's what I think it is. There's no other way to quantify it, and I think they took that optically, that squared root and that constant 666, because if you look at a relationship between 90-degree line of sight and a 60-degree cone of vision, you end up with 0.02. So ironically, you have all these symmetrical relationships to this 0.02 and all these trigonometric functions on the ground. But as you increase in elevation, that square root of the observer's height multiplied by 1.22 is also another representation of taking optics and using a squared function, which is, again, look at how light is squared, 1 over the distance squared for the intensity. So you've got the Rayleigh criterion.
Why are you saying so many words,
I'm
man?
almost done.
Is there
I'm
an
almost done.
end
You got
here
the Rayleigh.
soon?
Yes, because you have multiple
No, you don't
layers.
know
So
the
you have the
difference
Rayleigh
between refraction
criterion.
and diffraction.
You have the Rayleigh criterion effect.
You have
Then
no
you have the
idea what
refract.
you're
Let me
talking
finish.
about.
You have the Rayleigh criterion effect. Then you also have the intensity of light effect, which is squared. Plus, you also have that sloping
Okay.
effect.
Tell me the
The
difference
ground
between
rises.
refraction and diffraction
So
right now.
all of those
Tell me the
effects.
difference between
Listen,
refraction and
all of those
refraction.
effects. Not, and you know what?
You
We
don't
don't even
know.
discuss refraction yet. Well, the
Yeah.
fundamental
Tell me how
principle of it
tell me
all.
how
Flatter
diffraction
data.
works in the eye.
We're all just have to go talk a little bit shorter, okay? Because there's a lot of people in here, and Xanax
He's
and
been
you
going on for
are
10
the ones
minutes and he
talking.
said nothing.
I know you don't have to talk that long, man, to make your point.
2 minutes, but hopefully Flat Earth Data can work on one point and letting go of the mic. But the main thing that I was trying to cut in there about 30 seconds
Good
ago,
luck with that.
is if the ground has an asymptotic rise toward the level of the eyes, then potentially something that is, below the level of the eyes can appear to be obstructed by something above the
It's
level
not
of the
working,
eyes.
dude. So I don't know what to tell you.
So if it's an asymptotic rise, then it is potentially possible for something that you're level with in the background to appear lower or even higher than something that is level with in the foreground, like in your HUD display, if the surface appears to asymptotically rise toward the level of the eyes, but not quite reach the level of the eyes.
Lemon, can I ask him one thing? How does diffraction work in your eye? And it's not the diffraction you're talking about, this diffractive limit. Flat Earth Data. Specifically, is diffraction happening in the eye or happening outside? You know what diffraction is? What is diffraction?
It's all happening. It's all happening in the
what is
the eye.
diffraction? What is diffraction?
So again, if you're looking at banding of light,
you know what it is.
if you're looking at the banding of light, the banding of light is.
Let him answer.
I'm asking you a simple question.
Are you having another seizure, Xanax?
Do you know what? No, I'm not. I'm asking you a simple question. You cannot answer. You're having this.
You keep asking over and over again, like you're having a seizure, dude.
Obviously, you don't like the answer for some reason, so maybe you could tell him why you don't like his reason or his definition when I unmute you. Hold on just a second.
Well, I know you know it, Lemon. I was asking him. You just told.
He said, "Flat Earth Data said the bending of light." What
I asked him where
about that answer?
I didn't say that.
Him where it occurs.
The banding of light.
Where does it occur?
So it all happens inside. It all happens inside the human eye. So you have a convex lens.
You've heard of. Hold on, I'm not done. So you've heard of pinhole diffractors, right?
See, do you understand? You're using our argument, right? You're using a flat Earth argument.
I'm trying to help you understand.
You're using a flat Earth argument now, Xanax. You must be suffering a seizure. You're using a flat Earth argument now. Why?
No, that's how we see things. That's how light.
Yeah, why are you using a flat Earth argument? That's exactly our argument.
Why is he able to talk over me? I'm not able to talk over him.
That's exactly the argument, Xanax.
No, it's not the
Why
argument.
are you using a flat Earth argument? Why?
So we know that light bends due to the size of the pinhole, size of the lens and the pinhole that's in your eye. It bends around that corner and focuses itself in the back of your retina upside down. That calculation deals with the size of the lens and the wavelength of light, as you mentioned, and what else?
Xanax, why are you wasting everybody's time with your bullshit?
Because
again, the most thing you have to understand with diffraction. The most thing you have to understand with diffraction. The most thing you have to understand with diffraction, Xanax, is once you can't tell an object apart because it's past its angular resolution limit. You understand that vanishing point, if you will, that convergence is an optical effect. It's happening inside the eye. The objects never change size. It's just a relationship of light to the distance of the object coming back to the eye and the convexity in the aperture of our eye. So we know what this argument is. I don't know why you're wasting our time doing this bullshit rodeo, dude. At the end of the day, Lemon and I understand diffraction better than anybody in this arena.
Probably in the world.
So
You're too
Probably in
kind
the
to
world,
me.
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
you're
you're
too kind to
clueless.
me there. But
He still
Zanuck, the
thinks
thing
there's a
is, I mean,
hold on, Lemon, just 1 second. He still thinks there's a relationship between the 1.22 times the observer's height squared versus the diffractive limit number 1.22. They are similar numbers. They're not the same. One's 1.19.
okay.
The other one's 1.22.
Do you know
Hold
what?
on.
Do you know what?
Hold on,
Do you know
hold
what
on. They're not
correlation?
related in any
Zanuck,
way,
you still
shape,
don't
or
even know the
form.
You
They're
still don't
not
even know the
related in
argument.
any shape or form.
How
They're
many?
not related.
How?
They just happen to be coincidentally close to the same number, but they're not related. There's no relationship. You know this, right? Of course you do. This whole charade
Okay.
continues.
So
with you.
again, so this is how your model can be falsified, because the 1.22 that's times the square root of the observer's height is derived from optics perspective. It's
No,
a
it's
right
not.
angle triangle again.
It's not.
It's a right angle triangle again. So listen, it is, and I'll tell you
No, it's
why
not. It's
I tell you
not.
why you. I'll tell you why you claim it's a
That's why they're not the
coincidence,
same
right?
number. That's why they're
Actually, you
not
know
the
what?
same number.
I should just ask you, because I bet you don't even understand. Either you're going to lie about it, or you don't even actually still understand.
You don't
What
even
is
need the
coincidental?
constants.
What is coincidental about the 1.22 when it comes to the Rayleigh criterion and the diffraction limit, and the 1.22 associated with the curve calculator? What's the similarity between the two of them, Zanuck?
There's nothing similar to them. They're not related.
Oh, but you said it's coincidental. So what's coincidental about it?
That is close. That is near 1.22.
What's near 1.22, and why would it matter?
Because if you're on Jupiter, that would not be 1.22 anymore. That would be 1 point something else.
So why is it significant that they are coincidentally the same number? What does it imply? Do you understand that point yet?
They're not related. I just told you if it was a larger sphere.
So what do they imply?
What do they imply?
What do they imply?
They don't imply anything. There's no relationships.
Oh, okay. So you don't know then. So if
I
take
do
the
know
1
that
point,
because if you put if we did Jupiter for the horizon, it wouldn't be 1.22 times the square root of the.
So we're not talking
observer's
about
height.
that. Stay steady and
It's a
focus with
completely
me.
different number. It
Stay
doesn't mean
steady
have
and
any meaning
focus. Don't go
whatsoever.
off. Stop having a seizure. Just
And
1
why
second.
is it 1 foot? Why can't it be 2 feet? Why can't it be 5
You
feet?
say
6 feet?
You say it's coincidental, right? You say it's coincidental, right? Okay, so the 1.22 for the Rayleigh criterion has to do with optics and vision. We agreed with that. We understand that's a point of unresolvability between one object or another, or an object in your unobstructed that just actually bands or blurs or discolors, right, due to angular limitations. You know, so you
the
have
Rayleigh
those
criterion
two.
is discerning between two objects. That talks about the Aries circles and the blurring of
So
that.
hold on.
Two objects,
Yeah.
not a
I can give you a
zero.
formula for that too if you like. No problem.
I already know the
point
formula. I've
is,
already given it too many times.
yeah, I taught you all about it. You're welcome.
No, you didn't actually.
So at the end of the day, you have a relationship with vision in that calculation. What is the horizon in your model? It is the angular limitation, not based on vision.
No, it's not.
It's
not the angular limitation at all.
Based on the ground. It's based on the ground rising up to your eye level, obscuring your vision and blocking the bottom of things.
No, it doesn't rise to eye level. It goes below your eye level.
Well, in your drawings, you have an arc, right? So you have an observer that has there's a sagitta happening between the observer, the horizon, and the object past it, right?
Right, but it doesn't rise to eye level, though.
No, I know, but there's an arc, right?
There is an arc, yes.
in your model, there's
an arc, yes.
which means.
And at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height would not be the same if it was on the moon or on Jupiter. It would be completely different. But yet the diffractive limit would still be the same. That's based on the eye shape.
Bro.
Fucking A, what's wrong with you? Are you retarded?
Stop having a seizure and chill out, dude. We're not talking about Jupiter, okay? We're talking about the coincidence of 1.22. Focus.
We already told you it's due to the wavelength of light. That constant.
Okay. So you still haven't gotten the importance yet. You still haven't gotten the importance yet. Why is it coincidental, Zanuck?
There's no reason why that's what coincidental means. There's no reason.
Right.
That's what the word means, you idiot.
Yeah, that is what it means.
So,
it means that there's
I understand.
It just happens without reason.
I'm just making sure that he's reinforcing that it's coincidental, right? So he said it over and over again. So, Zanuck, if it's coincidental,
that's the same number. 1.21, 1.219. The other one's 1.221.
Stop having a seizure. We're talking about the 1.22. We're talking about the 1.22, and that's in diffraction limited systems, and the 1.22 in the curve calculator.
1.19
right?
for diffraction limit.
1.22 times the square root.
1.219.
1.22 times the square root of
1.221 for one and 1.219 for the
Danik,
other.
stop having a
Not the same number.
seizure, brother.
I'm not
Please
having a
stop having
seizure.
a seizure.
You just got to
You
start
must
being
be.
correct. They're
You
not
must
the
be.
same number. They're
So
not the
1.2
same number.
Zanuck,
They're
stop
not
for
the
a
same number. Do
second.
you agree or not?
They're exactly 1.22.
No, they're not the
and
same. Okay, I'll give me put in the
1.22.
chat what the numbers are.
1.22 is
Neither
the
one of them
first
are exactly 1.22. Would you agree to that?
Zanuck, why are you having a
Yeah, Zane,
seizure
let him finish
constantly?
and then ask him.
I'm not having
You
a
literally
seizure.
are
We're just in
having a
disagreement.
seizure.
Oh, you guys don't have to talk
Every
about the
one,
seizures anymore.
every one sentence I
not
have,
having
he literally has a
I know, I
seizure.
know.
You do.
I know you're not Xanax, but he
You're
won't.
triggered or you have a
Stop saying
seizure.
that
So
himself, so.
the you claim it's coincidental, right? I claim that you actually know what it means, right? Which means that the 1.22 times the square root of the observer height gives you the distance to the apparent horizon, right? See, in the definition, it's an apparent junction. It's not a physical location, but in the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height, it's claiming that that's a physical geometrical location that's based on your curvature calculator, which at 1 foot, the horizon has to be 1.22 miles away. This is a default parameter boundary based on Earth curvature of the 3959 radius. So you have limitations. So if you have a coincidental number, one's associated to a limitation due to a physical Earth curve, and one is based on the limitation of light and angular resolution to that object or whatever object you're looking at. It's there. That's the coincidence, right? They're basically a limitation. So one is an optical limitation calculation, and one is based on curvature limitation. But here's the thing. There is no perspective calculation in your curvature calculator where the ground is accounted for appearing to rise. You do claim that there's an arc and a sagitta coming in between, and therefore curvature dropping down below it. Do you understand how coincidental that is now, that for some reason it has to do with an optical limitation point? The 1.22, Zanuck?
I think he's already stated it's not the same number. You know it's not the same number.
So it is the same number.
They're fairly
That's a
close.
lie. That's a lie.
That wasn't the
The
only point I was
1.22.
gonna make.
The
That wasn't the only point I was
1.22.
gonna make.
We're waiting for a pause, and now you're talking over me.
No, Zanuck. Kosha hasn't spoken for like an hour. You two have been
he's
not
asking
making
me.
sense to one another for ages. Just let other people speak.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak very long. I'm just saying. I just want to finish the point I'm making, Flare Data, and you guys make long ass points. Okay, I'm just saying. Zanuck has already said they're not the same number because they're not the same number. They just appear to be close, and the fact that that's a coincidence is not a profound fact. You haven't. You haven't. Put together how
it's in my book. It's in my book, Kosho.
Together how that number
you
is
can
derived
see
from just your eye.
can see it all in my book. I do all the math for you. I break it all down in my book. It's all there for you.
Yeah.
So you can all write it down for yourself. You can look at how the trigonometry functions don't work because you're assuming linear path through perspective, which there's a rate of convergence. It could be forced due to forcing perspective and even using architectural design to actually,
Do
Boom.
you have something that you could show, like, for right now? Because like it's going to come out in this book. I mean, I've been hearing about the book for over.
Oh, tasty. Well, you can support me, man. I mean, I got to get the fucker edited. So when I do release it, I've got to get a few copies out there so I can pay for some editing.
Letter
It's
Data.
a big bite. It's a big bite. Wait, what's that?
Data. What character am I in the book? What's my character? And if I'm not,
I don't even know who you are, man. I think this is the first time I heard your voice.
So anyway, can I get onto your Kickstarter and level 3, and then I get a character in the book?
I'm up for anything, man.
I just right here, Flare Data.
Yeah, it's not that. It's the story behind the trigonometry, the function of it, and then the linear capabilities. But then you add atmosphere effects, plus you have perspective effects. These have to be isolated and discussed, and then quantified. Because when you do try to break down this pathetic argument that people can calculate curvature standing on the ground, when all you have to do is take a plane and look at a bird's eye view and get a square distance, square mile distance, much larger than the observer's perspective point, there's no physical drop of curvature. It's done constantly in high altitude photography. It's just retarded. So again, if you present the argument, you show the indications where you can compartmentalize vision based on wavelength of light, based on the intensity times intensity 1 over distance squared, plus the 0.666. That seems to be in all of the mathematics, right down to the gravitational.
All right, man. I have your math right here, dude.
I don't need your math. I don't watch your
this
shit.
stuff you're
I
not
don't look
sharing.
at it.
No,
I don't look at it. I don't look at
math.
your guys'
This isn't
videos
mine.
anymore. I don't
This
look at it
isn't
anymore.
mine, Flat
I'm
Earth Gator.
done.
This is yours.
I don't look at it anymore. None of it.
Man, you had
None of it.
you'd only heard the first few words of what he said, and then it turns out it was your data that he had. Like, don't you think that
No,
should
I'm
give
not
you reason
interested.
to pause,
I'm not.
not just
It's
in
my
this
data.
conversation, but generally in life, to go, hey, maybe I should wait till I get to the end, otherwise I'm going to make a fool of myself by arguing with my own information.
Ooh,
No,
that
at the end of the
happened.
day,
I'm
at
telling
the
you
end of the day,
this is your numbers that you said that you gotta wait for the book, but you gave a presentation one time when you were describing how they go.
No, that's not. Yeah, that's
if
does it have this square? Does it have the square root calculation divided by the or is it 7 whatever? Did I do 15 miles? Did I do an example over 10 or 15 miles using the right angle triangle of the square root of 1.22?
What you did was you divided miles, the radius of the Earth into 1 mile, and then and then you compared that
at the end of the day. At the end of the day,
does everyone see the chat?
Like I said,
does everyone see the chat? I know you're still talking, but I want to just jump in real quick. There is your 1.22, and it talks about it in detail where it comes from.
Just type in 1.22 diffraction systems. Go ahead and quit wasting my time already.
1.22.
Just type in 1.22 diffraction. Let me just go take a look. It's in camera systems. It's just the first minimum angle.
So
if you look at
stop talking for a second.
Such a punish to listen to.
Yeah, Xenix's awful, man.
So the one
data, it's both.
He goes full. He goes full seizure.
No, I'm trying to add something, and I can't even do that.
What you're saying, I don't give a shit about what you're saying. I just want you both to lose at this stage.
So you have a hard time understand what I'm saying?
Where both of you walked away, kicked and beaten, I would be happy with that outcome. That's how frustrating this is to listen to.
I get it. It sounds frustrating, but he is not. I'm like a pit bull on this one. He's saying things are that they are not.
Dude,
they are
you're
not
going full
related.
seizure, not pit bull.
There's no seizure. There's no relationship between the curvature, the circular aperture diffraction, and the curvature calculator, which is roughly the 1.22 you mentioned, related to the observer's height. That's it. That's possibly the only thing I could add here. And if you want to take it and understand it, great. If you don't and keep on spewing your nonsense rhetoric, that's fine too. It's not going to change my life. But you and your book, forget about it, dude. You're wrong.
That's just, we'll just all just kind of just back, because there's a lot of words being spoken and a lot of it's rhetoric and stuff. So let's just minimize with our points. We just make our
rhetoric and stuff.
No rhetoric. There's no relationship between the curve calculator and the circular.
So it's a hijacking. So basically, if you're going
number.
to have a, so
they're
again,
not the same number.
If I can take the Rayleigh criterion, Zanuck, and back calculate the apparent circumference of the path of the sun, just from using the maximum theoretical resolution, using the Rayleigh criterion calculation to get that angle resolution and use 3 miles for the distance, I ended up with a size of 24,911. So how is it that I can use the Rayleigh criterion?
Because it's the same number. It's close to the same number. It's just coincidence.
So again, yeah. So I'm just saying that your model, yeah, you can Google your model, doesn't account for the apparent junction. My model does. My model says it's due to the diffraction limit, which is part of it, plus the cone of vision, which is the convexity of our lens, and the vanishing point due to the nature of the focal point of our human eye, and how everything that will vanish that actually doesn't reduce in size, but will blur into that point, right? That's foreshortening effect of that angle of light not being able to translate that information. And when you increase in elevation, you open up that foreshortened angle, and all of a sudden you can see farther, right? That's the first minimum, the 1.22 that's in the diffraction systems. That's how it's calculated, right? That's how you get the center focal point. That is a very important thing when you're making a convex lens and you have a center point for it, right? And then you have an aperture size. So you have these constants that you can use to make ratios That's what the human eye does, as a perspective ratio that's different than linear calculations due to trigonometry. That's what my book will explain. Thank you.
Okay, let's all just take a breath, and we probably need to think that over a bit, that very detailed conversation. So you probably, if you guys said any more, things would make less sense to us. So you could
you don't it doesn't make
take a
sense
bit of
to
a
you
break.
now.
Oh no, sorry, it's all gone. It's all gone. Yep, now.
Yeah,
I've
in
forgotten it
one
all.
ear
We need to
out the other.
Start
Yeah.
again from the start. Start with the what is an eyeball? Just start with
Yeah.
that, and then maybe we'll catch up
Don't
again.
joke with him to do that, man.
No thanks. No thanks.
Well, if you're 9 feet, the horizon's at 3.51 nautical miles, so that factor is 1.17 times the square root of 81. So the whole thing is stupid. But Data, you've got to be. You're funny. Actually, I have to just summarize my assessment of you is just being funny. You're just a clown. You have the flat Earth data circus going on here.
Well, hopefully you enjoyed the book then.
I'm not going to read your stupid book.
Is the intended audience for this book globers or flat earthers?
I don't know. I have no idea.
You don't. That's like step one to writing a book is determine what audience you're writing for. How can you start writing when you don't know who it's for?
If you are, what's your position? To be what? A journalist?
The position is you need to know who you're writing for
entertainer?
before you write a book.
Am I running it like Alex Stein 99? What am I doing? What's the format? What's the style?
I just mean, like, if you're writing a kid's book, you write in a certain language. Otherwise, it means you got a lot of work at the end. As I've told you, I wrote a book. Halfway through the book, they said this is no longer for a general, open to the public audience. This is now specifically for business.
There you go. That's my book.
Right.
So
then I have to go. Hey, Data.
So it's the technical version, right? Yeah. There you go.
Then I have to go back and rewrite most of it. Had I had the choice, I would have left it in the original one, but that wing of the publishing company shut down. So who are you writing it for? Is it going to be a book for like 99% of people on Earth, i.e. globers?
I think the idea behind it is to add to a collection of already pre-written books that were before me that took the same position, but I don't think they had much of a story to go along with it as much as the story is being told now. Because if you look at all these old books like by Gerhard Hickson and Carpenter and Robotham and we forget there's like 5 other books out there. Right. They have all these wonderful presented arguments, but they never tell you about the people really involved. And I think what the real difference is the people that were involved back then is way different than the people involved right now. And really what's really interesting is just how fast YouTube helped Flat Earth spread. Right. And so if you look at from that perspective.
Are you just going to talk for half an hour?
Well, you asked me.
I'm giving you the start of a soliloquy or a simple who's your target market question?
I don't know. Do you need some airtime?
What is your problem, Data? Answer the question.
Do you need some airtime? I'm giving him a detailed answer.
Just like ideally, I don't need airtime. Just a conversation would be awesome.
So you asked me, what's it about? I'm telling you what's it about for. Well, at the end of the day, if you go online and if you're looking for,
I go online.
What kind of reader are you? Are you going to read into sci-fi? Are you going to read into conspiracies? Are you going to read into drama? You're going to read into political sciences? What are you going to do, right? So
when writing book, I'm going to go online and read
so
about
the book.
This is such a confusing answer. Are you clear on what the question I'm asking is? I feel like it's a super simple question.
Who's the audience, right? Well, what kind of book am I writing? You're kind of asking me who's my audience, but yet you're in this platform.
Dude, what is wrong with you? Seriously.
Right? So
are you incapable of having a comment? A standard conversation.
The shape of the Earth. There I was.
Exactly.
In 1447.
See?
What shape
there
is it?
You go.
What the heck laugh was it?
Well, there's a chapter in the
Who
first.
Who do you think you're going to challenge here, Einstein?
It says Aristophanes' Science and Christian Genocide is the first chapter in the book. So
is it for
who's going to read that? Who's going to read that?
Probably nobody is if
There
you
you
don't have a
go.
clear audience in mind, then you don't have a clear audience. That's what I was
Well,
always
I imagine if it's going to
You
go
don't know who's going to
into
read
the
it. Why are you going to read
idea.
it?
Well, what category would you put it into? Science fiction?
He's asking
Would
you
you put
that.
it into entertainment?
I'm not writing a fucking book.
I'm sort
Oh
of
my
being
God.
facetious. I'm sort
My
of being
book's really
facetious
simple.
and
It's
having
your
It goes
fun.
in
book,
the
Data.
self-help category. It goes in the
There you go,
self-help
bud.
category.
That's
Business,
how
self-help
obvious it is,
business,
right?
bang.
So
Small
that's how
niche
obvious it is.
in a big segment. Does yours
See,
have a
Zanuck
niche or
got
a
it right
segment?
away. It's that easy, right? Zanuck got it right. It was just conspiracy. So if the idea of this online community is a rabbit hole, what better position to take and name Flat Earth Data and go down the rabbit hole
That's
and
a good
see what
point,
I can
man.
find and see what I can dig up
Okay.
and see what I can tell a story about. And so that's all it's for. So if you have all these conspiratorial books before me that talk about the New World Order and fucking all the Bilderberg groups and the fucking World Economic, if it's all there before,
We already answered it, man.
well, I'm
Unbelievable.
giving you a
Eggshells, you
very.
still want us both roasted?
I don't mean that
I'm
you actually
giving.
answered it. I just mean that you gave what the answers that you were going to give. But you know, when you have a publisher,
Well, there you go.
eggshells,
He
when you have a
knows.
publisher, doesn't your
Yeah.
publisher ask you a question like that?
Yes.
Not when you go to
they
Amazon, you self-publish.
That
No,
question
no.
was for me, Data.
Yeah.
Yes and no. The publisher came to me to write the book, and so they were writing it to spec. So they virtually told me, hey, we're looking for a book that's going to go for general lifestyle segment on self-help, how to talk to people, like how to project your voice and all of that kind of stuff. Can you write a book to that spec? And I was like, fuck yeah. And then halfway through, they said, we've shut down Pearson Life. We're now, your two choices are keep the advance and fuck off and don't write the book, or write it now for Pearson Business, which means any anecdotes I had about like or examples I had about like dating or when you're at a party or something like that, I had to change to like when you're in a job interview or when you're giving a presentation. But yeah,
but
other way around.
Not all books are like that, though. I mean, I know what you mean.
Sure.
Some are targeted for certain audiences, but you could also just write a book and release it to the general public, and then whoever finds it. And
Thanks,
read
Gio,
it.
because that's all my intention ever was, buddy. At the end of the day, Gio nails it.
There's no denying
you're-
that, but what you
That's where I'm
typically
coming from
start
there,
with
in a nutshell.
is that the publisher, I mean, depends if you're going to get it published or not. If you're just going to self-publish, then you can do whatever the fuck you want. But the publisher wants to know that, like, even if you're going to write something like Harry Potter that's going to be an absolute barnstormer for all ages, genders, and interests, that you started off going, this is a book for teens or kids at the sort of cusp of adolescence, because it explores themes of developing sexuality and growing autonomy and harsh parenting and things that will really resonate with that audience. Doesn't mean it precludes then adults reading it, as we can see with the Harry Potter series. But what's really important is that they need to know where it fits in with their current stuff on the shelf, what shelf they're going to put it on when it goes into bookstores, and what they talk to when they go to Waterstones or whatever the big bookstores are and say, here's what this new book's about. Indeed, all authors go, I want everybody to read it, but that's just a shit answer. If you like, that's a better result, but a shit answer in terms of the intent before you start.
Well, here's the best thing I should have said off the beginning. The book will probably actually have the title Flat Earth Data, a pseudonym for me.
Of a Glober?
Well, it's inside the book. There's a chapter. No, there's a chapter in there though called that. There's also one called The Pagan Flat Earther too. So it's just basically a journey down the rabbit hole when you go from, let's say, watching Obama come into power in 2014 and change the law. I can't remember the name of it. A guy told me, and I forgot the fucking name of it. He just told me last week again. So it was a law passed for basically the fundamental principle of the law was to allow propaganda for the media. And that was 2014, and that was the year that Obama came on stage and was talking about flat Earth. I think 3 times that year he mentioned flat Earth. And then 2015, Trudeau did the same law, allowing his media to use propaganda. And then 2016 came in. Who was the guy who came out and called fake news on everything? So that's what basically the book details, is a little bit of that beginning and the kind of the fruits that bear it.
So not necessarily for flat earthers, but not necessarily for globers either.
It's just more historical, dude. I can't believe it. It's like, imagine being exposed to a rabbit hole, exposed to so much fucking like unbelievable, dude. Like the internet was, I think, really okay in 2014, and then something split. Something really split in the paradigm, and then 2016 came, it split again, and then it just like completely fractured in 2020, and now we're sitting where we are.
Yeah, I walked away for a second. I'm glad that I'm back now. Just a little bit silent. But I walked away for a second. I wasn't sure what I just wanted eggshells. Just to put a book in with a question asked. Yeah, I was. So yeah, I get your experience with it because of they asked you to write it. But I suppose typically, if it were the other way around, though, right? You were saying that if it was the other way around, then typically that would be a question because they have to promote it for you too. Basically, what that means they have to prepare it and everything. So yeah.
Yeah, typically, if you go to write, like you go, I've got this book that I want to write. They will say, what segment does it fit in? Who's its intended audience? Yeah, and you would tell them, and they will make that decision based on a bunch of things. Like one of them that I thought was really interesting was they don't want to cannibalize or damage books that they've already got. So like they won't, if you go, oh, it's a really good vampire book, they're like, oh shit, we've already got 3 vampire books on the shelf. So they won't want to cannibalize their own stuff. But yeah, one of the first questions they ask me, if I went digging through my emails, I could probably find it a proposal I made when they asked me. But yeah, like it's like title, byline, brief synopsis, and then who's it for is like the 4th most important thing.
Why don't you write a book about this experience here that you're doing? You spend a lot of time on here.
No, I don't think many people would find it interesting. Don't think I'd write that. I mean, included.
Well, you find it interesting,
sure, but
you find it interesting.
I find it interesting, but I just don't think others would.
Well, what about?
Well, how did you get here?
Well, what about writing a book under black holes? You think we could probably put it in the fiction section?
I thought about
plenty of fictions about black holes.
I thought about it releasing
fiction under fiction.
Well, thought about releasing it at a whole bunch of titles, right? Why do I have to do it so legit where I release it under? Why can't I release the same book under several different titles to see which one resonates?
I mean, sure,
yeah,
you could. I mean, it's going to increase the cost
and go against
and
it.
I suppose.
dilute the effect I think it would have, because anybody who goes, oh, there's this great book. I mean, it could work. Never know. It doesn't seem like a
no. I know.
Great idea. But there is actually there is some book that was super successful that did try to release under a different name and it didn't do too well.
There's a movie that did that.
Oh yeah.
Well, several movies, I think, if you think about it. But oh yeah, right. But Don was saying, yeah, there's a lot of fictions already about black holes. So that's not a new idea.
What? Come again, Kosho?
There's a lot of fictions that kind of have black holes in them, or centered around black holes and all that kind of stuff. So it wouldn't be a new idea to make a fiction about black holes.
It'd be fucking hilarious. A sci-fi film where they go into a black hole and they come to a flat Earth. That'd be fucking funny.
I see that actually happening now.
Series.
I see that actually happening in the future. Actually, movies coming out with flat Earth. I see it slowly.
It will be normalized. It's going to be normalized. You got it, buddy. Yep.
Well,
I think so.
Any of the what's his name? The Discworld series, you know. And it's a Terry Pratchett. That's it. I mean, is he dead yet? But
eggshells? Okay,
I guess.
Would you think that? Hold on. So I don't know if you agree with this anyway, but there seems to be a paradigm shift or a great reset of some sort, which means some sort of syntax change, language change of some sort, financial system change of some sort. Do you think that The post-truth new world that we're in is designed to have no truth, and that's why they're bringing up the flat Earth?
No.
Well, there's the reason why I mention is because in 2014, and I forgot to mention that they did actually have a Bilderberg meeting, and it was called the Post-Truth New World. You guys can search it up. They had 11 categories, and out of those 11 categories, it's just talking about truth, post-truth new world, right? And essentially, what I think under Marxism, post-truth new world is there's actually no truth. It's just subjective truth, right? It's not objective. Nothing becomes objectively true anymore. It's just a subjective.
Well, it kind of stems from postmodernism, no?
I think it stems from fake news.
Well, postmodernism.
It stems from fake news, but it's in the context of fake news.
There's a populism for sure, but the populism is designed for what? Because if they're looking forward to reset everything, then they need to get you to not believe in institutions, right? Well, if you have enough of an argument, which Flat Earth presents an observable, objective reality, which there's enough evidence there for somebody to believe.
It's not true.
There's enough evidence. There's enough observable evidence there for somebody to believe that the Earth is stationary and flat because it's observed as such.
Look past their end of their finger.
So,
listen,
no, you don't have to believe
what about that new movie that's out?
It just is until we believe something else. And since we have no belief in the ball any longer, all you can do is assume it's stationary and flat. You don't have to believe that.
Well, you can take one further measurement and find the answer. But what happened in the Beyond the Curve movie, or the one that Jeremy did? What happened in the movie? There's a movie that's a new Flat Earth movie that really reveals everything. All the people.
The new one or the old one?
Yeah, it's a new one. It just got released like this last month. Next Level. Have you watched that? Or has anyone watched that yet? Or is it out yet?
I don't watch.
Yeah, it's out.
Dude.
Yeah.
Well, that should.
By the way, what about it?
That should have all the information that Flat Earth is talking about as far as the conspiracy, all the information they got that showed that the Earth is truly flat, that it's a global conspiracy against all people to control them, a form of mind control. But all the things that they talk about.
You're setting up the straw man for it.
Not a straw man. That's what they say. Not a straw man at all, because that's what they say.
You said it should have that.
It should have that effect, but it doesn't, because people do one more measurement. For example, why doesn't the Earth rotate into balloons if the Coriolis happen? I mean, just do silly things like that.
Oh, you think Coriolis is a strong argument for your side? Ha! Jesus. Coriolis kills the ball, dude. Coriolis kills your ball.
No, it doesn't.
That's the worst
Actually,
thing for you to bring up. It really does.
It's the reason
flat Earth data, real quick.
It's the reason that we have hurricanes. It's the reason we have hurricanes. Is this Data talking? Is this talking?
No, this is new perspective. I just want to remind Flat Earth
like data. You're just interrupting just like Data did.
Well, before I forget, Flat Earth Data, it's the Smith-Mundt Act that you were trying to think of. That's what it's called. Go ahead.
Yeah. Did you tell me the first time? Was it
maybe?
You that
I don't know.
The first time? What did you say? What did you call it again?
It's the Smith-Mundt. I think it's MUNDT or something like that. The Smith-Mundt Act. Mundt.
Okay.
Smith-Mundt.
I'm gonna look that up, dude. Thank you.
How does Coriolis control the globe again?
How do planes always land the same way in respect to the ground, no matter which direction the?
You're a grown adult asking this question right now, really?
Because the wind.
You don't want to answer it?
I will answer it. Absolutely. I'll answer all questions. Never.
We've been through this before, bro. You and I have gone through Coriolis. You want to just repeat the whole conversation that we've always had together?
Why does the plane land in the same orientation?
Why does the plane not change the way it lands depending on which direction the runway is facing?
Why would it?
Well, we've got a lot of different spin going on, right? And you have to admit that the plane's not in complete sync with the Earth automatically.
No, it's flying in an atmosphere.
The plane's not.
I know. Can we have an adult conversation, not yell at each other? Can we just calm it down?
You want to just interrupt me every time I start talking?
I'm willing to give you space. Just don't have to yell. Just take it down a notch and let's talk.
Not yelling. I was the one yelling? I thought you were the one yelling.
No, I wasn't. Listen to him. I'm not yelling.
Okay, dude, you want to have the same conversation we've had over and over again that other people have had? You want Coriolis to be your strongest? You want Coriolis to be your strongest?
It's extremely strong. Yes, it is very strong.
You know the Earth isn't spinning, Xana. Give it up, dude. Come on.
We do. We from two.
We would take that into account when we're flying planes, when we're landing planes.
Why would we take?
How many times do you want to have this argument? You think you
I
won
don't know.
it?
Maybe
You think
until you understand it.
Short and
you think
sweet.
Till I understand it, right?
Yeah.
You guys have
Again,
lost every time
the nervous laugh.
I'm just advising you don't use that as a good example of what
It is
really
a great
supports
example.
both sides.
Hurricanes are a great example of a Coriolis.
That's a different kind of Coriolis.
What do you mean different kind? There's only one kind of Coriolis.
I think there are weather patterns. I think there are weather patterns that do have something to do with the southern and northern areas that we have. That has nothing to do with the spinning of the Earth compared to an
you have more
airplane.
than 5 seconds to talk without you talking over me? I'm just
No,
curious.
you want to interrupt me and then accuse me of interrupting you? Is that how it works?
No, I wait till you laugh. Those two laughs.
No, you interrupt me in the middle of my sentence and then say, "Hey, when are you going to let me talk?"
Well, it's a
You do
valid
it all the
question.
time.
Don't you think?
You do it to everybody you ever talk to.
No, you're doing the same thing Data was doing.
I'm surprised we keep entertaining it for this long sometimes.
Can you just give me a spot to talk? Yes or no?
Let's just go point to point to point. Come on, just make the points.
Like adults.
Yeah. So the atmosphere rotates with the Earth.
If you're going to go into something, please keep in mind to keep it concise, something somebody could actually respond to, not some kind of long-winded half lecture kind of thing.
Of course. The atmosphere moves with the surface of the Earth. We know this because we have calm days. So if it is spinning, it's moving roughly with the Earth in somewhat of sync. You'd have to agree, right? Because we can look up on a calm day and say, you know what? There's not a breath of wind, and you fly a kite, it won't fly, it falls right down.
I don't agree. I don't think the Earth is moving, and I don't think the atmosphere.
No, if it was moving.
Yeah,
so if it was moving, I guess it's not in sync. It wouldn't be in sync. It would be if the Earth could actually cause the atmosphere to spin with it the way that you guys propose. Yeah, but it would never be in sync, even at the surface.
Okay. So molecules of air don't interact with other molecules of air?
But why are you asking me that question? I mean,
well,
that's something you are saying.
When a molecule of air is released from a tree, if the surface is spinning and is rotating, wouldn't that molecule of air retain the momentum that was given to it by the tree before it released it from one of its leaves?
I think the conservation of momentum works in some ways, yes, but not in the way that you guys.
Not always. It doesn't work always.
You think that? Okay, so you're saying that when something goes up in the air, it's automatically going to be staying perfectly in sync with the ground. Even right there, your hot air balloon is not going to be in perfect sync with the ground, and we always see it just sitting right up there. We don't ever see it moving with the atmosphere. We don't see that out of syncness, even with a hot air balloon. Then we could go into the tangential speeds and how planes always, are somehow in sync with the Earth, so that it seems like the Earth is stationary relative to its own motion. Remember last time we talked about this, Anik? You said I had a great idea. We could just prove it. Use the North Star as a reference point. Go in your direction to whatever, city or, from city to city. See if you're off the amount the Coriolis would actually have you off. Remember we talked about this. That would be a way to test it, right?
How could you do that when you're actually using navigation systems to make sure you get to that city?
We talked about this, Anik. Remember I suggested you use a star. You use a star, so you don't have to worry about the navigation systems. You're using star as a reference point. Yeah. We went through it. You said it was a brilliant idea, in fact.
No, I don't remember having it, but I could see that you could probably throw that into as a variable to be able to see where your path is with respect to the star and the Earth. Yeah. And it would come out.
If you went where you're supposed to be 200 miles off, if the Earth is actually spinning, because you went in a straight line in respect to the star, right? Then you see if you're 200 miles off or not.
How can
if you're not, then the Earth is stationary.
How can you go in the straight line with respect to the star? I guess you're going true north. You mean the y?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So you're going true north, and using that as your baseline. So you're just going to go follow the North Star on a plane,
right?
So if you did that, you would then be in a different spot than you think you would be by going north, because the Earth is turning.
Well, if you think you're on a flat Earth, then you'd be in a different spot.
Why is that?
Or if you think you're on a ball, then you would be. If you think you're on a ball, then you'd be in a different spot. But if you think you're on a flat Earth, you would end up in the same spot.
How would you not end up at the North Pole if you're going north? If you're following the North Star, no matter what the Earth is doing.
Oh, you use the North Star. That was what you suggested.
I'd say the truth.
You know,
I suggest you could use any star, and then any star, even if it goes 15 degrees and it's off, you would know what the 15 degrees is in relation to your plane. But the North Star is a good suggestion because then you could keep a straight line. You don't have to worry about it moving, right?
I can give you a test you can do. We can do it tonight. It would be exactly in that same.
Using Stellarium or something?
No, using the ISS. I've said this before. The ISS is more or less making a great circle path at the altitude it's at. However, that great circle path is in reference to a ball that would be stationary, and because it's not stationary, because it's rotating, what you would observe, what you would predict, if you were to predict its path, you would predict a great circle path, and you would include the Coriolis based on the specific direction it's headed at that time. And so you could just make that prediction based off the Great Circle and Coriolis, and then observe its actual path over the course of however long you decide to do it for, 10, 20, 30 minutes, and see if it's correct or not.
Yeah, I'd be suspicious of anything that has to do with the ISS to begin with, of course.
Would you be suspicious if you yourself made a calculation at your
You have
house?
to make assumptions with that, but
Yeah,
I would suggest a plane.
It's
If you
giving
want
you
to do that,
exactly
go
what you
ahead.
want.
Just go ahead and prove it wrong with
It's
the
giving you
ISS.
exactly
You
what
make
you
a
want. It's got
calculation at
something
your
going.
house, and it
It's got
follows that
something.
calculation.
It's got something that's going basically ballistic, without air, without atmosphere, not affected by the atmosphere, and it shows this curved path relative to the surface.
Okay.
And it
So if you guys
hold on
went
1
and
second.
checked it,
Hold
would you be
on
honest
1
about the
second.
results if it didn't show what
Dude,
you
I let you
thought?
talk the whole time and didn't interrupt you. Just let me have a sentence. I gave you the courtesy. I told you I
Go ahead.
would, and you're not giving me the courtesy. So in that example of the ISS, it's up there. You can see, you can zoom in on it, you can see it transit the moon, all that good stuff. If you plot its path, you can call people and say, hey, do you see it over here at this 20 degrees above the horizon? Do you see it such and such place? You can actually plot its path, and you'll see it will curve eastward in the northern hemisphere and westward in the southern hemisphere as you see it. And that's why they plot this great circle that's supposed to be just a round and circle without any motion, because nothing can move something like that unless there's a force acting on it. So it doesn't move, yet it does scribe a crazy circular natured path around the Earth constantly, without question, without variance, and consistently and measurably and predictably.
Not
that was concise.
Not predictably. Until he said predictably, he was cool.
Yeah,
No,
if I want to tell you where it is, I can tell you where it is. At any time.
Well, anyway, if you want to make the topic about the ISS and the proof of that and all that, that's fine. I'm talking about Coriolis with airplanes.
I know. Listen, this is why I'm making the point that I made, dude. Is because you don't need to worry about what the ISS is. The predictions you make beforehand, based on the mathematics of the current trajectory of it, right? And you base it off of what a great circle path would be, and then you base it off what Coriolis would do to that great circle path if it was rotating how the Earth's rotating. So you would make the predictions, and all you would do is observe if the data or wherever you get the information from of where it is sometime in the future matches your prediction.
But I wanted to say the atmospheric flow isn't predictable. Not the ISS, my bad. But yeah, y'all can't predict where and how the wind and every little spin and swirl is going to go.
Yeah, we can actually.
No,
we can tell you where it's going to be a year from now. Yes,
you're done. You're done.
We can tell you where it's going to be a year from now.
Yes. I'm not talking about the ISS. I'm not talking about the ISS. I'll concede on that. I'm talking about up where you got the atmosphere, right? You're going to get away with saying, "Oh, well, it's the air ain't pushing that shit around because you're up in thinness." But down here, where the planes are flying, you can't predict where that shit's going to be based on the air swirling and all that.
That's why I use the ISS, man. Because the ISS it doesn't have those problems. It's like
right. Well, then you're not answering the question that I think from before about the planes landing on. I mean, bro, I didn't mean to interrupt like this. Like, my bad.
Hey, you know what? You want to see Coriolis? You just go back to the simple stuff. The simple stuff. The 20-mile artillery shells that are not guided, that are ballistic, and how they are 1,000 feet off one way
How
or
did
the
I
other.
know you're going to bring ballistics into this? Of course,
Because that's the only way
that's
you
the
really
only
can
way
show
to tell
proof.
Coriolis.
Well,
It's
that's
so
the only way we can
predictable.
see it. I mean, so it's a very dramatic way of seeing Coriolis, and it's in every manual for the Navy. Everyone knows about it, and it's calculated, and it's predicted, and it comes true every time they shoot shells north or south. Yes.
You know that's debatable. There's people say the exact opposite.
No, only sniper. I'm talking about ballistics for large caliber, 50 caliber cannons coming off of gunboats.
Like, don't you think,
16-inch
from your
gunboats.
perspective, that's a somewhat like, it sounds like you're frustrated that people are bringing up ballistics and ballistic trajectories as the
Not frustrated.
counterpoint to your
I was laughing at it. I wasn't
test.
frustrated. I was laughing at
Okay,
it. That's all.
whatever. Just let me finish. If that's the thing that always comes up, don't you think then it might have some validity rather than being like, oh, here's this same argument that always defeats mine. Ha!
No, it's not an argument that defeats mine. It has nothing to do with defeating mine.
So
what are you
why do
talking
you think
about?
so many people universally and independently come back to that? Because I've heard you have that conversation. I've had that conversation with you. It pops up again and again, this why don't we see Coriolis under a plane? And time and again, people say because the plane has control surfaces and tracks along a ground path, the proper test is whether it's a ballistic
all I said in
trajectory.
response
And
to
now it
it.
seems like you're like, oh God, they're bringing up the thing that makes me wrong.
No, did you hear what I said? No, did you hear my response? I said that there's people that claim both. There's people that claim that they never use Coriolis, they never have to take into account, and they're from the military and they're in professions and all those kind of things. People in
99% of the
airplanes, they
military
never
don't
use it.
ever
I'm just
take
saying that
shots over the
there's claims
distances
on
we're
both
talking
sides,
about.
so it's pointless to argue about it. I've never had to take Coriolis into account. So how can I
Because you
speak
don't.
with
You don't have
any
to.
kind of knowledge about it other than what I hear from both sides?
What have you done that relates to a ballistic trajectory over the
So
distances?
I just said nothing. I wouldn't have any experience in that. Why would I be able to talk about that?
Right.
That's why we're bringing it up.
That's kind
It
of the
does
point.
make sense why it does make sense why there'd be a difference between powered flight and ballistic. Let's just say in their conception of it, or even if there's another cause like ether or something else that's actually causing the drift. But either way, let's just say for a moment the idea of wind. You know, if you hit a golf ball into the wind, let's say there's a left to right wind, because it's a ballistic, of course the wind is going, I'm just using wind as an example. But the wind, of course, is going to push it to the right. But if you have like a radio controlled airplane or something, and you have a wind going from left to right, then obviously all the little the rudder and the ailerons and everything on the airplane that can maintain its flight, you could basically fly that thing straight, even though the wind is coming left to right. So it does make a different, makes sense why those are delineated and why it would be different, whether a Coriolis, first of all, whether it exists or not. Second of all, whether it's caused by Earth spin, or thirdly, whether it's caused by an ether wind or an ether drift type of.
That's why they view it both directions, and regardless of the wind, it always has this deviation to the right, going north. Even with a heavy wind, always goes to the right, and going south always goes to the left.
Yeah, I don't even deny that it exists. I think a lot of people do.
Sorry, not to the left. Always goes to the west, going south, and goes to the east, going north, not right or left. Always to the right.
Yeah, it makes sense if you have a massive vortex of a magnetic field. That would make sense that it would be that way.
There we go. Now we're talking. Now we get some intelligence here, and if we have a massive vortex of a magnetic field, that would take this lead shell, which is non-magnetic, and deviate it. Is that what you're saying? And it would always be consistent, regardless of where it was shot from. But by the way, this vortex is not really a vortex. This vortex insinuates and talks about some kind of circular path. We go east or west, and suddenly those effects are lessened and they're different.
Look at what I just posted, Zanuck, in the live stream.
Yeah, well, Yotvos is going east or west, and it just makes it lighter or heavier. But going north or south, it's a distinct right-hand turn, measurable and quantifiable, and put into those gunboats manuals. Now, the straw man argument about these people that are ballistic, gunnery people or gunnery sergeants or snipers, they don't ever use Coriolis, so therefore Coriolis doesn't exist. That's a straw man. Because we're not talking about things over a mile.
No, it's not about whether Coriolis exists.
We're talking about things over 20 miles.
Okay, like I agree with Gio. We could say yes, Coriolis exists as far as this vortex, a force that maybe causes these wind patterns to be similar in the north or south. Look at the pic I put in the live stream just now. I mean, that's a flat Earth with the same kind of pattern, right? And we could have that north or south vortex pattern going in one direction or the other. But as far as the planes flying, this is not a spinning Earth here. The planes flying over it and having to account for ground moving underneath the plane, causing it to be off course, is what we're talking about. It has nothing to do with the weather patterns or what might be causing a bullet to, stray one way or the other. And I think that's something that's debatable. People say that the bullet could go one direction or another for all kinds of reasons, and you just have to trust whatever the results are from the shooter. And there's lots of shooters, including people on this panel, that have said they've never had to take into account. The idea of Coriolis is ridiculous. You would never be aiming at something that's actually in front of you. You would be aiming at where it's going to be, which is just a ridiculous thought when you talk to anybody that's aiming at something.
That's what you do. That's exactly what you do. If you're shooting south,
I have no experience.
Hold on. Can I respond? Can I respond?
Wait, just real quick. I'm not saying it's not. I have no experience with it. I hear it from both sides. I hear claims on both sides. That's all I'm saying.
You don't hear anybody on your side saying that doesn't happen for any logical reason. I have manuals. I have declassified Navy manual informations that tell you exactly how much to deviate, how much you're going to miss the target by. And yes, if you shoot it north, it will accelerate ahead of the Earth and land to the right of that object. If you can see it, so line of sight's not going to work from a bird's eye view from this boat. Looking at it line of sight, you're going to have to aim 100 yards one way or the other, and you're going to actually aim to the left.
And there's lots of people that'll say that's complete bullshit.
No,
they never use it. They never
nobody's ever been on a battleship.
Nobody.
I guarantee this.
That's been debated on both sides.
I get right here.
So rather than both just shouting at one another and talking over the new perspective, who would you say would be the most credible person who should have to account for this, who doesn't?
How am I supposed to know?
But what you're saying is, I've talked to people who say they don't account for this. I'm just saying, share one of them who you find to be the most credible.
And don't make this about me. We've all heard the arguments on both sides. There's people saying on the flatter side that they've never used it. It's complete bullshit. They're professionals. They come from the military. There's also people on the other side saying the opposite. So why am I supposed to make a judgment about who's right and who's wrong in that, unless I had some experience with myself?
Because you're saying
I'm not about trusting somebody. I don't want to trust. I don't want to trust somebody. I don't want to just trust somebody.
Take a breath, mate. You're not talking about what I just asked. You just said, I've talked to many people who say that that's not the case, or something to that effect. If that is what you said, all I'm saying is, could you share like what you feel to be one of the people who should know, who should have to account for it, who don't?
Dude, really? You want me to start going through a list of people that I've heard say that the Coriolis is bullshit? Be a long list.
Just one.
Just one person. I'm just saying, if you're saying that we never have to account for this, then who?
No, you want me to set up somebody that you can knock down? I'm not going to even start with any of that. We've all heard the arguments before. I'm not going to start listing people.
Just either that, or it sounds.
You want to make this about me and my claim?
No, type of person.
You want to make? You want to say I'm making it up?
Rifleman?
Okay,
that's
ridiculous.
Exactly.
You talked to me long enough. I'm not
I want to weigh the person's credentials. Like if you say to me,
you want to attack somebody
who's
instead of the argument.
Come on.
You're looking for somebody to attack instead of the argument.
No, I'm just asking for the argument to have some substance to it. If you said to me, a squaddy who's got an M16 with iron sights never had to account for Coriolis, I would believe you. I would say that's quite probable because I've shot telescopic scoped rifles and I don't account for it, right? But I've never shot anything over 100 meters away. So if you found me somebody who's shot something at a distance similar to that and said they didn't account for Coriolis, I would think you're probably telling the truth. But if you said, oh no, there's this guy who I talked to who's a sniper who would be sent out to whack Taliban leaders from a range of 1 kilometer and he doesn't account for it, now you're talking, right? But if you said a chef, not interested. If you said an artilleryman, interested. So you get the point I'm asking, right?
I think you're kind of making it out like whether I'm telling the truth or not now or something like that. Is that what you said?
No, if what you're saying...
Just correct, what's the distance you would need to account for? Does anybody know?
It's going to be a function, right? It's going to be not zero at any point, but there's going to be a certain amount of distance, certain speed you're traveling, and certain accuracy you need to get. where that's like, yeah, if you're going to try and hit a 10-cent piece at a kilometer, I imagine you would. If you're trying to hit the broadside of a barn at 10 paces, probably not. And everywhere between the two is, I imagine, going to be a sliding scale.
I've headshot a rabbit at about 240 yards or 240 meters with a 22-250.
Nice.
And yes, there's a chance that I just, I aimed at the head, but I flinched just at the right moment for the right amount to account for the Coriolis. But I'd like to think I'm a half decent shot, so I aimed at the head and I hit the head. So that was about 240 meters. It didn't account for any Coriolis, but that also may not be far enough for me. I just throw that up as a first-hand account example.
Sure. Yeah, and a head, like rabbits have small heads, right? So that'd be a pretty good.
Yeah, just a little bunny. Just a little bunny. So the head was probably, I don't know, 3 inches across, something like that.
Yeah, they're tiny little things. I hit one with a bow as well, but not from nearly as that far, obviously.
By the way, I already did the ISS thing, the Coriolis thing. I mean, the ISS.
First of all, Kosho, are you hanging out with Don tonight? Is he down there? I heard something about that.
Yeah, Don's in town. He said he said he's free tomorrow night. Okay.
Free money.
If he jerks me off, I'll let you know. Okay. Now, what was I going to say?
I don't want you to let me know. I want you to show me. I want video evidence.
Well, you got to pay extra for that.
Write a book about it.
But anyway, yeah, I did the thing, and I did it with a little help. I'm not going to say from who just yet, but they're not here. But anyways,
Let me guess. The ISS, you can track it. It shows exactly what you'd expect.
No.
The Earth is a globe. It's all proven.
No. Because I think to say that means that you didn't really understand why this test would what it would show. All I've done was I've located the exact position of the ISS right now, and the heading. It has the same heading as it always has. You know what I mean? But so I just use those two informations, right? And its speed, and I know the Earth's rotational speed, the size of the Earth, the height of the ISS, right? So knowing this stuff, you can see what a great circle path would be using the Haversine function. That tells you you put in the your current position and the direction, or two positions, and it'll tell you what the great circle path is between those two positions. And so if there was no Coriolis, you could just use that to make the prediction of where it would be at some other time. But if you want to make a correct prediction of where it's going to be in the future, you have to do that, and then you have to include how it would move based on based with Coriolis. And having done that, I made a prediction for it. There's like a path. There's like a path and a half of its intersection of somewhere in Africa. Where is that? It's right west of Madagascar, southwest of Madagascar, in Africa. Anyways, and I looked, and sure enough, that is where it's going to be, and then that time in the future. So not a path and a half. I'm sorry, along this same path. I think 30 minutes from now. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is if you can do that, and it will make those correct predictions, that in itself should show you that that's exactly what this like ideal Coriolis test that you were just talking about. You have something that already does exactly that. That is only moving as a ballistic without having to worry about the atmosphere.
Well, okay. Well, if you're responding to me, the ideal test wouldn't be with the ISS, in my opinion. But you can go ahead and knock yourself out.
Yeah, it's not that the ideal test would be with the ISS. The ideal test would be with something that is not affected by everything else. That the Coriolis being such a small effect for a pilot, for instance, is not going to be something that asking a pilot to say, hey, can we look at your data and see if we can see if you've been affected by Coriolis, because it's not going to be very apparent. It's a very small effect compared to everything else that's affecting it. Whereas the ISS has almost nothing affecting it, and it's almost perfectly going in a great circle path. And the only reason it's not going in a great circle path, or the main reason it's not going in a great circle path, is because of the Coriolis. So it's in my opinion, it is a perfect test for what you were asking for. But yeah,
I'm gonna make a prediction that they're gonna knock it out of the sky soon.
Oh, they are meant to be decommissioning.
Talking about it's going to land in Point Nemo and you didn't know that? It's supposed to land in Point Nemo in 2030.
Yeah, it's not gonna be in the sky anymore. You do realize that, like
it's not supposed to land in 2030. It's being decommissioned in 2030, and it very much could be bought by somebody else for all we know.
No, it's going to crash into Point Nemo.
Nah, they're gonna shoot
I
it.
thought they were going to deorbit it.
They're gonna shoot it down and blame it on Putin.
I think what's more likely is that somebody is going to purchase it for like tourism,
space tourism. Well, they're already using it for that, aren't they?
Think about it, that'll be a lot cheaper than a lot of other choices. But there's that guy Bigelow Aerospace. He has an inflatable hotel he's putting up there.
That shit is definitely not going to be in the sky by 2030, but it'll probably be way sooner.
You want to know what's funny? So, Ricky Gervais just came out with his stand-up Humanity on Netflix. Watched it. Fucking hilarious. Recommended to everyone. But I went back and was listening to his the Ricky Gervais show, and there was one where he's talking to Carl Pilkington about the Galactica, whatever the fuck that was called, Virgin
Battlestar
Galactic.
Galactica?
No,
Oh,
like
Virgin,
Virgin
yeah, right,
Galactic or whatever. And so they were talking about that shit. And this was like way fucking back in the day, and they were talking about like this is gonna come out, what's gonna happen with that. That was funny all of itself, but the fact that that hasn't even fucking happened, and the shit that is coming out today just isn't even. It was like decades ago. So yeah, whatever they're talking about now, and what they're saying is gonna fucking happen, yeah, probably not. Probably not gonna happen. Something else will happen. It's gonna be probably by a different company. It's probably gonna be, I don't know. Like, we've been talking about shit for years that has never come through.
Yeah, I think humans are just always too optimistic about that stuff. Like that's what I was saying about the AI discussion yesterday. And I am among them. I'm a mad keen futurist, or certainly was much more before, and was obsessed with emerging tech and being like, oh, every job's going to have, AI and augmented reality and all of this stuff like intrinsic to it in no time. And yeah, just don't think that's the case anymore. I think that, yeah, marches really slowly. What do they say? Progress happens one death at a time? Progress in science is? Something like
one death at a time?
Yeah, as in like you've got to wait for some previous old dude to die before you can sort of upset his
I disagree. I mean, it was a pretty bold claim by JFK to say we're going to the moon in 9 years, and then we actually did it.
Yeah, I don't mean about those sort of things. I mean, I do think that's an outlier. It is a good example of what I'm saying, but I just mean sort of generally, like the public were talking about self-driving cars, or more importantly, flying cars, like they would be ubiquitous by the year 2000. Or like I remember the TV show The Year 2000, or Beyond 2000, I think it was called, which is all about emerging tech. And it was always like, oh, people fly to work by, 2000. Here we are in 2022, and we're like, yeah, nobody's ever going to have flying cars. Not until they fly themselves. So I'm more talking about the sort of march of society rather than a single project.
Think about this though. So from in 20 years, we went from radial motor propeller engined aeroplanes to allegedly landing on the moon. Okay, so just say that was a fairly deep advancement in air/space travel and technology.
Absolutely.
And yet and yet today we still can't invent an autonomous car that won't hit a red cone in the middle of the road. Like, does that not have a disconnect in your brain?
A bit. Yeah, I certainly see the.
Yeah, it has to, man. I know you're smart enough to think, that really, I can't quite get my head around that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get their answers to that though, which is that AI is far harder than we think it's going to be, depending on the complexity of the environment. So space, if it is what they tell us is a fairly simple, largely uniform environment where, streets aren't.
But here's but I'll rebut that by saying, so space, if it is what they tell us to be, but then we landed on this rock that we had no idea what it was. We kind of took a guess that we think this is what it's going to be. We think this is what the conditions might be, and we really can't test it because we can't go there to test it. And yet somehow we successfully did it on the first try. And yet here on Earth, where we live and breathe every day, and we've got plenty of opportunity to test things all day, every day with 2022 technology, but we still can't create an autonomous vehicle that's safe enough to be let loose on the road. I really just.
That's not true, though.
That's why I just call bullshit. I just call bullshit on the moon mission for that, just for that one reason alone. Absolute bullshit.
Yeah, but that's not true, though, what you just stated. It's a big difference, the two things, right? Because we can easily have an autonomous car do what the ones on Mars or the moon can do, and do several times over. The difference is where the difference is there's restrictions because there's people involved, and they need the cars to be have a better record than the average driver. And so it's like most of those cars can do what those nasty things can do. Drive around, look, surroundings.
There's a cool. Sorry.
Well,
there's a really cool challenge. Oh, go on. Sorry.
My only point. My main.
And then went ahead.
The point I'm making is that the big difference is one is in regards to people and users, and the other is in regards to nobody at all, and so they don't have the same requirements.
A good test of this, or a good place to look at it, I was obsessed with this when they did their first challenge, and it's the DARPA Grand Challenge. And I watched this doco of the first year. I think it was 2000. Got the wiki up. It might have been the 2004 one. And so they're like, these cars need to go around this like basic obstacle course, and they need to go through a ramp, and then they need to like open a gate or do something, like do a variety of things. And that was all, in essence, a precursor, a sort of safety test, as well as being a competition. It was a safety test to then do the open road challenge, where they had to go across 240 kilometer route in California, Nevada border. And I watched the first one with such excitement, being like, this is going to be amazing. Didn't have a single car that could do it. None of them could even. I beg your pardon. I think like 80% of the field was wiped out in the first like test, and then when they released them onto the road, here it is. A car called Sandstorm traveled the farthest distance, completing only 11 kilometers of it. So it was like abysmal. But then by like, I forget the next year, these cars are drifting around turns and overtaking one another on, like they are doing some pretty impressive things, provided, as Kosho points out, you don't have other cars in the way. It's not trying to sort of navigate around kids playing football and stuff.
Well, it's also what the fucking shit? It's also like, once you improve the actual driving algorithm, it's not like it's going to regress. It's kind of like a winch, you know what I mean? It just gets better. It doesn't get worse.
We had a test here, maybe where I live, 5-6 years ago. Our state wanted to be the front runner in autonomous vehicle legislation and whatever. And so Volvo came over from Sweden. We had Tesla, we had somebody else, and so they set up this wonderful publicity stunt. They had the premier of our state present and a few other dignitaries and whatever. And in the first 10 seconds, the fucking car hit the paper child that was standing up in front of it. It was
Oh my
like
god!
just hysterically bad that they just like you almost it beggars belief that they've flown a car from Sweden to Australia and it's just plowed into this paper child in front of it.
Yeah. So, and that's I've got a friend who works. I've got a friend who works in policy in the UK, and like, if you think I'm pessimistic about this stuff, I'm like a sort of fan child of it. And I was talking to her about it, and she's like, the policy decisions about this kind of stuff are just incredible, because you've got this very awkward territory where at the moment car drivers are 100% responsible for what happens in their car. So if they crash because like a wheel nut came off, that's their responsibility. And what they can try to do is sort of say, well, that's Toyota, had bad wheel bearings or something in there. Whereas for self-driving cars, there's this whole difficulty of like, how much autonomy do you give it? And how do you know what it's driving at that time? And who do you hold responsibility if the child it hits is not made out of paper? And she was saying, between road markings and designated lanes and stuff like that, she thinks will be, I think she said 2040 before they become commonplace on our roads. Whereas I was like, no, I was saying next 5 to 10 years, and she was saying that's ridiculous, it'll be 20. So maybe she was saying 20, what would that be? 40? Yeah, I don't know. A long way away.
It's I think it's a lot simpler than, it's a lot closer than people are thinking. Because I mean, my car, when I was driving the Prius, at least, it wasn't even an automated car or anything like that. But it would, you could turn on the cruise control and it would steer for you, and it would, slow down if there's cars in front of you. And so if you're on the highway, you just don't even have to drive. You don't have to do anything. It does everything for you. Of course, but like I said, there's because of the safety restrictions, and in America we have the who would it be in America? One of the driving people, whoever's whatever department that is,
Department of Transport.
Yeah, whatever, one of those ones. They have very strict requirements, and I think isn't it FAA? I mean, that's not right.
FAA will be Airline Federal Aviation Authority, I think it is. I think you're talking about Department of Transport, because that's what all my tires have to be, DOT legal.
That might be it. I heard that Elon Musk, he's working. His Tesla, they were trying to get past. There's one more requirement that they're not getting to, and it's just that they have to be better than. They have to testably be safer than, like, I think the average driver, or have less accidents on average than the average driver, or something like that, and then they'd be good to go.
Oh man, a fucking Prius. Oh my god, man.
It was nice.
They're good cars. They're not exactly gonna get the ladies going, but they're great cars.
Dude, every Prius driver I've encountered fucking sucks at driving.
What is that about? That is so
Probably
true.
why they got a Prius, though.
What is that about? It's the craziest thing. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, Prius drivers do not know how to drive. There's something wrong with them. I don't know
I
what
wonder
it is.
if it's somewhat to do with enthusiasm, because I started making a video of this years ago and then didn't make it, where I was like saying, as a motorcyclist, I have a keen idea of who to watch out for. And trucks, normally you would think you'd have to watch out for them because they're so big and they've got massive blind spots. But like, virtually anybody who drives, virtually anybody who knows how to drive, who has to drive for a living, is pretty good. And the other thing I really trust is not really nice cars, because I'm like, A, he doesn't want to wreck his car, but B, he's like fully switched on and paying attention.
Yep.
My cars I trust the least are soccer mum cars, because you just know she's got some bouncing, screaming kid who's trying to drink a bottle of anthrax or something in the back, and she's half distracted and she's on the phone.
Women drivers, period. That is already, like, watch out for the women drivers. So if it's a mom, even without kids in the car, they're probably doing some shit. Like, if it's a woman driver, watch out for that. That's a
Doug-
good thing to look out for sure.
Dude, I could tell you right now, a Prius car would be a great base competition car. You can get some really high dBs, probably with just even an 8-inch woofer.
Well, yeah, it was a rental in my case at least. But I will tell you that because of its features, at times I would have been a dangerous driver to be next to because I'd fallen asleep before, and I was still on the free. I was going 80 miles per hour
Well,
still.
maybe that's it. Maybe all the people driving Priuses are in rentals.
Well, no, I don't know. No.
Wait a minute.
I
You
imagine
fell asleep going 80 miles an hour? Jesus fucking Christ, man.
more than once.
I've fallen asleep while walking before. I've fallen asleep while riding my motorbike.
Yeah, I just if I'm too tired to do whatever that day, I just sleep in the bed till I fucking holy shit, you guys are tough.
And sometimes it's hard to realize when you're tired until you do something really monotonous and start falling asleep. But
It's a problem. It's a problem with those electric cars. They're so smooth, no gears, they make you fall asleep.
Well, no, it was a hybrid. But yeah, that's why I didn't. When I rented the first hybrid I had last year, I didn't. I was like, oh, I need to drive a hybrid. But after I got it, I was like, damn, I really turned towards hybrids. They definitely have a lot of benefits than really. I mean, I think but benefits than both electric or purely gas machines.
Particularly for traffic, like for city driving, because
Hold
my
on,
parents
hold
had a
on, hold
Prius
on.
for a bit.
Before we move on, writing. I was away from the keyboard, but I heard you say this, and I want to make sure I heard it right. Did you say that you were on a motorcycle and you fell asleep on your motorcycle? What the fuck is that? How did nobody else hear that? What? How the fuck do you do that?
So
Yeah,
I
I didn't even hear
was
that,
I
yeah.
had Giardia, so I was like shitting my pants pretty regular. I actually
Okay.
shat my pants.
Yeah,
And
that will happen.
I left some
Okay.
jeans at the side of the road while I was going off over the Himalayas. So there's a road from Leh to Ladakh, which is the highest motorable pass on earth. So it's a bit of altitude sickness, bit of Giardia, and I already am somebody who falls asleep super easily. And yeah, I was just riding along and like didn't fall all the way over, just went like was going around a mountain path and fell asleep, and then like as the bike started to tip, I got that like the dreaming sensation of falling.
Fuck.
I suddenly got that, so like jerked back upright, and my mate who I was riding with, who was behind me, pulls up next to me and goes, "Dude, did you just fall asleep? I saw your head like nod over, and you started like heading towards the edge, and then you went."
I knew there was a story there. I was like, how did everybody miss that? I was doing dishes and I was like, oh wait, stop. What the fuck did I just hear? I knew there had to be something crazy with that. Like it's not like la-di-da. Oh, just one day, yeah, I just fell asleep on my motorcycle. The fuck? That is crazy. You were in the Himalayas, had Giardia. Fucking
Yeah, I was not in a good way. I like
holy shit.
at the end of that
That's
trip, we
amazing.
get to Ladakh, ride our bikes down to Delhi, and then I get on a flight straight away. And when I arrived at the airport, my mum hadn't seen me for like a year or something, and she just burst into tears. She's like, "You look like a POW." I was like really gaunt, sunken cheeks, and really like had to keep pulling up my pants because I was on the last belt loop and they're still falling down. I was so scrawny.
But it was probably all worth it, and you survived. You didn't fall all the way asleep. You
back.
made it through. Yeah, that's
Heading
cool.
back there. We're leaving on our next big
Are you?
motorbike trip in
That's amazing.
what is it now? 16 days.
Are you doing like the what do they call that? They made a documentary of it. Those actors.
Long
That
way
kind of thing?
round.
Yeah, the long way round. They
Yeah,
did 2 of them, right?
basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's really cool. I love that.
Well, did you ever get any of that footage from the drone eggshells? You never hit me up with that, man.
Oh, no, I don't have. I've got footage from the drone.
What do you remember? I don't know if you remember.
I don't know how to.
How
do I? You wanted me to get the like metadata or?
Yeah, well, yeah, and it's just like strictly of like if you for instance like were viewing the sea and you just like raised and lowered your altitude a little bit and try to keep it somewhat level, but you wouldn't have to get it perfect because I would look at the data for that, and then yeah, I would try to extract the data. But you know what? Will you just give me the model and the
Skydio 2 is the model I'll be taking.
How do you say that again?
Skydio, SKYDIO.
2. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'll look into the details and see, how to just pull it out on its own. Does it connect to like your phone or your
Yep, it's got a little remote beacon thingy that you put in your pocket that it tracks, but it also connects to your phone.
And does it store the data in like the cloud or in like your storage device on your phone or something, or in itself?
Not sure. That's what I'll have to do.
Fair enough. And it's just a 2, not the X2.
Yeah, you think that? Hang on, Skydio X2. Yeah, just the 2, not the X2.
Oh. This thing looks pretty cool.
It is super amazing. Did I show you the clip of it following me?
I'll see it.
Yeah, just
it looks like it can carry packages pretty easily, or it just got like little things on top for it to carry packages or something.
It probably could. I haven't made it do that. But
All right, it has little things on the top of it. You know what I'm talking about? Like those little hooks or something. I'll show you a picture. Helicrite.
just a second. Get shareable link. There we go. Yeah, that's it. But not with those little antennas are for extended range. That's the 2+.
Okay, so the 2. This is right. This is 2+, not the 2+. Okay.
So yeah, I've just put the clip in there. That's it. Follow me up a little hill. It's just amazing how much it dodges trees.
Oh wow. Do you have to put a setting on it for like the distance that you say, or is it just kind of like a standard distance?
Yeah, so you set the distance and whether you want it to follow you like dead behind or go in front of you or
No, I mean like the distance from a barrier, like a tree or something. Like could you make it like
No, it does all that bit itself and it gets very close too.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, these things are real sophisticated. And I know I think I don't remember if I said this or if I was waiting to say this the other day when we were talking about this, but like 6 years ago or 8 years ago when this first started getting big, like people using drones and stuff like that for all sorts of stuff, and they started getting cheaper. You could actually make a lot of money. And you still can probably, just have one of these and finding people who, because there's a lot of people who acquire kind of aerial shots and aerial footage of stuff, or like kind of just the stuff for like insurance reasons, and there's also all sorts of places where money can be made.
Yeah, well, this thing also seems to be used by commercial applications where you can have a setting where you go scan this building, and it will then fly itself around it, photographing or making like a 3D model of every last bit of it. And they're like, this is really useful for like creating a 3D model of like a historic building that you don't want to touch, or oil rig or something, or for selling a bit of infrastructure. I was like, that's very cool.
You know what's cool, but not really the same thing? Oh, there's a newer one too. Have you ever seen that MIT robotic like dog looking thing? I think it's called the Cheetah.
Big Dog. Yeah, they made the Cheetah. I think was the running one.
Yeah,
Wasn't
the commercial one. Yeah. And they were selling it. It was like $75,000. But it looks like they have like a mini one now. It's probably a lot cheaper. But those things look real cool. I don't know. It'd be cool to have one of these things where it's like a kind of like both. Like it's not just a drone and not just like a robot, but it's like could do all the tasks. And it's kind of like a personal little helper thing. It'd be like your traveling companion. Kind of crazy to think about, actually. It'll be like a pet, basically, where it's like it follows you around and like records you and does all sorts of shit. Oh yeah, they do have a new one. I guess the mini cheetah. I wonder how much that costs.
Hello.
Hello.
Yo.
What's up, Harry? Is it cool if I call you Harry? Not that I know what your name is.
Sure.
I gotta call you riding on eggshells. All right, cool.
Yeah, loads of people call me Harry.
All right.
Harry.
Harry Potter.
I love it that when Americans say my name, it sounds a lot like hairy.
Harry.
Me and my hairy nutsack.
Oh wow, Harry. Holy shit.
Potter. Yo, these clips are pretty cool, Harry. I was just looking at your channel.
Oh, you should see my proper riding on eggshells one. That's got the good stuff.
Yeah, he spends a lot of time trying to edit those videos.
Oh, fuck, it takes forever. My girlfriend gets really upset if I like do it quickly, but I'm like, if we're going to be editing a video every 2 days on our trip, we need to get in the habit of just slapping it together and getting it out. Whereas she likes to she'll put, I don't know, sometimes like 18 hours worth of editing into getting it ready.
Are you a public speaker?
I train people in it. Like I'll give talks every now and then, but I don't nowadays don't get paid to go give like lectures, keynotes and stuff as much anymore.
Okay. It's pretty cool.
Yo, goddamn Nate. I'll just call you Don Nate. My bad, bro.
Okay.
But yeah, did I tell you that, remember we had that talk the other day about Chris Nolan?
Yeah.
I've watched that movie like 6 times since then. And it's tied with my favorite Chris Nolan movie now.
Which was your favorite Chris Nolan movie again?
Before it was The Prestige. It still is, but it's Prestige and Tenet now.
Oh, come on, man. I mean, Tenet wasn't that good.
I like it, man. I mean, I watched it 6 times, so you gotta watch it multiple times to get everything you can out of it.
I hear you, but I mean, yeah, it was a really good movie, but damn.
Yeah, but you like Inception a lot too, so it's like that's why.
Yeah,
that's
but
why
Inception was
I
amazing.
don't trust your judgment. And that's why I
Oh,
didn't
come on,
trust it
Kosho.
initially.
Who didn't like Inception? Everyone loved Inception, man. Come on.
Yeah.
That was an amazing movie.
Yeah, it's not bad. Like I said, it'd be my top 5 Chris Nolan movies, I guess. But it's just I think Tenet's a lot better than Inception.
Okay.
It's not saying anything.
Is it? I mean, is it the acting you like, or is it the idea? I want to say.
I think the acting was well done, yeah, of course, but there was some editing stuff with the sounds that weren't that great. But no, it was Christopher Nolan's a great movie maker, dude. I like movie making movies because if it's good, it's basically good because of this, this person's direction and vision and everything. So, I think he did a good job. It was a very novel idea of time travel, dude. There's no time travel that's like that. You know what I mean? That's like a totally different idea of time travel. It's really cool.
Yeah, definitely. The whole going back in time, but like your entropy isn't synced up with the past you were going into. So, like, yeah, that shit was pretty cool, man. You know? Yeah.
I do wonder if I'll like that because a friend said to me, they were like, "Oh my god, you'll love it if you liked what's that stupid one where they go into everybody's dreams?"
Inception. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't.
I hated Inception because I was
Yeah.
like, I don't mind it. It was such a bad film. Like,
I didn't like it.
well acted, looked cool, but the script of the film set up an internal logic that it didn't follow. It was so infuriating. It had like this and super complex internal logic too. Like I felt like I needed a notepad and pen to write down like, okay, but on the 3rd layer, time slows down by this much. But then like the amount time slows down by doesn't make sense because I remember I did the maths and the bit where they're dropping off the bridge into the water at the next layer down, the next liminal layer down, that should have been like 4 minutes or 5 minutes. And during that time, the guy on the next level down has strapped everybody to the bed with all of the cords in the hotel room, maneuvered them out the door into the hallway, had a fight with 5 different people and beaten them all, then gone, maneuvered them all into the lift, then somehow from somewhere gotten some explosives, rigged them up to the lift in such a way that it would then jolt them to go downwards. And all that he does in 5 minutes. Like, fuck off. That's like a half-day job.
That's the least of it, too. I told Nate last time we talked about this, like you got to suspend your disbelief for that movie a great deal.
Yeah.
But it's got a cool idea and it is great acting, great visual effects and stuff like that. But I was the same way. It's not my favorite Christopher Nolan movie because it's complicated in the wrong way and also didn't have the best. It didn't have the best conclusion either. So.
And the conclusion was amazing. He doesn't know if he's still in a dream or not because the top is still spinning. You know, like,
not considering that.
Oh, come on, guys. I mean, you just got to buy into the bullshit a bit. It's the same with Tenet. You know, like, I mean, if Tenet is way more convoluted than Inception was. You know,
I'll tell you this
like,
way.
way more.
Yeah, I don't want to ruin it because it actually doesn't sound like he hasn't seen it. People are persuading him to see it.
No, don't do any spoilers.
Yeah, I almost don't even want to review it or anything, but I'm just saying that definitely there were parts where you're not even meant to know things, so it's like you're gonna feel confused. But if you allow yourself to be confused, then it's fine. Whereas in Inception, it kind of has to make sense for you to realize what's happening. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different.
This makes sense.
That was the funniest thing I read about Tenet was something where they were like, they said the actors themselves were like, but even by the end of the film, like, I'm still not sure what happens in this thing. I still don't know what happened.
Yeah, definitely.
Time travel film.
Yeah, you'll finish watching Tenet and be hella confused, but I don't think that was the same with Inception. No, Inception was a pretty simple idea to understand.
Yeah, it made perfect sense. It's just like, it's just as I said, it for super confusing lore that it just breaks itself. Like they're like, oh, but if you die at this level, you die in reality. Oh, but unless you're the main character, it's like, why set up that rule then? Why not just go, you might die? Why create this rule that you're definitely going to die in a place that nobody's been to? Nobody's ever been to the 7th layer, but you definitely die. Oh, actually, you don't. It's like, fuck off. Just stick to it or don't.
Yeah. I don't know.
No, yeah. I mean, I didn't even realize it was a time travel movie until like after I've watched it the second time. Probably it wasn't until it's not really. It's actually not really. Like I'm saying, it's indirectly time travel. It's not really time traveling, I guess.
Yeah, it's more to do with entropy, I think, as opposed to time. It's more about
as much time travel as regular life. Like when you live your life, you're time traveling. So
it's just like about like the flow of time, as opposed to actually like if you can reverse the way time flows, you know, some shit.
Only fucking Globers believe the Earth and time can fucking go in reverse.
I don't believe that.
Most Globers. I think most Globers.
Who believes
that? I mean, it just presents inherent contradictions.
Yeah, I don't think anyone believes
it. You're violating some basic laws. Like if you travel back in time, you now have introduced mass or matter into a space and a time where it wasn't. If it cannot be created or destroyed, but only changed, what happened? Some disappeared out of a certain time and went back to another time. Plus, if it already existed, like if it ever comes to pass that time travel does exist, then it already exists because they could travel back to now to do it. So if it doesn't already exist, then it never will. Like it's so dumb.
It's kind of writing. That's what I was thinking is that like the most advanced technology would be time travel because once you get time travel, you can just go and get all the other advanced technologies from any other time period.
Yeah, I just don't think it's viable. I mean, there's ways to conceptualize how it would happen, but I don't think our universe is equipped.
I don't think any global believes time travel is possible. I know the idea is pushed heavily.
Reversing time travel, like going in the past,
Yeah, going into the past, traveling to the future. I don't think any global thinks it's real. I mean, the idea is pushed a lot in Hollywood and movies, but I think most people are smart enough to know it's just the movies, you know?
No,
it's just. I think it's presented in movies for the same reason that multiple personality disorder is presented in movies, even though there's good reason to think not real. And that is because it's super it makes for an interesting story, and it's really easy to film, right? You just crackle of lightning or something, and then bam, and out comes somebody wearing Victorian garb, and you're like, cool, time travel. Like it gives you, you know, you don't. Well, whereas like if you want to show other more complex things, like if you think about the thing in that one, the Dreams one, we were just Inception, where the whole city is bending and warping around them. That's a really expensive, difficult thing to shoot.
Yeah. Well, yes, yeah. Well, the time travel. What you said a second ago, though, Nate. The time travel into the future.
Wait, before you even say that, did you just say that that's a hard thing to shoot? Do you think that they're
The
actually shooting like the city's melting and bending around them? That's all CGI.
No. Yeah, it's CGI, but
Okay.
that's
Just
extraordinarily
making sure.
expensive.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
like
Okay. You
whacking
said
a
it's like,
crinoline dress on a girl and getting her to speak in a ye olde accent's free, right?
yeah, it was just funny because you said that's an incredibly like expensive thing to shoot, as if they're like
How did they
videotaping.
bend the city?
Exactly.
Think about the hydraulics involved.
Exactly. That shit was funny. How is nobody listening to what he's saying tonight? The shit that he's saying is so amazingly hilarious. Like, come on, guys.
He's a funny
Get
guy.
with it. He is a funny guy.
Yeah.
Tonight is the first night that I've actually realized how funny he is. There's been so many times where he'll say shit and I'm like doing other stuff and I'm like, wait a minute, what did he just say? Like, it's fucking hilarious.
He's pretty
Oh
funny.
my god.
He him in the mornings, but hey, yeah, well, Nate. Yeah, that's right. What you said about time travel, and time travel in the past is impossible, as far as I understand. But time travel in the future, as I said before, is already there's something very engaging in normally, and then also time traveling into the further future, or faster than everybody else is traveling to the future, is also definitely possible. So I only think time travel into the past is impossible, but all other forms of time travel are completely accessible.
Yeah. I mean, sure. Yeah. If you're moving faster than everyone else, you're gonna travel into the future. Yeah. I mean, you're gonna arrive at the future before everyone else does. So yeah, I'll give you that. But yeah, definitely going to the past. But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, I don't think most people, walk around every day thinking we can travel into the future right now, the set and the third, the way it's presented in movies, like jumping into a super duper spaceship, or what was that movie, Back to the Future, or whatever, like jumping into a car like that, and like yeah.
Yeah, but the one from Interstellar, though, they traveled. They did a couple future time travels, and those
That
ones,
was real.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
yeah.
But that wasn't really traveling into the future. That was more they went around a body that had strong gravitational effects. So their time was dilated compared to everyone else. He just basically stopped aging, so that when he came home, his daughter was older than him.
That's what I'm saying, though. That's so. Like I said before, you normally are time traveling into the future, normally, anyways. And then when there was like a 10-minute scene or less, and they came back, and it was 20 years later for the other dude because it was like 2 hours for them. And it was like,
You're talking about Interstellar, right? When they went down to the black hole thing.
Yeah.
That planet, yeah. I forgot whose planet it was. Somebody's planet.
That would
but
be
yeah.
creepy, though. If you come back home and your kid's older than you, jeez.
It sounds nice, but I'll call bullshit until I see it's real.
Yeah,
It happens all the
fine.
time, naturally.
I mean, I feel that's a perfectly reasonable position to hold, to call time travel bullshit. I wouldn't argue too much against it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm making the distinction between time travel is not bullshit when you realize that we're already doing it already, and all you're really doing when you're talking about time travel is comparing two different time experiences of time, and when you do it that way, it doesn't seem like bullshit at all.
Yeah, I hear you, but I mean that isn't what people colloquially refer to as time travel, right, Kosho? When people think time travel, they think what they see in Hollywood movies. I'm with you 100% that time travel into the future and all these things are possible. But if I hear someone say, time travel is bullshit because they base it on what they see in movies, I wouldn't argue too much with them. But if they came with the approach you were taking, that's something very different now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's probably it's a good way of, it's a decent way of looking at it because, things like the ISS or not the ISS, the GPS. I mean, they have to deal with this sort of time travel all the time because those clocks are experiencing different clocks than the ones on Earth and shit like that. So, you know, it's in our everyday lives that way, you know.
You're talking about the GPS application?
No, well, the GPS, the clocks and the satellites, they take differently than our
Right.
universal clocks down here.
Didn't there was some sort of I'm not sure. I'm not the arbiter of the heliocentric model, but there's some sort of discrepancy that they with Mercury or Venus that they needed to resolve using general relativity. Does anybody know about that in here?
Yeah.
Never even heard
That was one of the
Sounds
big. That was one of the first proofs of general relativity. You
I think
know,
it was
because
the first
Newtonian
one.
mechanics, yeah, couldn't properly explain the orbit of wasn't it Mercury,
Mercury,
not
yeah.
Venus? Yeah, Mercury. So that, and then the eclipse sighting, I think in 1919 or 1920. Those are the first two big proofs for general relativity.
But the Mercury
So-
one was the one that Einstein it was included with his paper. He even suggested
Yeah.
that be the test that would test his idea.
Yeah. Yeah, so those were the big proofs for it. And then after that, it just became mainstream, you know. But before that, yeah, it was a bit fringe. There were people fighting it. A lot of people still believed in, you know, ether theories and whatnot. But Harry, just to add on to what you were saying about traveling into the past, the way I see it, if I traveled into the past, I would then create a new future for myself. You know, so let's say we're on like a tree. Imagine we're all on one world line, and I travel into the past. What that is doing is creating a new branch. I'm not going to come back into the future that I'm in right now. I'm going to go into a different future. You know?
Mm.
Yeah,
That's an
that's how I
assumption.
would
But
see it.
is that because that's logically the case, or like would be the case, or is that because that resolves this paradox?
I think that's what would resolve the paradox.
Yeah.
Because if I go into the past and I do things differently, I'm never going to come back into the same future that I'm in right now.
Exactly. In fact, just
Yeah,
the act of going there would ensure that that no longer existed, because
exactly.
fundamental things would change from your absence in one place and presence in another.
Well, that's
Exactly.
well, that's the way it works in a certain movie. I don't want to give anything away, but that's why it kind of feels so nice, is because it does. There's no unresolvable paradoxes like that, because it does behave in that way where there's a single timeline. But they also address that a little bit too. That's actually there's two interpretations or two main interpretations in quantum mechanics, and one of them is the many worlds interpretation, in which there's a different universe basically for every possible event and occurrence of it or whatever. And so yeah, that would be a solution for this backwards time travel thing and not being paradoxical, but that depends on that being uh, the actual way it works, you know what I mean, that there actually being multiple universes and that kind of thing.
Mm. There's also another interpretation, quantum decoherence, which is the idea that we are all quantumly coherent. So we are all entangled, right, in one world line. But the moment you become disentangled or you experience decoherence, you fall out of that world line. And then you stop having these quantum properties. You are now observed, and you have definite positions and momentums and energies within time. So you have, uh, you've experienced decoherence from the world line. Everything else that is entangled is still within. So it's kind of like many worlds, but the idea is once the decoherence happens, you're like on your own branch of reality. You can never get back to everybody else, you know. I hope that makes sense.
I've never heard of this.
Quantum decoherence?
No, I know what quantum decoherence is, but I'm saying about I never heard it as an interpretation. I guess I'll look
Yeah.
into it. Because decoherence occurs, with like whenever you do quantum computing, for example, we're talking about this the other day, but obviously you have a particle, and when its wave function collapses, you can measure it or whatever, but they actually need them to be decoherent for them to be qubits,
Mm.
Hey, Coach, let me ask you a question.
Oh, sure. I'm gonna stop you.
They say if like a mainstream science comes out, right, and they incorporated with NASA, right? Let's just say hypothetically, they said they found some.
Working together.
Yeah. Let's say they come out and they found some scientists. They found in a lab. They were working on a moon rock, and it's some goo that you could put on the bottom of your shoe that allow you to jump 10,000 feet, right? How many people do you think would buy into it, like right away?
How much would they cost?
$1 million. No, actually, let's make it $1 billion. Just because, the average person can't buy it, only super wealthy people can. How long do you think that can last?
Well, I'm sure a couple of super wealthy people will buy it, and other people will die. And I don't know I don't understand what you're asking or what the.
Well, how many people would how many people would fall for it? How long will it last?
Fall for it? I mean, certainly one person would buy it, and then it would work or it wouldn't work, and then everything else would follow, right? If one person bought it and it didn't work, then it'd be forgotten the next day, wouldn't it?
How much is the God
Yeah,
particle?
I don't know about that, Kosho. Have you ever been to like Home Depot and you buy a fucking hammer, says made in China, and it fucking breaks in like fucking 15 minutes? Yet the whole fucking shelf is filled with these shitball fucking hammers.
What does that have to do with shoes that can propel you upward 5 or 10,000 feet? Like
Well,
that's easy. If a hammer broke every time you touched it and it wasn't even capable of holding, then it wouldn't even be time for them to be put on the shelves. Like nobody would purchase them. However, those hammers that are made in China, they work. So it doesn't matter how cheap they are. Whereas these shoes, they would have to actually show that they work for anybody to be interested in them.
I don't know how weak your wrist is, but these fucking hammers go out in like fucking 30 minutes. I gotta get the fucking special made in America ones.
Yeah, I'm referring to
4 times as much.
like $34 billion for the God particle. Or what is it? It's like how much?
What are you talking about? The God particle didn't cost anything. You're talking about CERN. It costs a lot of money to. It's the biggest building in the world. It costs a lot of money to.
I think you can like purchase something that costs like 30-something billion dollars. I thought it was like the God particle. Maybe I got it mixed up.
Yeah, but the Large Hadron Collider works.
My point is how easy can it be if you make something extremely expensive to the point where like no man can fathom the price, can't buy it really. How long do you think average person out here be like, yeah, they found this goo that make you jump 10,000 feet? Like how long do you think they can?
I don't think anyone's going to be saying that unless somebody sees it. If nobody sees it, and people are murmuring it and saying, "Oh, yes, this does this," no one's ever seen it happen, but apparently it happens.
No one has seen the universe, yet they think that we're heliocentric spinning around a sun at crazy speeds flying through a galaxy, the unfathomed speeds. No one's seen that, and they believe it.
I've seen that. That's how we know it's happening.
No one's got God eye view.
Yeah, they don't actually see that. That's not what they do. They see what they look at in the sky, and then they create models and calculations, then derive what's happening.
Exactly, yeah. So they see the sun, they see how far away it is, they see how long it takes for us to go around it, and through that you can simply determine how fast you're moving around it. You do the same thing for everything else. So it's observable derivation, sure, but it's still observable.
I would say we can observe how long it takes us for the year to go. Yeah, 365 days. But I mean, figuring out how far the sun is a calculation, right? It's not like you're getting a fucking yardstick out and directly measuring it.
Well, yeah, yardstick would be the wrong tool unless you have two of them, of course, and a protractor. Then you could you could use them as an angle the sun and the moon during the quarter moon phase, and then that would tell you the distance to the sun.
Is that how you calculate your sun distance, Kosho?
That's how I've done it a few times, yeah. And I got fairly close to the known distance. Yeah.
Wow. What apparatus did you use?
I exactly used the yardstick.
What did you use to measure the distance to the sun?
Well, I used basically you need two sticks. It doesn't matter; they don't have to be yardsticks, but you have two sticks, and you have to wait for the quarter moon phase or the 3/4 moon phase, one of the two, and you have to point. So you have to take the two sticks and put them together like they're angles, like make an angle between them, where the crux of the angle is pointed towards the earth, and one of the points of the sticks is pointed at the sun, and the other one is pointed at the moon. And you take the angle of those sticks, and your measurement is going to be dependent on your precision, how precise your tools are. And if you take the what is it, the cotangent, I think it is, of the or the inverse tangent or cotangent of the of that angle, that'll give you the ratio between the distance between the moon and the sun.
How do you account for refraction due to the water between the Earth and the sun?
You don't do it when the sun or the moon is close to the horizon.
No, there's always water between the Earth and the sun.
What do you mean though? What water
Study-
in the sky or what?
No, how do you account for that? No, the water, the sun actually shoots out water, according to mainstream. So how do you account for that?
You just realize that it's not going to affect the refractions, so you don't
Really? So light doesn't behave differently when it's shined through water?
No,
And then
you aim differently if it's in a dense part of the atmosphere, and if it's not, then you have nothing to worry about. Typically, about 35 degrees above the horizon, you're fine.
Oh. So it doesn't matter what's between the Earth and the sun, not at all, whatsoever.
It would matter, but the fact that there's nothing means that you don't have to worry
I'll
about
get
it.
you a citation.
Did you say something?
What's the citation?
Okay, so the other day, the 8th, it was the quarter moon phase, and if you wait till the 22nd, there'll be another quarter moon phase, so you can take this measurement.
So so you're telling me, okay, sunset, sunrise, I'll give you that. I mean, you'll do it above it because it'll be less refraction, but then you got a variable that you have to take into consideration what's between the Earth and the sun. Now, mainstream has it that the sun is shooting water.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, bro, but that headline is misleading, man. It's not the sun spraying water. It's just when I think it's the solar winds from the sun when they hit oxygen-rich, I think dust clouds and rocks. That's what causes the water.
Right, it's between the sun and the Earth, right?
It depends if those rocks are in that angle. Those rocks could be anywhere in space, you know. Or
anywhere.
the dust could be anywhere.
So how do you
I don't
take
know,
that?
like
How would you know when the best time to do that then? How would you know when those rocks are in between the Earth and the sun? How would you know?
And you don't let it affect your measurement because it's not going
Yeah.
to if they are there.
Pseudoscientists, dude. That's all you guys are.
But you would be able to see. Sorry, go ahead, Kosho.
I was saying, if you're bringing this up, man, you should come to us with maybe what the density of this new environment is, and if it changes from the was air mass is the name of the air that's in between you and your observation in astronomy. That's called the air mass. And
You said it
so
doesn't
you can
matter.
tell us what the air mass becomes when this.
You said it doesn't matter, Kosho. It doesn't matter.
I know that's because I already know it doesn't matter, but I'm waiting for you to come with these numbers.
It doesn't matter.
So I know we can see that maybe it does matter. But yeah, I agree. It doesn't matter because it doesn't become the air mass doesn't change. I'm still curious though. I wonder how much mass in general this creates.
What?
These articles are kind of missing something too, because it's saying that this is like evidence that life is. What does it say? It says that this is evidence that life is universal, but without this fact, water is still it's already the most common compound in the universe.
That's tough. Mainstream science for you, huh?
What? Which? What are you referring to? It's funny they say that water is the most common compound. It's not like you see it anywhere, so I don't know.
What do you mean? Wait, the most common compound on Earth or where?
On the universe.
Yep. There's over
Oh, yeah.
400 million gallons. Yeah, it's 400 trillion.
You expect it to be everywhere, but I'm saying like you normally see like space dust, you see stars, and you see planets, but compound water. Those are all made of usually single element.
Hey, Kosho, if you're shining light through a denser medium, like, nitrogen, and then you shine it through water and then through, just regular gases, would that affect the path of the light?
Well, yeah, there's something called refraction, and the densities and the angle of incidence both affect the
Right. So sunset and sunrise wouldn't be the only case that there's refraction, right?
Well, as I said, the densities and the angle of incidence both do affect the refraction, and the angle of incidence is what creates the effect during the sunset and sunrise. Yeah, the angle of incidence isn't steep enough when it's high enough in the sky through the different layers of atmosphere for it to have a giant effect. I think it's only like 5 arc seconds off for most of the day.
Hey, Kosha, when you get the distance to the sun, right? Do you use the radius of the Earth?
Yeah. I mean, only because it includes the distance to the moon. Yeah, which you have to have first as well. In the way that I was talking about doing it, and to do that, yeah, you need the radius of the Earth. At least, but again, in the way that I was doing it.
Finding that radius is tough, man, right? Because, it's the horizon that is there, but we can't see. It's like having a unicorn or a giraffe in your garage, right? And I say it's there. You know, you can't see it or measure it, but it's there. You got to believe me.
Well, if it's in your garage, then surely enough, you can just go in your garage, you can see it. So it doesn't
No,
sound
you
like
just
a
can't.
problem.
You can't go there. You can't go there. You only can just observe it from the outside.
Well, the radius of the Earth isn't that difficult to determine, but it is required in the method I needed to discover the distance of the moon, and so yeah.
Well, I mean, how would we get a point of tangency to the geometric horizon to derive a radius? Don't we have to remove gases first, like mainstream says, to get a precise measurement?
Well, you don't really need the horizon. You could use the horizon, but you don't need. I mean, I didn't use it, and there's other ways to do it.
You use the sky.
I use the shadows on the ground.
Shadows, huh?
Like Aristotle's method.
Yeah, how do you differential between that versus elevation change? That's a question I've been waiting to add a Glober to answer to me is how can you tell the difference? You got 3 miles on your left, 3 miles on your right, 72 inches of elevation change, 72 inches of curvature. How would you be able to tell the difference?
Oh, but this is a different topic now.
No, it's not because it's about shadows, right? How would you be able to tell the difference versus elevation change versus spherical curvature?
You don't worry about the distance or anything. You just see the flat surface, like the back porch. You put a sticking up straight vertically. Just measure the shadow of that stick on the flat surface. You don't have to worry about. I
Well,
don't know
you can get the
elevation change or
small
anything.
local sun. You know that, right? You're going to still get the same angle with a small local sun.
No, I did know that actually.
Yeah. So how do you get 93 million miles then with that if it works for a small local sun?
Well, I think because you don't get the same angles on the closer to local sun. I think it's a problem.
With one stick, you're talking about one stick?
No, you need to do it multiple places.
Well, you said on your porch.
Well, yeah, I did it on my porch. I also did it in San Marcos, but I also did it with 21 or 22 other people. So I would use as many people as you can, but you really only need at least 2, 3 if you want to be thorough.
I think you need 3.
Well, no, you would need 2 to measure it. You would need 3 if you wanted to be absolutely sure that the measurements you were taking were distinctly on a sphere, not accident. Because there is a case that you can get on a flat plane, a single case where you could coincidentally get on a flat plane. And if you want to be thorough, you could take more than 2. But if you were simply just trying to make a measurement, already knowing you were on a sphere, then 2 would be sufficient.
So this tells you it's 93 million miles. I'm trying to figure out why did they used to say the sun was 2 million miles away, then it went to 24 million miles away if they had the Eratosthenes experiment or test, whatever you prefer. Why did they get it wrong every time?
Eratosthenes was for the radius of the Earth. Aristarchus was the one who did the test I was talking about with the quarter moon phase. And the reason his method would be the same one I would use. And the only reason why he got, I think it was close to 3 million and I would get 93 million is due to the precision of our tools. Because you take the cotangent of an angle, the angle he got was 87 degrees thereabout, 87.3 or something like that. And
right.
I don't know, it's not 87.3. So yeah, 87.3, that's right. And if you take the cotangent of that, you'll get something like 19. Whereas if you take the cotangent of something closer to 89.86, which is what you get if you had a precise tool, you get something more like 400, which is more closely the correct number. And so 419 are vastly different. If you multiply those by the distance of the moon, you get, like I said, the difference between 3 million and 93 million.
And how does angles of shadows give you the distance to an object above you. I can set up a example with angles and show you an angle and have something closer. How will that give you the distance? It doesn't make no sense whatsoever.
Well, first of all, the angles were to determine the shape, or determine the radius of the Earth, right? So they're not made to determine the distance to the sun.
Well, getting the radius just
And to get the distance to the sun using those angles, not the shadows, but the angles, is because if you imagine 4 corners of a rectangle, and the moon's on one corner, and the Earth is on one corner, and the sun is on the further end of the rectangle in one of those corners, the two 90-degree angles that exist both where me and the moon are would make it so that the lines that are coming out in front of us are not both going to intersect the sun because it's a rectangle. However, you turn that into a triangle, and you turn one of those 90-degree angles into something slightly less than 90 degrees, then you can have them intersect the sun, and actually you can determine what the length of that triangle is by determining what the arctangent of the of that other angle is. And I'm sorry, it's not the arctangent of the angle; it's arctangent of the 90 degrees minus the angle.
So if you're using 2 lines, and you're getting an angle, does that tell you how long the lines are, or just the angle you have?
I know you can have all the information about the triangle at that point. If you have 3 pieces of information, you can collect the other 3.
How do you establish a triangle on a sphere?
Oh, I told you. You first know the distance of one of the sides, which is the distance of the moon. Then you use the 90 degrees from the moon to the sun, which you're confirming because you see half of the moon. And then you're measuring the angle from your vantage point from the sun and the moon, which is the 3rd point. And from those 3 points, you can now determine the other 3 points.
So you presuppose a radius, then you get an angle, and then you just match it up with the known math. Basically what you're doing.
I'm not sure you got that, but yeah. There's no presupposing in this measurement. You're making measurements only.
Yeah, but how does angles give you distance or a radius value? How would that? It makes absolutely no sense.
Pythagorean theorem. That's basic math from like grade 10, 11.
Pythagorean theorem, yes, A squared plus B squared, yeah.
How do you...
First, you need to get a tangent point to the geometric horizon.
Mhm.
First, you need to establish that. Instead of shining 2 lines, having angles. You can use a protractor to measure the height of a freaking building. Sure, you can do all this stuff, right? But that's known measurements. But you need to establish a point of tangency to that geometric horizon, right? To get that radius value. See, but the presupposition is, well, we got these angles. We're going to assume a radius and we're going to match it to that. And now we got 93 million miles for a sun.
No, that's not how you do math to confirm something. You don't assume anything, and you don't take you don't take any pre-existing numbers and plug them in if you're trying to confirm it.
So you're not assuming that those lines that you're getting the angles with are perfectly straight all the way to the sun? Is that not also an assumption?
It's something you can confirm before doing this test.
Okay, tell me how you confirmed that those lines go in a straight line all the way to the sun.
You don't need to make sure that they go in a straight line all the way to the sun. Go ahead.
That's how the calculation is done.
What was that?
Let's go ahead, Brazil.
In order to do the calculation, you have to assume they're straight. And they're completely fictional and imaginary, right? Like they're not real lines, right?
Well, I'm saying, how do you know that those lines are perfectly straight all the way to the sun?
Well, you're the one making them. You're creating them in your mind as you do this calculation.
All right, then. So they could curve, and you could represent it mathematically, and it would all fit, with no matter the amount of shadows you have.
I'm not sure how to answer.
Yeah, so
Okay, if the sun is closer, and you curve those lines to meet at the sun, like a very gradual curve, it would fit exactly the same.
No.
No.
Yeah, I was trying to address the question you asked before, which is about the parallel lines. So you don't need to confirm that the lines everywhere coming from the sun are parallel, but you should be able to. You should come from a place of at least being sure that they're somewhat parallel from you and the moon, since you're using the entirety of the Earth, depending on the distance between you and the other places, and also depending on whether you're talking about this test or this test and the other one. But regardless, you could use the same verification, which is not what Aristophanes used, but what I used, which is just the dude. I have a picture in this paper. The dude's just holding the ball up to the sky, and he sees that the shadow from the sun are having the same effect on the moon as they are on the ball in front of him, which confirms that the light is parallel, or is parallel enough to use this at least between him and the moon. So that's confirmation enough to be able to move forward.
The shortest distance between two objects is a straight line. Like, why would you assume it's anything other than? I mean, anyway.
I mean, if space-time is curved, then it's pretty much, you should know that all lines are curved. Especially if you consider the rotation of either Earth or, quote unquote, space. Like every path everything takes is curved or altered in some way. There's no such thing as a straight line.
What?
You want me to say that again?
Yeah, I don't mind you.
All right.
Nothing is actually linear. You're
If
completely
you
right.
curve lines, I don't think they'd curve enough to make you to get the sun that much closer.
Well, I'm saying that I could assume them to be curved, just like you assume them to be straight, and I would wind up with the same exact result.
If you read my paper, you find out that that's not true. I did both.
The curved lines would be a lot longer.
We had a super interesting conversation the other day, right? It was along the lines of like how snakes can smell with their tongues.
You're really quiet, Branch. That was you talking this whole time?
Can you hear me, or is it still?
I turned you up now, and I can hear you now, but not. It's still kind of quiet.
Change my settings.
I can hear him just fine.
You can hear him just fine?
Yeah.
He's a bit quiet.
I was gonna say, so we had this really interesting conversation about the fact that the way that a snake can taste with its or smell with its tongue. I was trying to tell her that one of my biggest proofs of flat Earth is that it tastes the globe.
I don't get it.
I at least got a little chuckle out of that, Branch. And for that, it was maybe worth it to say.
Oh boy.
Funny.
Explain the joke, man. I don't get it.
Not
Maybe
much
I didn't hear it.
I think it made as much sense as it will. Sorry, is what I should say.
Snakes can
Mate,
smell with their
the
tongue.
whole thing was it's not supposed to fucking make sense, man.
French can sense the
Earth
globe.
fucking tastes like a globe. It tastes bad.
Oh. Sorry, Jerry, man. You was talking about curved lines.
Yeah, so there's no such thing as a fixed point in absolute space. Would you agree or disagree?
Only because there's no point. There's no such thing as absolute space.
What is absolute space?
Yeah, what is absolute space, Jeremy?
You
Sorry,
know,
Jerry.
like a space that doesn't move. A fixed.
Jeremy. Math occurs on paper,
You mean like
not
like a
in
preferred?
space.
Sorry, like a preferred reference frame.
Right.
That just made me think of something. Is space, and I'm talking about NASA's outer space, is that stationary?
That's
No.
what we're saying doesn't exist. There's not a preferred
Yeah.
background. There's no
Right,
absolute
but
space.
all right. So I call it NASA's outer space because they just made it up. But so that thing is stationary or moving or inconclusive or you don't know.
It's definitely
So
not
what?
stationary.
It's
always,
Yeah, you would have to
space
say,
is
is it
always
stationary relative to what, And what Jerry's
space is
trying to ask
never-
is,
Space
sorry,
is
Brent.
never stationary. Space is always expanding, and it's actually expanding super fucking fast, faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, very true. But yeah, Gio, you would have to rephrase that question and ask: is space stationary reference to me or with reference to something?
Well, how about from a completely zoomed out position, like let's say from a God's view? If you were just looking at the entire thing, this idea of all these balls floating in a vacuum, is that whole thing just still, and then all the planets and whatever are spinning around, or is that
if
whole thing
you were
also
outside the entire universe, then you would have the reference frame, and you would be looking at absolute space.
No,
Yeah.
but that's what I'm saying. Doesn't exist though. It
doesn't
there's no
exist,
God's
but
view and there's no
hypothetically,
absolute
obviously.
frame.
Yeah, I'm just trying to answer the question, Coach. I'm not saying it's real or this is the case, but if you wanted to have that absolute, that preferred reference frame where you could look at absolute space, then yes, Gio, you would have to be outside of the whole universe.
But however, that absolute space, even the idea of a God's view, is paradoxical and it doesn't exist. It can't exist.
I agree with you. It doesn't exist. I was just trying to answer the question, Coach. I'm not saying I believe this to be true.
Okay, so you guys think there's a creator? But if there's a creator, it could definitely look at the whole thing. So you'd have to think there's not a creator then.
No, I believe there's a creator. I don't believe that there is any. I mean, I've had a long debates with Don, not this Don, but the other Don, the private conversations about this exact concept, and I've tried to show him why it's paradoxical and why it can't possibly work, or why it's not compatible with a lot of the ideas that we have of the way the universe works. Like there can't be an absolute frame, and so there can't be, even if there was a somebody watching the simulation or they're observing it somewhere in some system, but they are able to interact with it. They wouldn't have. There wouldn't be a capability of them of having multiple observations at the same time from a universal frame.
Oh, you silly human! You think you don't understand God? Silly human.
No, hold on. I want to hear what Kosho has to say. So what is this conversation that you've had with a different Dawn about that it's paradoxical or it doesn't work or whatever the case may be, that there can never be a creator?
No, I didn't say it can never be a creator.
Okay, so that's
Never
what God
said,
is,
didn't say
right?
it at all.
God is a creator.
I believe in God. I just
what
people are talking about
you do?
I do, yeah. What people are talking about though with a God's view, they're talking about an absolute frame when they're saying that, and there's no absolute frame at which you can make observations at the same time.
Like, what are you talking about? What does that mean to you?
An absolute frame would be like if they used to assume that about the universe, that the universe has a static background that everything moves through. And so let's say the Earth is moving around the sun, and the sun, it's all moving. you would be able to plot coordinates that were absolute coordinates that are that wouldn't change. Like it wouldn't change if you were measuring where the Earth was at any given point in time from the sun's point of view or from any other point of view, because those absolute positions are universal. They don't move, and they're the same for everybody. But this is impossible to exist in the universe as we know it currently. So
wait a minute. So you're taking a story, kind of like, any kind of story that you would say is religion or whatever, different books that have been written by humankind. You're taking a new story that has just been written that they don't even really know about whatsoever, and this whole universe thing and where things are, and you're like, okay, I'm going to base that off of this.
Well,
and
it's
have
my
faith in that.
yeah, it's my paradigm.
Okay, yeah, if that's a belief, if you're willing to admit that that's your belief, then that's cool. I have respect for
Absolutely,
that.
absolutely, it's my belief. But most of my beliefs are based off of justifiable experience and things like that. So I wouldn't just write it off because it's just a belief. But it is certainly my belief. It's the paradigm I live my life through, which is a fluid paradigm and can change. But it's also this specific idea of general relativity and special relativity. This isn't like a crackpot theory. It's mostly it's most time noted as the most successful most experimentally successful theory of the universe.
I don't really think you're answering the people's questions.
Which question was that?
I don't know. I mean, he wants to know in depth why.
Why it's impossible, or why there's no absolute frame?
Yeah, like maybe make reference to the locality and realism.
No, it's not. You don't have to do that. You just when you start to think about this. I was talking about this observer who's watching all these things. Don would talk about a fish tank. He always says like he's got a fish tank, and that's the entire universe, and he's outside of it. And you start to think about this observer, and he's got his real clock and his real studio, because he's got a studio with a real clock and real positions and distances and stuff like that. However, from our perspective in our universe, the way we experience it, time isn't static. Positions and distances aren't static. All these things are relative to our experience. And so because of that, this outside observer is not going to be able to, I think I described it, Don, an explosion happening. To two people observing this explosion, depending on how fast they're moving and where they're viewing it from, they're not going to be able to view the same thing. There's not going to be a single, like a correct way of viewing that event. You know what I mean? Like as far as time and distance and space go. So this outside observer, this preferred reference frame, you'd have to. He wouldn't be able to be in that one and be in multiple other ones at the same time. It just doesn't make sense. Like how is he traveling through time at different rates at the same time?
But he doesn't need to travel through time if he sees everything at once. Why would he need to travel through it if he's outside?
He's seeing everything at once, and if he's seeing it at a certain time frame, at some.
But time wouldn't flow the same way for him as it does for us.
Exactly right. He would have his absolute time frame in this, hypothetical experience. He has his absolute time frame. However, how is he to say which is occurring first out of these two events?
What do you mean?
Because from our perspective, they're occurring at different rates.
Yeah,
and different places even. So how is he going to be? Which one is he experiencing?
He's experiencing absolute time, so he would experience everything.
Absolutely.
So the idea. All right.
So both things at the same time.
Let me try go into detail. So the idea is, if this thing is existing outside of the universe, it's living in a higher dimension than we are. So it's not bound to the laws of locality and
causality,
realism. No, locality, realism, and relativity, and causality. He's not bound by these things. His flow of time is very different from ours, and it's not entropy bound. He experiences everything at once.
Okay,
so
and
which one? Absolute time.
Right, and these two observers that are in the universe that we live in, experiencing these this explosion from two different perspectives and two different rates of time, which one is going to be more closely lined up with this outside
Neither.
observer's time?
Neither, because the way we experience
neither of them are going to be more closely lined up to his timeline. Like he's
neither of them.
experiencing,
Hang on.
experiencing the explosion.
Neither of them will be more closely aligned to him than the other. You know, they're both going to be on an equal footing because the way we experience time, according to this being outside, is that we experience time in an illusionary fashion. To us, time is an apparent phenomena. It only happens. We only experience time the way we do because of entropy. But to him, he's not experiencing that way. Imagine you have a 4D slice of space time. He is experiencing that slice at the same time. He can see his past and his future right now. But for us, because of entropy, we don't remember our past and we move forward into the future. So we experience time very differently.
Okay,
but
hold
neither
on.
of us. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yes. So I just want to stop both of you right here. Kosho said this was a belief. I just want to know, man of consciousness, hopefully you're saying this is a belief as well, right? Because you're making absolute fact statements like he thinks this, he's doing this is exactly what he does. Like, this is coming from you, right? How you perceive things to be? Or
I'm
do you
saying
think
this
this
is.
is an actual fact?
I'm not saying this is an actual fact. I'm not saying I believe this. What I'm saying is this is what the scientific philosophy behind the idea of non-locality and non-realism says.
So
If we had an outside observer with absolute time and the absolute frame of reference observing the universe.
So it's a
But
belief.
this is philosophy. It's not even really science, you know?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
'Cause
But I do
I
believe there's a God,
and
and
yeah,
this
and I
does
think
make
there
sense
is
to
as
me.
well. I think that there is a creator as
Yeah.
well. And Kosho also admitted he thinks that there is some kind of creator. But when we get into this rigmarole of like he's doing this or no, I think this is what he's doing or blah blah blah, like it's a cool conversation to get down. I just hate to see people actually argue over it or like get upset about it. It's like let's go down that road and talk about what the possibilities may be, but let's not like actually bump heads about this because we don't actually know,
heads?
right?
Well, what I'm talking about is the how this is not congruent with the current idea of the relativity. It's not congruent with relativity. So for that
it's
reason,
not at all.
this exactly. So that's why I'm saying that it's not. I forgot even how this got brought up about the absolute frame or whatever. This is why I say. I mean, it could be that relativity is completely wrong, and they were like, "Oh, well, there is an absolute frame. Actually, we just didn't know it until now." And actually, that theory is wrong. That could be the case. I'm just saying, according to the when you see relativity played to its conclusion, then there's no room for an absolute frame.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. This flies in the face of reality. That's what I'm saying. It's not even really science, it's a philosophical idea to try and fit God in,
God's
because
I believe in God. So I mean, I think God can be without that, but yeah.
It's just because relativity is based on the principles of locality and realism. The idea that if I go to bed, the moon is still there. That's realism. And with locality, information cannot travel faster than the speed of light. Yeah, so this flies in the face of all of that,
Relativity is interesting, right? But you start considering relativity with time, it gets super interesting. Like if you consider an expanding universe, where the outskirts of the universe are potentially moving faster than the insides of the universe. As you actually move throughout the universe, you're not moving through the same timescales.
It goes both ways, Branch.
Moving towards the center of the universe.
There is no center, Branch. It goes both ways. So where you are, things on your event horizon seem to be moving faster the further away they are from you. But if you went to your event horizon and you look back at Earth would seem to be moving faster away from you the further it got from you. It's relative. There is no center.
That's actually very different to what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the expansion of the universe. If you're moving towards the center of the universe or away from the center of the universe.
Center. What's center? Where's the center?
As far as we understand, We can point towards the center, but the center is definitely outside of our observable universe.
We can point to the center of the universe?
That's what I'm saying. We really can't. We can make an assumption of where it is, but because observable universe doesn't contain the center, it's very hard.
I misheard you, man. My bad. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Because our observable universe.
Oh, you mean the center of our observable
universe
universe?
within it.
Okay. Yeah, we would obviously be at the center of our observable universe because we are the observer.
Right. If you look at the actual center of the universe, that's not even within our observable universe, is it?
I don't think there's an actual center of the universe.
There's no actual center of the universe.
No, because if there was an actual center, that would be the starting point.
So, what you're trying to tell me is there is no center of the universe.
As far as we know, there might be branch, but as far as we know, the universe expands from
Definitely
everywhere.
is.
The universe
fuck
came
did the
into
Big Bang happen?
existence from the
Big
Big
Bang
Bang happened everywhere at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah,
See, this is where you're talking absolute bullshit, my man.
but that's the idea, branch.
Oh, the idea is that the Big Bang is where the center of the universe is.
Yeah, I know, but the Big Bang happened in all locations.
Yeah.
So it's, everywhere that expanded from the
The
same.
Big Bang happened in all locations. How can you say anything's expanding?
All locations was the size of a pinprick or whatever whatever small number they want to say was the size of a I don't know, whatever they want to say the size of the universe was when the Big Bang had occurred. The expansion.
This is a retarded conversation we're having right now.
And where was that? Where was that located?
That's where everywhere was. Everywhere was in that location, and so because that
It
location
was.
expanded to where everything is now, everything expanded from every location.
Yeah, but that location was where? Let the singularity. Where did that exist?
That was where all the locations were.
That makes no sense whatsoever, Coach.
It does make sense if you realize that that's what space is. Space is described as locations in the universe, right? This is what space is.
Coach, I'm sorry, bro.
Location. All the locations existed in that small volume at the time.
So you and Elise are trying to tell me there is no center of the universe.
I'm not saying there's no center of the universe. I'm saying every location can be thought of as the center of the universe. That there's no difference. There's something called a what's his name called? I'll find. I'll show it to you. Hold on.
Whole
cosmological principle?
No, it's an art thing.
You don't believe in the Big Bang. You don't believe in the Big Bang culture, is that right?
So what, man?
Don't believe in the Big Bang?
Say what?
Don't believe in the Big Bang.
No, I didn't say I didn't believe in the Big Bang. I believe in that expansion theory of the universe, indeed. But I'm saying that, but he's saying there's no center, and I'm saying every location is the center. It's really the same thing. We're saying the same thing.
Okay,
I don't understand how every location
outside.
Yeah, there's someone trying to talk.
Every location can be the center. Something cannot be expanding.
Yeah, every location could possibly be the center of the universe, branch. Yep.
Okay, cool. Branch. Now, shush. Coach, so what you're saying is that there was no location outside of singularity. Singularity was every location.
I'm not describing a singularity. I am describing a very small volume of space. I'm not saying that it was a single point. I'm saying that it's a very small volume of space. And I'm saying that that's where all the locations were, and there were no locations outside of that, as far as we know.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So where we have like a three-dimensional concept of something where everything has to exist within something, that's not what applies here, is what you're saying.
No. That is what. So whenever we say a volume, we're talking about a certain subset of the volume that is all of space. However, in this case, we're talking about the volume that is all of space. We're talking about the entire volume. We're talking about every location. We're talking about the entirety of space. That's the idea. The entirety of space. All the locations exist in this volume.
And that's all that there was. There was nothing other than the singularity. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not calling it singularity, but yeah.
Whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
It's not. I don't think there's a claim that there's nothing else, but I think that the only claim is about that space, and so for that reason, I think it'd be wrong to claim, there's nothing outside of the universe. There's nothing outside of this space, but yeah, it's a safe assumption, since we're not really referring to anything outside the universe. So.
Yeah.
So, Kosha, basically what you're trying to say is there's nothing out. There wasn't anything outside of the universe, and there still isn't. We're kind of just expanding away.
I mean, I don't know if that's the case or not, but to me, it's a similar question to what happened before time.
I know.
Yeah.
There's multiple different theories, all right? Especially when you look at multiverses and shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, those are all 100% just hypotheses. They're just ideas, that you can float around with, but there's no way to test that there's no evidence of anything. So, you can think of time being eternal, or you can think of time having a beginning, and there's no way to test it either way. So, but if you do think of time as having a beginning, then it's not that bizarre to think that there's also an area of space, and then there's outside of that there is no other space. Like, you're not talking about space inside of some other space. You're just talking about where space ends, where locations end.
Okay, so Kosha, I want to ask you, what do you think time is?
And the passage of events, of moments, from where the recorded history and the
Do you not realize
unknown
it's
future.
like a human thing where there's only now and now and now and now, and we're like, oh, okay, well, that now is a memory. The now that I'm thinking about is the future. There is only fucking now, but I'm going to record the history of the past nows, and I can predict what might happen in the nows of, the quote unquote future. Like, what the fuck is time?
Well, that's what I was
if
just. That's what I.
time is actually something that there is a beginning or an end to. That's like
That's what I
beyond.
was just. That's what I was saying about the past and the future. I said the past is the recorded past, and the future is unknown, and the present is the conduit of how the past becomes the future. So it's just the the flow of time, the direction and the flow of.
There's no
of
direction.
nothing.
No. There's no direction. There's no flow. It's just now. And it's the human construct of there are memories and there are predictions, and everything else is just in the moment, in the moment, in the moment, in the moment, in the moment. There's more of memories and more of predicting future than there ever is of right now, right now, right now, right now. Because like, if you're gonna say it's time, it's a continuous. There is no
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Do you think the future exists independent of the past and the present, or does the future need a past and present to be created?
There's only now. There's only now.
There is only now. That's it.
I love you, Sean.
Yes.
You're the first person. You're the first
Who is
person
that?
that I've heard agreeing with me on this. The
Is
only
it
thing that
Van?
is real is
Who is
the only
talking
thing
right
that's real is right now.
Who is talking right now? Is this Bands on a different account?
No. I live in the same part of Australia.
You have the
as
same
Van Gogh,
accent. Okay, you have the same accent.
Yeah.
There's only now. That's it.
When you wake up,
there's only
The
now.
only thing,
Shines,
all that's real is right now. That's it. Nothing else.
I just get this one point to Shines, right? Like, we talk about now. We've done experiments where we've seen that, if you take a clock and you put it on a flight, then the seconds will be off if you.
Oh
if
my
moving
god, are you fucking
Just like, let's assume that's true, right?
No, hold up. Let's break that down real quick. So you take a clock, you put it on something, then you have a clock somewhere else. Something could happen to that clock due to pressure, due to this, due to that. There's so many fucking variables, things that we don't know that we don't know, and we're gonna say, oh, these man-made machines know more than us knowing.
Something changed time.
Get the fuck out.
Something changed the time between that one clock and
Nothing changed the time except for variables.
The question to me is, the question I'm trying to propose, though.
That's all.
Hold on.
Right
Let
now.
me get this fucking question out, bro. question I'm trying to say is that there's two clocks and they're different. Which one is representing now?
No. So the clocks, no matter fucking what, they're man-made devices. I don't care if it's digital. I don't care if it's wind up. I don't care if it's made by the best clockmaker in the fucking entire world. It is a man-made fucking device. Period. They can set it at that time. Guess what? They can set another clock at exactly that fucking time. Yeah, we're gonna say time because that's what they're putting it at. So we're gonna use the constructs of how they're making that watch. And those two clocks could run at different fucking speeds because of the mechanics within it, because of the digitization within it. Then, if they're put into different environments or different whatever, the machine can act fucking differently. The only thing that there ever is just right now. That's it.
Hey, based off
There's only
that
now.
logic, a camera P900 that zooms in to see a boat going over the curve, which you guys think really doesn't. The P900 is a man-made device too.
Okay, that's.
Oh wait,
That's
say that again.
I wouldn't.
Wait, who was that just said that?
Your daddy.
Aren't you a flat earther?
Honestly,
I'm just trying to apply the same logic.
No. Are you a flat earther or not?
I'm just trying. That doesn't matter. I'm just trying to apply the same logic.
You want to know why it matters? Because you said what you people think. Who the fuck am
I've
I?
heard him go back and forth before about this.
Exactly.
Like, and that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't even.
Well, can I ask that question?
Yeah, it's
You're
a
trying to say
rhetorical
that
question.
it doesn't matter because clocks are man-made devices. Well, you can't be hypocritical when you want to invoke that
Your
man-made
question doesn't even make
devices
sense. So you're telling me that
can
when
apply.
hold up. So you're telling me that if I use a zoom camera and while I'm instantaneously zooming in on something and I'm watching it as the now, and seeing everything in the now, that somehow I'm viewing something in the past or the future? Like, what the fuck are you even saying?
I have a question
The
for you.
man-made device doesn't apply.
Not really man-made.
Yeah, it's false equivalent. Man. I don't even know where you're coming from. Like, you're talking about optics, and we're talking about time.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Not
spend
even-
too much energy on
So
it.
what? They're
So
both the same
clocks
thing.
are man-made. Clocks are man-made, right? But if you look at some of these real precision clocks that we have, basically count the amount of atoms an element gives off. Right? And so basically we know cesium maybe gives off this many particles every second. It counts that shit. That's why they're called atomic clocks. They may be man-made clocks, but they work off of actual elements.
Yeah, cyclical events. All clocks. Actually any timekeeping device, which is why we've always used the sun and the moon, even though they're not as accurate as something like a cesium atomic clock. Anything we use as a clock is just and it's something that has cyclical, reoccurring events that that have a cycle to it, so that it's repeating, and you can use that cycle and a number of cycles to determine how much time has passed. However, Shines, I was going to ask you though. You said it's only the present. There's no future, there's no past. I was going to ask you, when you wake up in the morning, surely there's something that goes into like the decision making process, like what you're going to wear and stuff like that, like what you're going to wear for the day. You might think about the weather, consider what the weather might be, and things like this. So you're right that you experience the present at all times, but the future is a very real thing that is going to happen. You know that future is going to be based on what's happening right now, and you got to use stuff that's happened in the past to make that determination. So our idea of time and the way that it passes is it's not just
yes, it's in our heads. You got it, Kojo. You're
I'm
absolutely
saying
correct.
but it's not just conceptual. Those concepts
in our minds. It is in our minds.
Those concepts aren't just in our mind.
Vibe with me for a second. Just for a fucking moment. Where are you right now? What are you doing? Are you sitting in a chair?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's right now. Now it's right now. When I just said it was right now, and when I just said it was right now, and as I'm saying it's right now, those are all memories. That's me talking about, quote unquote, the past. I'm going to say it's right now, and now I'm saying it's right now. That was me predicting the future. It is only ever us being in the fucking moment. That is the only thing that ever fucking exists. Period. Hands
No.
down.
Here,
We're
let me
right
say
now.
one
Hold
thing.
on, guy, because I'm
Period.
gonna finish what I was saying before. So the thought I was saying, and I gotta respond to what she's saying. So just give me 1 second, guy. But I'm just saying to you, Shines, that you're right that you think about that, and as it is a concept, it's in your mind and stuff. But that concept isn't isolated from the very real past and the very definite, future that's going to be based on these two things.
Yeah,
If the
things are
past,
still happening.
if the past and
I
those
get that.
memories weren't real, then you wouldn't be able to base what you're going to do on what's going
Well,
to
of course
come in the
they're real.
future.
It happened. The now happened, and the now kept happening. And so we can remember those things that happened in those nows as we were living. And so those are called memories. And we can predict what might happen in the nows of the future. And we can prepare for those nows. But there is only ever now. Everything else is just
I
in our fucking
disagree.
minds. How can you disagree with that? It's all in our heads.
Because as you're saying now, it's
Period.
actually going to be the past.
Oh my god! You know what?
Right. Oh my
I
goodness.
can't.
So how long is now? If when
She
you
Now
say
is an
now,
instant.
then it's actually the past.
she just
Because
explained.
now can
Were
ever
you not listening?
now
Good.
can I talk? Because I was trying to
Were you not
explain
listening?
why I said now is the past. But so you want to go? Okay, go ahead, man. You really want to not let me explain myself? Go ahead, man.
This present instant is the now. That's it.
All right. That is what the present is. However, independent of human thought, independent of any brain or computer or any thinking entity or being, time still exists and events still occur, and those events have a very certain path that they occur in, and it's from the less entropy to more entropy, right? And it's from something being like this. Let's say you have anything at all, a tower. Time is gonna make this tower decay, or fruit. This fruit is gonna decay. Like things are gonna dissipate their energy, and that's the direction time goes in.
Can I
That happens regardless if someone's there thinking about it.
can I say something? Okay, so I mean, couldn't you kind of say the same thing for like the objects around?
We're talking right now
Would it
because
like what is this? What is this? Can't you fucking hear me?
I had
What
to do
the
it.
fuck
Yeah,
is
she's rude
this?
as fuck.
I'm
You know
sorry.
what? You know what? This is fucking ridiculous.
I
Yeah, she
had
does that
to
to
do it.
me all the time too.
That's so funny.
Wow, this is fucking
I'm not
ridiculous.
joking.
Why the
That's really
fuck do
her,
I
dude.
always get muted yet I can get fucking interrupted every
I love
fucking
you.
time, dog? This is fucking
Hey,
ridiculous.
relax,
dog.
You're just
Numpty.
messing
This
with
is just her, bro.
Numpty, I'm just talking right now to interrupt you.
I think
Let's
she was.
let
I
him
think she
finish
was
this.
joking, but yeah, go ahead, Noah. I think she was joking.
That's not something to joke about, Gio. Come on, dude.
Well, it was something he joked
You
about.
can
So
ask her
yeah.
nicely not to do it again, but I mean,
Stop
to give her a
it.
free pass, that's not cool, man.
Dude, me and Noah know each other. He know, like, hopefully he knows I was joking.
It was
Like,
funny.
All right.
time.
All right,
It was pretty.
clear the room. Clear the room. Clear the room.
Not like
Okay,
play
so Jesus fuck, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna fucking strap myself to the front of the car. Okay, so basically, the same argument you make about the past and the future being in your mind, could you not also make that argument for all the everyday objects around you? That those objects are not actually there. They're not the way. Only those objects, you just perceive them as objects. They're not actually objects. Just like the past is in the past, the future isn't the future. It's just in your mind. You could say the same thing about everything in your reality.
Why would you do that?
I mean, that would make sense if the past, future, and present is all in your mind. I don't know, but I mean that's like extreme sophistry. I don't think anyone lives life that
God.
way.
Hold on.
God lives that way.
Yes,
If you
Branch?
look at the properties of time and the fact that time itself is relative, special relativity and shit. It therefore means time can be relative. That actual speed of time changes out the universe because the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light.
We don't have any way of verifying that.
What is the speed of time? What
No,
did you
the
just say,
branch.
Rich?
No, Branch mentioned this earlier too. So yeah, the things travel through space time or the universe at the top speed of the speed of light or whatever, and they travel through space time always at the speed of light. However, space time itself or the universe itself and the expansion of the universe is not it's not restricted by the same speed limit. So the universe expanding from other parts of the universe can be going much faster than the speed of light. It actually is going much faster than the speed of light because it's not the same
Hey,
rules.
Kosto, I have a question for you. How do you verify space-time?
We talked about this earlier, man. The first two proofs was the precession of Mercury being predicted correctly, and then the lensing of the stars behind the sun during the eclipse being predicted correctly.
Aren't those man-made items? And if you want to try and use like science, isn't it a natural observed phenomena? But you're using man-made devices, right?
Are you asking me if Mercury,
or unless
are you asking me if Mercury and the stars behind the sun are man-made devices?
Well, how are you observing them? Like with your own eyes?
eyes?
Oh, so you can see a precession of Mercury with your own eye that far?
Yeah.
You don't need any other man-made device, like a
No, you
telescope.
can use a telescope and you can be thorough, but the telescope doesn't need to have anything spectacular on it, and you don't need to use a telescope anyhow. So.
Oh,
you can see Mercury with your naked eyes.
Yeah, didn't you know that?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you can see Mercury.
No, I
Venus,
didn't know that, bro.
the sun,
Mercury is
the
how
moon.
far away? Like, how many
Closer to
millions
90
of miles away?
It's like 60 million miles away. Yeah.
It's real far.
So how
You
can you
the
see
sun,
something
you can see
60
Mercury,
million
man,
miles
come on.
away?
Because you can see the sun, and
It's
Mercury's
right
in
next to
between
a
you
very
and the
bright
sun.
object.
Yeah. You've never seen Mercury in the night sky?
I'm sure you probably have
You
seen
guys are
Mercury,
ridiculous.
just not realizing.
Yeah. Yeah, he just wasn't aware of it.
Venus is often
Isn't
the
that
brightest.
like one of the smallest planets? Like, it's
Oh,
tiny,
it is the
right?
smallest planet, but it's also brighter than. I guess it's about as bright as Saturn.
And it's always
Why is
really
it
low
so
on the
bright?
horizon.
Do you know why it's so bright?
It's right next to the sun.
It's bright
There's
because
about
why?
there's about 5 planets you can see with the naked eye, right? Or was it 6? 5?
All the way up to Saturn.
Yeah. See with your eyes, yeah.
Yeah, it's negative 2.5, brighter than Sirius.
How did they get anybody to believe that the human eye, which is like a mammalian eye, can see 93 million miles? How did they ever
that's
one person to
that's
even
fucking
consider that was
ridiculous.
even possible, let
Because
alone
that's not
reality?
the eye is not restricted
not
by
reality, dude.
by distance alone. It's distance and size and magnitude. If the magnitude and
Smoke
size
mirrors,
are
dude. They never
the
verified the
distance can be
distance
however far away it needs to be.
with any other mechanism other than what something else would be. Thus, it would have. You're always begging the question of, well, if the sun is this far, and if the moon is this far, and if all these objects are orbiting and creating just the right orbit and the right mass to attract the mass and keeping them, in orbit, it's all begging the question.
Actually, none of those questions were begged. What was said actually was that there's no distance. The eyesight is not limited by distance. There is no distance alone that that is the absolute limit to what you can see.
So we have
what actually is the
Superman
limit
eyes?
is it's a combination or it's a ratio between the size and the magnitude and the distance.
Light travels to your eye.
The light travels to your eye.
Hey, real quick, I just wanted to say something about the eye. Maybe you guys could I know it probably sounds rudimentary or just elementary, but have you guys ever noticed the same thing that's happening with the photograph is happening to your eye? say you see like a bright image and you close your eyes, it's almost like you see like oh man, that image. It's just like
after image,
like an after image. Yeah, man. Yeah, so you can see in pixels with your eye. It's almost like you're always being like flashed with what the fuck's going on. This light is just amazing, man.
It's a miracle.
Yeah, it is a miracle, man. It's magic, bro.
That's why I like physics, man, because I said I believe in God, and when you try to learn the truths about nature, and whether they're true or not, or whether we're going to find out more exact truths. Finding out these truths is like learning the rules, learning God's rules, basically. So I think that's what physics is, basically. It's like the rules that bound the universe, basically, the laws that bound everything that there's in existence. So it's always cool. Yeah, light's amazing properties. But yeah, Pizzle said it. Light, when you see things, it's just light entering your eyes. It's traveling from the thing to your eyes. Light doesn't slow down. It goes at the speed of light unless it's obstructed. It does spread out.
So
And
you're
you do
one of
need.
the ones who thinks that light is like it has a speed to it. It isn't something that just ignites what is surrounding it. That it's actually traveling at a pace. It has a speed. There's photons, all that kind of stuff.
we can capture it.
Yeah, I
We can
believe
capture
that.
it on a slow motion camera.
Yeah, I've seen those ones too, the slow-mo guys.
You can see, energy igniting what its surrounding is. Cool.
That's the same thing, though. There's a light is energy communicating across the field, whatever you want to call it, space time, as I call it, electromagnetic field. But yeah, it's communicating through that field, and the speed that it communicates with the field is at that speed. So when you say igniting its surroundings, it doesn't do that in an instant. It does that in, it takes a certain amount of time for it to get from A to B. Oh.
So if the sun disappeared, it would take 8 minutes for us to notice.
Yep. And that was
And then
something
we'd
that
be
was wrong
flung out.
with that was something that was wrong with Newtonian gravity, because according to Newton, if the sun disappears now, it should get cold for us immediately, and we should be falling out immediately. He thought it would
Oh,
be
really?
instantaneous. Yeah, that's what Newton
Well,
thought. It would be
he assumed that it happened at an instant and through a distance without any medium between or anything connecting the two. But he said himself that assumption bothered him, but he had no choice but to make that assumption. So he didn't have any other evidence, right?
Yeah, Vsauce actually did a video on what would happen if the sun burnt out or went away, and the Earth would be fine for a year.
I don't know about that. I think
Oh, you mean on
For a whole
geothermal and
yeah,
with its own
Yeah,
heat?
but would we still be in our orbit, or
Oh.
would we not be flung out?
Yeah, the Earth would just go in a straight line. It would just
But then we would leave the solar system. Okay, so it would take us a year to leave the solar system. But then, where would we get heat from?
Geothermal until that ran out. And
okay.
Yeah, but that would run out for most people pretty quickly because we don't all have access to geothermal.
Well, geothermal would heat up the atmosphere, and the atmosphere would keep it in.
I don't think so. Because the energy radiates away immediately, except unless it's like you said, contained by the atmosphere, the little bit of energy that we've gotten from the sun. So yeah, there probably will be some geothermal, but most of the energy will radiate away.
Are you guys talking about alternative energy?
No, we're talking about the sun. If the sun stopped burning.
We'd
Well,
all,
like
we'd all be
geothermal.
every living creature and plant on this fucking earth would be dead.
But you
Slowly, we'd lose the heat.
You've also got like about a 38% chance that we'll crash into the moon if the sun just went away.
Yeah, I think we would hit into something, on this straight path we take it, because everything else in the solar system would be affected by the sun disappearing.
You got to remember the moon. The moon itself is falling towards the sun all the time, right? It's the moon is in orbit around the sun the same way we are. The fact that it moves around us at the same time is just a bonus. The moment you get rid of the sun, the moon's going to be stationary. We're going to fucking hit it.
No, everything would get flung. Everything would get flung out.
Everything would get flung. The moon wouldn't stand still, Branch.
The thing.
I'd like to ask this question to Geo, if you guys mind.
Moon.
Hey guys, I'd like to ask this question to Geo because I think he's probably like the most smartest flat earther and equipped to answer this. If he's listening, hey, being that you guys say the speed of light is 186,000 miles per second, and the way they figured that was like seeing the moon, the Jupiter's moon's orbits at a certain like time. They calculated that that's how far away, like calculating the speed of light. But being that we don't believe, like flat earthers don't believe in space and like how far it is, what would be like the speed of light for a flat earther, Geo? Like, is it like instantaneous or
quantumly entangled? Yeah.
The real question is Geo even fucking here and not just AFK?
Oh, the real question is this: Geo is apparently the smartest flat earther alive.
The real question is: did this guy just stop us from talking to ask Geo, who's not here, a question?
Yeah, that is what happened.
Dude,
yeah, I just
him
witnessed
right
it
there.
too.
He just
Yeah, we all
He didn't know
witnessed
Geo
it.
wasn't here. Come on, guys. He didn't know Geo.
I'm joking. Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Let's.
Geo's
right here.
Geo probably is here. How come you guys don't? It takes Geo a second to get to the mic.
Oh, Geo is here. Geo is listening right now.
Take it away.
He is a mean man. Jeez.
All right,
Go
you know
ahead,
what?
Geo.
Let's ask that to Zizzle, since he's the well-equipped, most smartest flat earther. Let's ask him.
He is.
What's the speed of light, bro?
He's the smartest flat earther I know.
I'm not a flat earther, and I said quantumly entangled as a joke. Yeah.
The flat earthers say that light happens.
Oh, okay, all right then. Hey,
So
let's
when
ask
did you decide?
Shines.
Well, what was it that made you decide to become a flat earther, Pizzle?
I'm not. Branch.
All right, hey, I guess the next in line would be Dawn or Shines would be the next smartest flat earther.
So you're supposed to fucking play along, you dumb fuck.
Sorry. I can't.
What?
I have conscience.
Wait, so Flat Daddy, you asking if flat earthers have a different speed for the speed of light?
Well, it would be, right, if the whole notion of space is fake and that
Maybe. But I think what you should ask first is, has a flat earther ever tried to measure the speed of light? That should be your first question.
Listen, because if the sun is local. Okay, go ahead, Shines, Mrs. Smarty Pants. Go ahead. I was trying to talk and you want to interrupt. Go ahead.
I think Shines even tried to talk.
Yeah, Shine's muted, bro. I'm just saying, before you even ask if flat earthers have a speed of light, you should ask, has a flat earther tried to measure the speed of light? Have you seen that before? A flat earther with an experiment where they measure the speed of light? Ever in your whole life?
Well, there has to be a speed, right? Or
Yeah,
is
but
it
have you
just
seen a
always,
flat
like-
earther try to measure that speed ever in your whole life, existence on Earth?
Well, there has to be a difference, right? Because if
you don't know, I'm just asking. Have you seen a flat earther try?
May I talk?
Yeah, go
Because I
ahead.
wasn't
But
finished. All right, thanks, man. So stay quiet until I'm finished.
Talk a little bit faster though, bro, because sometimes you talk a little bit too slow.
Okay, yeah, you talk faster too. How about that? May I
But
finish?
you kind of just
No,
just
what I
repeating
mean, what I
yourself.
mean is when you talk, sometimes it's
Okay, go ahead and go, guys.
it's too
Since you
slow.
won't let me
No.
talk, you guys
Flat
can
Daddy,
talk.
go ahead.
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead, Flat Daddy. Go ahead.
Don't call
Say
Flat.
the same thing for the third time. Go ahead, Flat Daddy. He muted. All right.
Why don't we just take that? Why don't we take that as a
If flat earthers
gift?
figured that
Come
the
on,
sun
Coach,
is
if you can't take a joke, what's the fucking point?
Branch, he's talking. He's talking, Branch. Come on.
But
Go ahead, Flat Daddy.
My turn.
He left.
My turn.
Don't call him Flat Daddy anymore.
What? But that's his
What are you
username.
Flat Daddy for?
If his name was never mind. Go ahead, Bizzle.
Oh, I was.
What do you want to call him?
Hey,
But yeah,
man,
I mean,
man
it's a
of
question-
consciousness.
Yes, Branch.
Do you think the speed of time is constant?
What?
I think the speed of time is constant.
What is the speed of time, Branch? I've never heard of that before. Is it time moves in 1 second per
Speed- the
second?
speed of time, yeah.
This is
The
kind
speed
of
of time.
what I was trying to get at a second ago, right? Like, do you think that a cesium atom giving off fucking radiation, right? Think it gives off radiation at the same rate on Earth as it does on Polaris?
It depends at what frame of reference we're viewing this in.
Yeah, what
time isn't absolute.
Frame reference of time now.
Yeah,
Position.
what time is time? How do you compare
Huh?
time?
Frame of reference of time.
The frame of reference of time.
The fact you said that means that time isn't constant.
Yeah, it's not constant.
The frame of reference.
Yeah. Okay, so this is going back to what Jerry was asking. There isn't an absolute frame of reference, Branch. There isn't a preferred frame of reference. There's no such thing as absolute time. There isn't a speed of time. You know, so time flows differently for all of us depending on our individual frames of reference and our velocities. The closer you get to the speed of light, the more your frame of reference shrinks in your direction of motion. So the idea is if you're traveling at the speed of light, you have no frame of reference. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Doesn't necessarily have to do with light, right? Your speed of your rate of time that you're experiencing time as it's got more to do with your physical speed, if you want. I don't know. Time is different depending on where the fuck you're at. On Polaris works very different to time here. Not very differently, just a little bit slower. Faster, I'm not sure.
Room dead?
I think I killed the chat, Kosho.
I killed him, man. But you know what though? What you were asking though about the rate of time, and what Nate said about the relative. You know, there's no absolute frame. That's exactly right. And somebody, I think Don asked, what frame do you view time in, or he says like that. But that's the thing about reference frames that are kind of tricky, is that a reference frame is not necessarily just pertaining to your position in space, but also, you know, it's everything. So your position in space and at the rate in which you're moving relative to other things and the moment that you're making the observation. So that this is your frame. And so your frame of time is that your time in that frame of reference is going to be, it's going to be unique to that frame. It's not. It's not going to be shared by any other frame.
Consider that, right? If we look at like the life of a star, right? Because of that differential in time, relative to us, a star that's on the edge of the expanding universe will die out quicker than a star that's size and mass. It's closer to the center, right?
What? Why?
Time moves different for that star. It's moving faster. Therefore, it's going to degrade
It's moving
faster.
faster relative to us.
Relative to us.
Yeah, it's not to say it's in absolute space it's moving faster. Just relative to where we are, it's moving faster.
There's an average.
That mean if you go to the center of the universe, that where the real time constant is?
No. The real time, everything is moving through space-time at the speed of light. C. So no matter what mass you have, you're moving through space-time at the speed of light. And if you're moving through space relative to something else that is slower or faster or whatever, the faster you're moving through space, the slower you're going to be moving through time for this reason. Because that you do space-time, your line is the same length. Like the magnitude of that velocity is always the same length. So if it's being expressed in space, relative to other objects, then the time vector is going to be less than it was. So there's no. That's the only thing it's being compared to. It's being compared to itself and its rate of movement in reference to other things. Because when that's the other thing about the absolute reference frame also is these things only make sense, like distances only make sense when you compare it to something else. And your expression of time only makes sense when it's being compared with other events and other things. And if everybody was moving at it's like if we weren't moving at all compared to anything else in the universe, we'd be moving through time fast. And if there was something else very far away from us that we didn't even have any reference to, and it was moving extremely fast compared to us or compared to something else, we wouldn't even have their expression of time would be so much longer. It wouldn't even it'd just be so hard to imagine the difference. It's like it's irrelevant if it didn't exist, and then if it's impossible to imagine if it did. So it's like if there's a universal time frame, you have to try to imagine which one would be more closely, like which one of those two realities would be the most true reality. And earlier Nate said that neither wouldn't be close to either, but I think that's because it exists outside of realism and outside of relativity and stuff. In which case, it's not even worth talking about in a scientific context.
Well, Kosha, you say that, right? But that's because, like, today we compare time from things like Polaris to us, right? Polaris is pretty far fucking away. And if we can compare time from Polaris to us, it's pretty fucking similar. What I'm talking about is, let's say there's a planet that's very close to where the Big Bang initially started.
Listen, man, we talked about this.
Compared to a planet that's way on the outskirts of expansion.
But dude, let me show you something. I made this picture.
Fucking planets are gonna be experiencing time way fucking differently.
Let me show you something, dude. Look at this picture. It's a picture of all the stars in the universe, right? And just pick any of those stars for it to be Earth. Okay. If you don't pick one, I'll pick one for you. I'll pick this one. If you make the observation from
No, hold on. I wanted the other one to the left of that one.
to the left of it. Okay, well I'll do it again in a second. But anyways, from this position that this star is, I think it's that green star right there, I believe, at the top. It looks like everything is expanding away faster and faster, and the ones that are closer to it, it seems like they're expanding away not as fast. To which point you would assume that you were at the center because that's where everything's expanding away from. And the fact is that no matter what vantage point you pick, I could pick any vantage point on this thing, and the exact same thing would occur. I would just overlap those two whatever dots or whatever, and every other dot would be appearing to be moving further from it. That's because it's expanding at the same rate at every place. So it only from our perspective does it seem like it's expanding away from us, but everything's expanding away from everything, and everything was in the same location to begin with. So when you say where did the expansion start, it started everywhere at the same time. So
I think Culture, what else trying to say is,
really makes sense.
Culture, you're talking about physical expansions and stuff, right? But what I was trying to say is, because of the relativistic nature of time, I think that if the Big Bang was what happened, the center of the universe, you're gonna experience very differently something that's on the outskirts of the universe.
But the Big Bang happened on every point in the universe. So the Big Bang occurred at the whatever you call the middle, and what you would call the outside. But there is no outside though. So every point is the center, right?
You see, Culture, I'm not really understanding your view of the Big Bang.
I'm gonna show you this picture. It'll make much more sense. I just forget what it was called. Hold on.
Are you trying to say that the Big Bang occurred, it instantaneously filled the volume of space?
Hold on. I gotta find out what this is. I gotta find out the picture. Hold on. I found the picture. I just gotta find the one. Here we go. I don't like this one either, though. Hold on a second.
While he's doing that, I just came back and I saw these two little images. Maybe you can explain it to me, Branch. What's happening here?
We're talking about apparently with the Big Bang and stuff, right? Like everything was like a marble, and then now we have this entire universe, right? What I'm trying to say is if the universe is expanding faster than fucking light and shit, does time work same way for something at the center, really close to where the Big Bang actually happened, opposed to something that's on the edge, flying away faster than the speed of light?
That's how they get around that, is they say it's all relative, right? So time on one planet, you could be 100 years old in 2 seconds. On another one, you could reverse and possibly be a baby. They say that time is different no matter where you are within this quote unquote universe, Big Bang theory that they have. So it's all relative. So yeah, they can warp it and bend it and make it whatever they want it to be to suit whatever it is that they want to talk about. It's quite convenient when you really get
I
down to
think
the
that time is just as relative as speed. When we talk about the speed of light, general relativity and stuff, just as relative. I guess it works in a slightly different way than light, because light's relativity is weird, right? Basically, The whole notion of special relativity means that like light always moves away from an object at the speed of light, as opposed to accruing its speed. So basically, like, what I mean by that is like if you're on a truck, you shoot a ray of fly out, you shoot another ray of fly out. The speed of the truck at that point becomes a part of the equation. That's a really bad way of me of putting it.
Yeah, because it's not even a fucking equation. It's just now, like, yeah. I'm glad that you're actually thinking about this and having your own wheels turn in the now, because it's
I
quite
know what I was trying to say. I just didn't say it.
It's just ridiculous. Like all of this is poppycock. It's just a made up shit. And
Okay, so what I actually mean is this: like, let's say the truck was accelerating, going faster and faster and faster, and it shot one ray of light out, and it was still accelerating faster and faster, and it shot another ray of light out. The difference of speed doesn't affect how long. And I still did a very bad job, but no, I'm not gonna get this right. Shines.
No, because light doesn't have a speed either. And so you are actually right, because light doesn't have a fucking speed.
It's not that. I'm finding a very hard time.
So it doesn't matter how fast the car is going. Light is just gonna, interact with what is going on around it, and it's gonna light that shit up, and it's gonna interact, and the car is going to go faster than even that light is going. Like, there's so many different things that people don't pay attention to, like the nitty gritty of it all. I just think it's kind of silly.
Yeah. I think that what's really silly is to think that time is constant. Like a lot of people today were talking about whether or not time travel is ever going to be a possibility and things like that.
No, it never would be.
Personally,
There's no
I
possible way
personally
to
think
ever
time travel.
It will never happen.
Time travel, going like into the future, I think would ever be possible.
No, none of it would ever be possible. You cannot go into the past and you cannot go into the future. You're not going to jump ahead, do some shit, and change what's happening in the future. It's there's only now, period. Everything else is just something in our head. It's just in our minds. So maybe in our minds we can be like, oh, I'm gonna go and fuck around with some shit in some virtual reality or something. But no, nobody's ever gonna actually go into the future or go into the past, because neither of them exist. They do not exist. There is only ever now. Period. Neither of them exist. And once people start to realize that, I think we can start trudging forward with figuring more shit out. I think that is something for people to actually know, that there is only now.
Why do you believe that?
Because I think part of what I'm trying to get at,
It's what
Shines,
is.
part of what I'm trying to get at, Shines, is like we talk about how gravity bends him.
Yeah, that's silly.
If you was to like spend a couple of weeks on the outskirts of a black hole and then return back to Earth,
Which is also another silly story, but go on.
and you're not necessarily traveling through time, you would have aged a lot less than.
Dude, you're going into La La Land. Like, these are stories. What the fuck are you talking about, Branch? Come on. I know that you're smarter than this. We're gonna go to a black hole, reside on the edge of it. We can age a bit. We can go into the past or the future. Get the fuck out of here. None of that shit is taking place at all whatsoever. They are stories that are
Not
told
yet.
by people
Yeah,
who have degrees.
we don't
That's
have
it.
the tech yet. Do it. But
You're
then
being
again,
manipulated.
like you're completely right. It is La La Land. Talking about tech that potentially possible, right? To have tech that can go sit on the side of a black hole, experience time dilation, and then come back to Earth. You're right. That's probably
It's not happening. We are not going to the past and we are not going to the future. The only thing that exists always is in the moment, the now, and now, and now, and now, and now. And as I said those words, those are all in the past. And I can predict that I'm going to say now, now, now. And now I just said now, 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 because I was predicting the future. There's only ever us in the moment. It's not going to fucking change no matter where we fucking go. It is all these grand illusions in our fucking mind about time and, oh, what we can do about this, or like, that's fucking ridiculous. There's only now. Period.
Do you or do you not agree that we did those experiments where we put fucking clocks on planes?
And we already went through this. We already went through the clocks.
So do you
How
agree
clocks
or
are
do you
made.
not agree that the two clocks had different times?
I agree that yes, they said that the clocks had different times. I don't know
So,
if there's one.
the
Hold
question
up.
to me is,
No,
the
wait,
question
hold
I'm
up.
gonna
You asked
propose
me a
to you
question. Let
then,
me answer it. So
Shines,
yes.
hold on. Let me propose the question, Shines. The question I'm gonna propose to you: if the two clocks had different times, which one of those two times was now?
Okay. So let me take that even fucking further since you are not understanding this. You have two clocks. Were they digital clocks? Were they wind up clocks? Were they atomic clocks? No matter what kind of fucking clocks they were, no matter what, depending on all of these different variables that happen when you take these two clocks away from each other, whether it's air pressure, whether it's this, whether it's that, blah, 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 it can affect the fucking clock, no matter what kind of clock it is. So you can have like seconds off of those clocks, right? Not to mention, if that weren't the case, human beings fucking lie and could say, oh, guess what? This clock read one time and the other clock read another. It's another fucking cool story.
Shines.
Or it is a fucking mistake on human variables that they are
It's
not
not like
accounting
it's
for.
not like this experiment was only done once.
Go ahead, Branch. Why don't you
Just
post
trying
some
to say
shit?
though, it's
No,
not
go on then.
like these
Hold up,
motherfuckers, yeah.
then go on
It's not like
then.
they were like, you know what?
Post it.
It's not like
You know
it's not
what?
like something like this, right?
Branch, post it then. Post for me
I'm not
these
gonna post it.
videos
Don't
of people
Shine,
doing these clock
Shine.
experiments
Don't fall back
where
onto
there
the
are
whole
two different times. This
bullshit
isn't
thing.
falling back. This is me asking for
This
fucking
is
evidence.
exactly what's happening right now. You're
Evidence.
falling back on when you can't win an argument.
Falling
You're gonna
back.
fall back and post
Oh, because I'm
some
asking for
information.
evidence after I just explained why there are so
Yeah.
many fucking
Yeah,
variables.
what I'm trying to ask you is
And
this,
you
right? What I'm
refuse
trying
to
to
fucking show any
Shine,
evidence. Go on,
Shine,
Branch. Go on.
you gotta let me talk too, Shines. Right.
You've got to be joking me right now.
You say I've got to be joking. You do
Yeah.
know who you're talking to, right?
Yes, I do know exactly. We have had many conversations, my friend. I know exactly who I'm talking to.
When you
And
say
the
I've
fact,
got to be joking, when I
you're joking, right? So you're not going to provide evidence. You completely dismiss any kind of variables. You don't know what the fucking clock was. You're listening to these stories. You have no fucking evidence whatsoever, but you're going to spout this shit? Like, then provide evidence. If you're going to dismiss everything that I fucking said, then provide evidence that these two clocks were made in this special way, that nothing could have ever fucking happened to them, and that they showed two different fucking times because they were taken away from each other. Then show evidence.
I actually have
Shines. Not like they sent one clock up, saw a difference in time, and said, you know what? Send up one clock, so a difference in time, therefore it must be right. This experiment's been done multiple times.
Then show
Been
evidence.
repeated
We've been over
multiple
this.
fucking times, and you can find out. You can go Google this shit and read it.
No. You're the one who
You
brought
don't
it up.
need
Why don't
me.
you
You
provide the
do
evidence?
not.
Why do I have to
You
do the
guys
homework for
need
your
to
fucking
show
claim?
you this evidence.
I'm not going to go and do the homework
This
for your claim.
is
You
pretty
provide
fucking
it.
basic shit, man.
I don't have any. I don't have any ibuprofen here, and I'm starting to get a
My bad,
migraine.
Coach.
Dude,
I'm
listen,
sorry,
dude.
Coach. Like,
I suffer from bad migraines, man. I'll tell you this much, dude. That
Coach,
test that Branch said is pretty legit, but I know of an even more one that is more one that you can't deny as much, I suppose. That was when they they did the time dilation in a tower where they simply had two clocks at the bottom and the top of the tower, and they're simply at the bottom of the tower emitting light up the tower at the same interval. Let's say every single second, it's recorded as going emitting light, and you can look at the sheet and you can look at the stopwatch, whatever it is that you're recording it with. It's perfectly 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, and that's what's happening at the bottom of the tower. At the top of the tower, it's receiving the light, and it's actually receiving it slightly. Was it faster, slower? But it's receiving it such that the time is longer. So I guess it's receiving it slower. So it receives it a little bit more than 1 second apart from each other. Regardless of how long it takes to get there, regardless of how much of a let's say it was the clock was fast or the clock was slow. If the clock was fast, it would be consistently fast. It would be, it would always be this length of time later, so it would take this length of time every time, but it would still be the same interval between each emission. It would still be 1 second, 1 second, 1 second that it was receiving it, but it was always receiving it at like 0.1 second more than a second above. I mean later. So if you look at the intervals, that tells you that there's no way to make sense of that without time dilation. You can't make sense of that by saying that the clocks were funky or something like that, because it's the same interval in between each of them.
I just gave up. She's like, fuck it.
No, I didn't give up. I wanted Kosho to have his time, and I would again say the same exact fucking thing. Go ahead, Kosho. Show me this. Show me exactly the clocks that they used. Show me exactly what fucking happened. Otherwise, it's a great story that you have fallen prey to.
I'll post branches first real quick, but because I had his pulled up already, but I'll pull up the tower one.
Self-hating. I sure hope it has actual information and not just like, oh, this is what people did.
It's got citations.
Guys, you're basically denying, right? That whole fucking change of speed, time has anything to do with each other.
Oh my God,
What you
Branch.
denying? That's what you're denying. All fucking experiments people did where they took clocks on planes very fast or differentials in time. You're denying all of that stuff. Just pretending it didn't happen. You're assuming it's all fucking fake.
Yeah, so I just scanned this right now, and everything said in here is like cool story, cool story, cool story, amazing story, even better fucking story, with no fucking evidence that any of this actually fucking took place. So can you show me anything that this actually fucking happened? Anything. Is there any modern day tests where this actually fucking happened? Otherwise, it's just people saying shit. Yeah, it's just like, do we have it on videotape, like real time? Like, we're gonna show this video. This is the clock that's made. This is exactly how the clock is made. We know every single variable that is taking place. Like, people just read this shit and are just like, oh, cool. I totally believe that story. Let's not
Coach,
think about
have you looked
all the
up? Have you
variables
looked
that
up?
fucking take place. Let's not actually, look into this at all. Let's just
Well,
believe what they told us.
in the modern
Ridiculous.
in the modern day, like, because I had to go through and learn like the weird format that the GPS data comes in. You gotta it comes in a weird fucking format. Anyways, part of the information that it gives you is the clock that's on board, the time that's on clock the board that the light's coming from, and there's corrections that have to be made based on time dilation. And so a true test of it would be that based on it doing those corrections and also giving you your correct location, that would be a modern day test. Other than that, though, these tests.
Do you remember when GPS was real shit, right? They used to just tell you when to take the exit, and they didn't really know if you used to take the exit or not. They then started fucking using those time dilations After they started doing that shit, they could tell which fucking lane you're in. Just trying to say, like, you know, that type of shit is what made GPS so fucking accurate, is because time does dilate. Speed.
Here's a modern day one.
Nowadays, when you use GPS, yeah, tells you which lane you're in. It tells you, you know what, move to this lane now, move to that lane now, right? So it's basically, it's tracking you down to within about, what, maybe a 4-foot tolerance. Only reason they can do that is because they are taking into account the dilation of time between us and the ISS. The ISS, the satellites that are fucking giving GPS data back.
Branch, on a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being the least, 10 being the most, where would you say you would fall in terms of being gullible? Just in general. I mean, it's not an attack or anything like that. I'm just actually asking, like, how you would consider yourself in terms of the gullibility factor.
Oh, to be honest with you, Gio, I mean, it depends on, like, the way I see this whole flat earth shit with you guys talking. I personally think that there's no way anyone is stupid enough to believe the earth is flat. Right? So for me to actually think there are people out there think the earth is actually fucking flat means I'm pretty gullible, bro. The chances are you guys are all just fucking trolls. None of you guys actually believe the earth is flat, because that would be fucking ridiculous, wouldn't it?
You know, I can accurately tell you how many beers Branch has had at almost every time. I bet you I can accurately guess the exact number.
Tell us exactly on a scale of 1 to 10.
I would personally just
How
say
it
this.
is.
I cannot believe anybody on even a high school level of education, or even mid-high school, believe the earth is flat. It's fucking ridiculous. You're fucking retarded.
Okay, so the only answer to my question within that is that it sounded like you said you were very gullible. That was so. Did you 7, 8, 9? I mean, that was the original question.
The fact that I think you genuinely believe the earth is flat means that I'll put me as a 10. Gio, that's based on the fact that I think you genuinely believe the earth might be flat.
So, what are you guys talking about now?
Porn.
Yeah. What's your
What
favorite
search terms do you put in when you watch porn?
Well, Branch, what does it blow your mind that? I mean, you were just saying all those things you just said. What about the fact that all of humanity, since the dawn of time, has seen the Earth as a stationary planar structure, and that the globe is this modern day thing, whatever it is. So, do you also feel that way about all the things you said about retardation and all this other stuff that you were just saying? Do you also feel that about every single human that has existed throughout all of time?
You know, first of all, when I say retardation, I don't mean that in more the slang term, not actual medical term, retardation. And secondly, I mean, it takes time to fucking communicate. If you want communicate, I'm picking the words right here, but it takes time for things to get shit out.
That's why
people thought it was flat. Then science, you know, not even really science. Just fucking people doing Observation.
Copernicus. You guys have like a.
They were observing shit.
You have
They
a
did
you have a
observation. They were
guru.
wondering.
You have an actual guru. Your guru is a man. You actually have men that are your gurus in this whole heliocentric thing, because obviously you have no way to verify it or confirm any of it. So you've got this like Newton and Copernicus and Galileo.
Gurus, bro. But
Your worldview is based on quote unquote the insights of some men that you never met, never know, and that are dead.
So, the one thing that separates us from all other animals on this fucking planet is that we learn from our prior generations. It's the prior knowledge we have, prior generations. Years and years of this shit tells us that believing in a flat earth is absolutely fucking retarded.
How many beers do you think, Kosho? 27?
I think, tell me if I'm wrong, Branch, but it's probably something like 8 or 9.
Only 8 or 9? I think he puts down at least 20 when he gets going.
Yeah, but not you.
How many are you on?
My bad. I'm sorry, Gio. You bringing up how much fucking beer I drink in correlation to you making a point.
No, that's not. You were rambling about kind of not relating to my point, and Kosho had said before that he could guess how many beers you've had.
Just tell me if I was close, Branch. You can DM me and tell me if I was close or not. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. But
well, Gio, what I'm trying to say is this, yeah, Gio. You want to make a fucking point against me? Don't bring up how much beer I'm drinking.
Well, the original thing I asked was, like I said, it was not meant to be a dig or an attack or anything. I was asking, what, on a scale of 0 to 10, and anyone else could answer this too, what would you say your gullibility factor is? 2, 8, 9, whatever, 0 being the least, 10 being the most. And it sounds like you said you were a 10. But you also kind of ranted about how you think something about a flat earth and retards.
No. Hold on, Gio. I said I'm a 10 because I believe that you think the Earth is actually is flat. Yet there's a part of me that thinks it's not possible for people to think the Earth is flat. That's why I put 10. You.
Okay, so you think everybody that thinks the Earth is not moving and is not curving, you think that none of them exist. Therefore, the fact that you believe all of these people that have made it up makes you a 10 in gullibility?
What do you mean none of them exist?
Well, if you're saying that's the reason that you're gullible, have a 10 out of 10 gullibility, is because you believe that other people think the Earth doesn't curve and doesn't move. That was your reasoning.
Hold on, Gio. I'm not sure you're really understanding this. I'm 100% gullible because I believe you personally think the Earth is really flat. But I personally also understand that it's completely retarded to think that, and therefore I think you don't think that. You're only doing this to troll us. That's why I'm 100% gullible.
All right, that's why I asked you. So you're saying that everybody who thinks the Earth doesn't curve and doesn't move is lying to you, and therefore you're gullible for that reason. Has nothing to do with your gullibility about your beliefs in the globe. That's a strange way to turn it around.
Something like that, Gio.
I'll just say what Rakia says. I'm done with this guy.
Gio, I don't know if you realize this shit, man. The conversation was done before you said that.
I'm done with this guy.
Gio, the conversation was done before you said that. I'm trying to get the upper hand, bitch.
You're so hostile, Branch. You know what's funny, Branch? You always pick fights with Jam and Gio, dude.
No, man. Gio, that's the one thing you gotta recognize about me, bro. It's like, I do like to fuck with the server owners.
Well, I mean, you did answer the question. I guess it's a 10 out of 10. So I guess we'll mark it in the record, and
it's gonna be in the book. Then wait for the book to come
where
out.
it's at.
Oh, sure. You know what? That was a fucking great observation you just made right there.
Yeah, well, it's because I'm your friend, dude, and I have to be wary of what's to come. And I've always told you, man, you should also be able to predict what will happen. It's like you always want to go. It's like you always go to the nightclub. You don't pick a fight with the biggest guy there. You pick a fight with a bouncer.
I used to go to the club, dude. Like fucking. I don't know. Gio, do you like to pick fights with you? Is that a bad thing? I mean, I think Gio does the same shit. Like, if hears me talking, be like, well, hold on, guys. Branch has something to say. He kind of makes it out as a precedence of now that Branch is talking is going to be something fucking ridiculous.
You used to always say that about VD.
I was a bit surprised you were speaking, because I don't think I've heard you speak in like a month. It's been a vacation.
You guys hear me?
No.
Oh.
Kosha, what's your answer to the gullibility scale?
What is this gullibility scale? Don't mind me asking.
I just made it up. I mean, I didn't. I just made up the question, which is just, and like, it's not meant to be a dig or an attack or anything on anyone. It's just basically like, how would you rank yourself on a scale of 0 to 10 of how gullible you are? Meaning, like 0 would be not at all, and then 10 would be very gullible. It's just like an open-ended question.
Gullible.
I mean, it really depends on the. Sometimes I feel like other people get fooled quicker than I do, depending on whatever it is, and I can see through certain shit depending on what it is, and then other times I'm getting fooled and everybody else isn't. You know what I mean? So it's hard to say. I guess it depends on it's case by case, huh?
Gio, you know what? I actually ask Flat Earth. I mean, I should ask Globe Earthers that same question, different way sometimes, right? The way I ask it is this: did you ever believe the Earth was flat? There's a lot of Globe Earthers out there, right? They started watching these YouTube videos and shit, and there's some of them that thought the Earth might have been flat at one point. There's some of them that they watched that shit and they were like, oh my god, this is bullshit. This fucking funny ass bullshit. Let me look into it, right? I think that's the difference. Is gullibility wise. Anybody who once thought the earth is flat, this fucking realm of people we're talking to is gullible as fuck.
And we're not, Branch?
I mean, when you first fucking heard flat earth, you for any point think the earth could be flat?
No, I just thought it was interesting, some of the ideas they came up with. But I mean,
And
I don't know if
that's
that's a sign of
the
gullibility or not.
Gullible, non-gullible. This realm of people we're talking to are the people that once thought it could have been flat. Even the globe earthers. There's a lot of globe earthers out here that they fucking first started watching the YouTube videos thought, oh my god, maybe it is flat.
Does that apply to you? Did you feel that same way, Branch?
No, like the moment I fucking watched that shit,
Mm-hmm.
it was just fun. It
But
wasn't
are there things in life that you have been persuaded pretty easily to believe?
I mean, all the things I've been believe. Like, how
Like,
does that?
just think, is there something you believe without evidence, and you were persuaded into believing it pretty easily?
Oh, you're talking about religion and shit.
Not anything in life, anything, Branch.
See,
Something a
no,
girl told you, something your
no,
mom told you, a
I'll
friend
tell you
told
this, bro. Look, I'm religious, right? In some aspect, I think deep
but
inside, I know it's all bullshit. When
okay,
we die, we're just
then
fucked.
religion isn't an example. Is an example where someone told you something and you just believed them. You didn't question it, look into it. They just told you some fact or some story, and you know, maybe because you trust this person, you was in love with them or something, you have no reason to doubt them. You just would that be being gullible?
Yeah, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it kind of comes down to like the idea of deciphering truth. Because gullible, I think about, like let's say, like just a simple example, you take your car to a mechanic, and he says, "Oh, your Gerstunkenfunk is broken, and it's going to cost $5,000." And it's like, if he's totally just lying to you, like maybe you don't have knowledge with cars, maybe you're not able to look at it yourself, kind of thing. So it's like, at what level could you decipher that there could be something fishy going on? And that's just one example, but I suppose it comes down to like realizing when you're being lied to, and then connected to that would be deciphering truth. I mean, the one side, like you could realize it might be a lie or have a feeling that it could be a lie. So like, meaning that you're not as gullible because you actually have that, even though you may not know the truth of it yet. But, so there's kind of that, like, I guess like the bullshit detector idea, and then like also like the truth detector kind of other side of it.
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm pretty gullible, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's gullible when it comes to certain things and certain people. If it's
With
something you have a
friends and
bias
stuff,
towards, you're gonna be kind of
I
gullible towards it. Or
tend
if
to
there's
be
somebody,
honest.
Branch,
to be
you under talking me, man.
Yeah, Branch, you're just totally over talking people. I don't know if you can hear people or what.
My bad. I was trying to say, while he was talking.
Well,
bitch.
Yeah, you were trying to say.
Nate, what do you gotta say, bitch?
All right. Well, Nate was speaking. Let's let Nate speak.
So I was saying, I think it's like what Kosh was saying. It depends on the topic, the situation, and the person. If it's someone you trust sharing this information with you, you're going to be kind of gullible and just believe it. You're going to be easily persuaded to believe it. If you already have this hunch that we're being lied to about the shape of the Earth, and then you are provided with evidence that agrees with this bias, you might be gullible towards it. I've kind of seen it with people. Like flat earthers will bring forth some video they saw on YouTube without having verified it. Like Jin, he's a perfect example of this. I think we've all seen Jin do this, where he'll bring forth the video. He hasn't looked into it. He doesn't know who the people are sharing this information. He hasn't tried to verify the information in the video for himself. He just runs with it, like. But it's because he has a bias towards that. But I don't think he's that way with everything else. If it was something that he wasn't sure of, he didn't trust, he wouldn't be so gullible. He would make sure he looks into it. But because this piece of information confirms his bias, he might have a level of, I don't know if this is a real word, but gullibility towards it.
Gullibility is a word.
I mean, the whole
it a word,
gullibility concept comes down to even scientists. Like the whole flat Earth narrative is about gullibility. If you want, basically the whole flat Earth narrative goes upon whether or not we believe what general science is telling us.
Well, along with what you're saying, Nate, and what Branch just said, also, so like when you talk about gullibility, or you talk about how gullible somebody is, the opposite of that would be, or not the opposite, the counter, the weapon against gullibility is simply discernment, and discernment can lead you to. So it's like you said with the mechanic. The mechanic tells you something, and your discernment is going to be based on a lot of different factors. Like, is this person an expert compared to you? Do they have something to gain or lose based on what they tell you? Is it worth is it worth not trusting what they're saying, or are you capable of looking into what they're saying, or all these different things. Like I'll go into that. So it's like when an expert tells me something that I have no idea, the details of, and I understand this basically the fringe of what they're talking about. I know that they have a better idea of what they're talking about, and I know that they have successes in, the field they're talking about. I can, feel confident that that I'm going to have to trust what they're saying, basically. That could be the right or wrong thing to do, but that's most likely that's what my discernment is going to tell me to do. You know what I mean? Because it's like that's all I have available is to trust that. Whereas there might be other examples where I have other information to go off of, and somebody might be telling me something that is an obvious extreme thing, and this person jokes a lot, or maybe they're a liar, and I happen to know this. So it's like I can kind of assume that this might be. It's an unlikely thing to happen. This person lies. I can basically not believe him. You know what I mean? So it's like if you have the right level of discernment, you go into every situation, and you weigh the information you're getting appropriately, then whatever decision, whatever you come out, whatever conclusion you come out with from that experience, you can't really call that gullible or not if you used careful discernment, even if you got fooled. You know what I mean?
Yeah, all I know is clearly fake bullshit wars because tank warfare was made obsolete in 1976 with the advent of uranium bullets that could pierce through a tank and kill the entire tank within less than a second.
But it's like saying guns became irrelevant once we had armor. That's not true. Tanks aren't irrelevant. They're still used even. They're just not impervious. That's all.
No, they're being used for police action, not actual warfare. It's fake wars.
Oh no, but I mean, if you have armor, it's not going to protect you against that.
Listen, buddy. If all it takes is one man holding a shoulder-mounted gun, not a rocket launcher, just a gun with this particular type of bullet to shoot it through the tank, and everyone in the tank is instantly killed. That's all you need. It's made obsolete.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, boy.
Hey, did you guys know that they actually removed the word gullible from the dictionary because it was deemed too offensive?
Too offensive to the sheeples. Yeah.
I heard they removed woman and replaced it with birthing person.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the word gullible essentially means that you're easily deceived. So it's sort of like if you had a total lie that you were telling people and you lined up like 100 people, you told them all that lie, there would definitely be a spectrum of people that would just totally buy it. And then some people would be a little bit like, I don't quite know about that, and then other people would perhaps look into it or have, more of an ability to decipher that it was a lie.
Some people would be like, oh, I don't know about that. And then Stephen Colbert would tell them to believe it, and then they would all believe it. And then The View would tell them, and then Oprah would tell them, and then CNN would tell them. Right?
Yeah, it really doesn't actually take any logic or like reason. It's just rhetoric from authority figures on the TV screen is all you need for a good 85% of the population.
And repeat it. Just keep repeating it. Yeah.
Yeah. And the last 15%, 10% of them, you can just kind of concoct a fucking slightly logical thing. And they won't look into it past 5 minutes. And if you have an explanation that kind of takes up their time for 5 minutes, probably get the other 10%. And the last 5% are just conspiracy theorists and you never get them. So, that's all you need to do.
They'll never get me.
It's just funny how much trading there was between two warring nations during the Cold War. It's kind of funny. Kind of funny how much trading there was in World War II between two warring sides. It's kind of funny.
Oh yeah, the banks were all transferring money and working together. Yeah.
Even the Cold War, World War II, World War One. It's just kind of funny, isn't it? That businesses and banks don't follow the rules of war or something. Like, I don't know. It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Well, aren't NATO and like the EU buying gas from Russia right now?
Yeah, but I don't think Ukraine is technically part of NATO or the EU. Well, actually,
oh,
is Ukraine EU? I'm not sure.
I said NATO and the EU. I didn't say Ukraine. Yeah.
Right, but Russia and the NATO or EU are not going to war with each other technically at this point. But in the Cold War, they were.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right, yeah, because we're not at war with them right now. But when we were we weren't actually at war. But
they're sanctioning. They're trying to sanction them.
What we're doing is we're just sitting back, watching.
Russia. No, they're sanctioning.
We're basically watching Russia take over Ukraine. Well, that's what we're doing.
Taking it back, basically.
The whole fucking planet just sitting around and watching Russia go over Ukraine.
Yeah, and child soldiers die every day in Africa.
Well, what's funny is they're sanctioning Russia, and then they're also buying oil off of them and gas, natural gas.
Yeah, those sanctions are just because of inflation, just excuses for our inflation.
Oh yeah. Well, we can talk about that.
What's really fucked up is this, yeah? People make this excuse like, well, if you was a UN country, this wouldn't have happened. But
all countries are UN countries, even North Korea.
But what I'm trying to say is this, yeah? Like, we as people, when the UN was created, to prevent shit like this from happening. Like, look at the assholes.
It was not created for that reason.
The people in Ukraine that are getting fucked over right now, the Russian forces, yeah? I mean, it's no fucking joke. It's happening.
Yeah, finish your thought, Rose. A little faster.
Russia is using to take over Ukraine right now. That's no fucking joke. That's happening. It will take Ukraine.
All the money laundering happening.
The world knows it.
Hey, if you look at like history, right? We can learn from history, and we also let so we use like war as like fear tactics to scare people, but we watched Russia take over another country, which was Syria, and you really don't hear about Syria anymore, but Russia did attack Syria, and how come we don't hear about that anymore?
Israel loves it. Yeah, that's true. They love it. It's because they're going after Assad.
Yeah, but what ended up happening? Did they kind of like just come to a bargain and say, okay, well, thanks for destroying like some of our infrastructure. We're going to need a loan now because if you look, that's the same thing Ukraine did. Like Boris Johnson went over there about 2 weeks ago, and like with the advent of like GPS and like drones, like we could like target Ukraine's prime minister and find him and bomb him if we really wanted to, but we don't because we need him to sign the papers for a $500 million loan they're going to extend to him. So it's basically destroy our old dilapidated buildings and usher us into the a new era of like, you know, new buildings. So I'd say in about 10 years, Ukraine's going to look a lot different and going to have new buildings. That'd probably be a good place to like buy real estate because right now it's really cheap.
The interesting about that, what you just said, right, is I actually think within the next 10 years, technology, the way it's progressing, ability to fucking assassinate someone is going to become extremely fucking easy.
It already is. What do you mean?
Yeah, but if they wanted to assassinate him, he'd be dead by now. Like,
Yeah, but let's
and
be
look,
honest.
if
Let's
we
be
were
honest,
really
Flat
warring,
Daddy. Let's be honest, Flat
what?
Daddy. That Ukraine president is just a fucking puppet.
This is what I'm trying to
That's the
say.
funniest. That's the funniest puppet I've ever
The
seen.
ability to
That's what I'm
remotely,
saying, dude. Like, if they wanted him dead, he'd be dead.
Yeah,
assassinate.
it's just a funny puppet show that normies believe in.
No,
Yeah,
look,
listen,
look.
Branch. You do realize that at any given moment they could just look into what your fucking spending habits are, see where you go to fucking whatever, and just put poison in whatever you're fucking eating or drinking, and you're fucking dead.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're trying to against what I said or if you're rejecting what I said, which is
Hey, if you want to like, if you want to compare how Hitler was in his what was it called, the Wolf Stag or whatever, he had that little bunker in the forest.
Yeah, but like, let's be honest, Flat Daddy. What evidence do we have that Hitler actually fucking died?
Well, this is what they tell us, right?
They tell us they found a
kinda
fragment of a jawbone that was
Gotta
like
say though, man,
basically
you know what? The one
a
thing
scorched fragment of a jawbone is our only fucking evidence that Hitler died in that bunker.
Reminds me of Lucy.
The one thing.
Yeah, it reminds me of Piltdown Man.
One thing about
it's
Hitler,
like
though,
probably
you know?
the same thing as Jeffrey Epstein, right? Like, you know, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. Probably just like Hitler never got assassinated. So, and you know, they all, you know, Hitler got a free life somewhere in South America, or maybe he was in India. Who knows? Like, I doubt he was in South America like they all
The
claim.
one thing that's a forgetting about Hitler. The only person.
Yeah, hurry up, man.
Yeah, dude, make your fucking point, dude. This isn't a movie. Just make your
hold
point.
on, let me fucking finish, guys. Look.
Well, hurry
Hitler's
up, dude.
the
You talk
only
too slow.
person on this fucking planet.
Why do you say planet that slow? Hurry up, bro.
Named after him, and nobody else fucking wears it. That is fucking
Great. Yeah, nice point, bro. Cool story, bro.
That could have been made.
Really amuses me.
Yeah, that point could have been
Hey,
made in
Numpty,
less than
check
five,
this out, dude.
5 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, at least fucking Hitler was trying to hide out. This fucking Zelensky guy, he's not in any bunker. He's not in any, like, he's in literally a city that can be like.
My bad.
Oh yeah.
My bad. I see.
This city can be literally obliterated by Russia if they wanted to.
It's just a puppet show. That's why.
It's a show, yeah. Trudeau and him are giving dogs awards and going to U2 concerts.
I'm sorry, guys. Did you guys not realize that I proposed this conversation is absolute bullshit? You guys are actually trying to conversate about it now?
About Ukraine and Zelensky?
Conversate?
We are talking about this, guys.
He's not the one who brought
Guys,
up.
are we allowed to be talking about this, guys?
I'm not.
Yeah, Branch.
If you guys
go ahead
wanna
and
continue
dictate what we can.
talking about, hey, if you guys want to continue talking about this topic, go down to the other room where it's not being streamed, please.
Is this a censored topic now?
Mate, we don't want to, but have respect for the platform. We don't want it pulled down. Right? So you can talk.
Banso,
talk about it. Talk about it where it's not being streamed.
The fuck up, Branch.
Are you talking about Hitler?
Branch, shut the fuck up. I can't hear Bandsaw, and I want to ask him a question, and I just keep hearing your dumb ass. What were you saying, Bandsaw?
I was asking Bandsaw.
Shut the fuck up, Branch.
What was it, Bandsaw? What was it,
Branch, shut the fuck up.
Hold on, Branch.
What were you
saying? If
saying?
you guys want to, I'm just saying, if you guys want to continue talking about this subject, there's no dramas, but can you do it down in the room?
please?
Yeah, let's let Noah go because I think I had to mute Branch because he was going crazy.
Yeah, so
yeah,
they're still waiting for me to make my question. So what you're saying is, okay, let me think. Hitler, Holocaust, anything involving Russia and Trump? Can we not mention Sorry,
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was
No,
just
go
gonna
ahead, bro. Interrupt me all you want.
Yeah, we all interrupt each other, Noah. Like, no need to be dramatic about it. But Piz, like, what really did your server get taken down for, man?
That's it. It was great reset. COVID shit, right? Sorry, I don't want to use the terms.
Yeah.
All right, I might just go to live stream too, honestly.
All right, man.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, Discord's just it's a pretty awesome platform, you know, in terms of what it allows for. Like there's other options, like Telegram doesn't have very much censorship on it, but they also don't have all the sort of features and things that Discord has.
Yeah, and
I
there's no
love
controlling.
Discord and I love YouTube and I love that we're being censored because there are just things we shouldn't talk about, and I'm not even going to mention them because they're just too taboo. But I appreciate it. It's saving me.
All right, man.
Thanks, YouTube.
Have you guys, Gio, have you ever looked into that other one, Gilded? I hear people are moving over to that platform. Apparently, it's just like Discord.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. I mean, I've known about it for years because it's been around for a while.
Do you
I don't
think
know.
there's any like people who just did what I did, like thanked YouTube for what they're doing, like, because that would like signify like, hey, they're actually making a difference or doing something that matters.
Yeah, Gio, you were
Like
saying?
how many people are glad that they're censoring like these topics?
Not me.
Well, there should be a vote.
Why? This is not our platform, bro. It's Discord. Like, what you want to vote on?
What people should and can and want to talk about.
Uh-huh. And then after that vote, what do we do with the results? Who do we give them to?
Well, at least people know the truth instead of just being silenced.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with it, but I also don't have any problem respecting what their boundaries are because I'm using their platform. So, but it doesn't mean I agree with it, but I'll still respect them as much as possible. You know, as much as we can do. So,
Well, yeah, you know, Daddy always wins. Daddy knows best. Oh, not to mention Big Brother. He's one to look up to as well.
yeah, I mean, I guess you'll have to take that up with whatever you think is doing that. You know, so it's not.
What
really
about Uncle Sam? Uncle Sam too?
I don't know. Is there a topic we can get on of some substance?
We've got Nate.
Yeah, all these family members who seem to be like in charge of things, right?
What's up, Ansel?
Archer, you got my angle?
No, not. I'm busy working right now. I'll do it over the weekend. I promise. But have you done yours?
How can I do mine if I haven't got
No, but-
yours?
Yeah, you should have the whole formula ready. All you need to do is input the angle. So the angle is just put an X there for now, you know, an X or a Y.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
Just
got
have the equation ready.
Yeah. I've got the trigonometry calculator, right? Window open, ready to go.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
No, but I'll definitely do it over the weekend, man. It's just a bit rough during the week.
Give me some bodgy angle.
What is this angle for?
We're working out we were trying to work out how far away the sun was, Joe, and we came to a consensus that using crepuscular ways was the best way to do it. It's like we can see these things, and Nate tends to disagree because we see parallel rays. And I said, well, we don't really see parallel rays. We see crepuscular rays, which ain't parallel. And then he wanted to point to shadows, and I said, well, shadows aren't sun rays, they're shadows. right? But he's got a bean in his bonnet about this.
Well, even if you call them sun rays, they're not parallel either, because just like in
Exactly.
Eratosthenes, they make different angles. So
That's right.
now you could say, "Oh, Earth is curved because of that," but you have to then make a bunch of assumptions. But
Yeah. And then we had crepuscular rays, and then anti-crepuscular rays, right? So I had two forms of rays to his one set of rays. So my evidence outweighed his evidence, but he's not too
What?
happy with that.
Benso's not even telling the truth right now.
Oh, what?
No, Gio, what happened was Benso and I were just, shooting ideas, as to what science really is. And I was trying to show him that observations and measurements are a part of science. So we went down a train of thought where the question was, how do we figure out what the sun is? Let's use science to do that. So, the things you have to do first, make your observation. We see the sun, we see how it moves. So that there we have our observations. That's part of science. Then we want to now do a measurement, figure out how far away it is. And this is where we kind of got stuck, because now we have these different type of sun rays. The corpuscular rays might insinuate that the sun is close, and then parallel rays might insinuate it's really far away.
Yeah.
So we need to form an experiment or some sort of measurement to see now what is the case. And Banso didn't agree that we have parallel rays, and I thought shadows on a stick would be evidence of parallel rays because you need parallel rays to create the shadow. And this is where we got stuck because now we have to do a calculation to verify this.
Yeah, well, you wanted me to believe that shadows 500 miles apart were actually parallel.
Why not?
Exactly, why not? Like, they're 500-mile apart.
But if they slanted in the same angle, they're parallel, Banso.
They're like 3 inches long, these shadows. My goodness gracious me.
It can be a 20-foot long stick, It doesn't, that way the shadow is longer.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
And then
So
we had to rely on soldiers, like pacing out 500 miles, so it probably wasn't even 500 miles to start off with.
Yeah. But I think at the end of the day, I proved to Bandsaw that observations and measurements are part of the science or the scientific method.
Oh, it's part of the process. Observations and measurements, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely, it's part of the process.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we never disagreed from the start.
Okay. Yeah.
For some strange reason, you thought I disagreed.
But that was the whole reason we went through all of that, Banso.
No, really? What? Because you disagreed with me?
No, because I thought you didn't believe that observations and measurements were part of science. So I thought we could use the question of what is the sun to try and show that observations and measurements do form part of the scientific method.
Yeah, part of. It's not
Oh,
fully.
well, sorry.
Fully complete.
I retract that statement.
Yes.
I retract that statement. That observations and measurements are part of science.
Yeah, they're part
Yeah.
of, exactly right. We both agreed with that. We both agreed
Okay.
with that, but it's not. It's only part. It's only like the first part. We've got to complete it.
Definitely.
Otherwise, we're just in. We're stuck in pseudoscience world, because we lack commitment to follow it through.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I knew you'd concede at some point.
No, I'm not conceding.
Yeah, you did. You're with me. I say you just conceded. That's only part of it.
No, we well, if I'm conceding, you're conceding as well because we're meeting in the middle, Pets.
What do you mean? I didn't concede anything. I agreed it's part of, not the.
Yeah, we agree it's part of science, and we agree that the scientific method is not the only steps to validate or the only
Yeah.
steps to perform science. You can just do a measurement or an observation by itself. That is science. But it's not going to give you the entire answer, right?
Well,
The cherry on the top would be your experiment.
well,
That's the
it's
end
not
goal.
science. It's only part of science. Like being pure science, you'd have to follow all the way through to make it science.
Then we still not agreeing then, Benson. I don't know. What do you think, Gio? Could an observation and a measurement on its own be considered science?
No, I really wouldn't put it in that category.
There you go.
So when does it become science?
When does what become science? A measurement?
Whatever it is you are doing, when does it become science? If, for example, you want to know what the sun is, when does your steps and activities in trying to figure this out become science? If you just do an observation or do a measurement, is that science, or do you need to reach an experiment for it to be considered science?
Yeah, well, these are good questions, but I mean, I think the word science, we'd have to sort of define. I think in today's world, the word science is so, like, there's like the more traditional, way of defining it, and there's so many more modern day way. It's like it's turned into like this political monster at this point in terms of quote unquote science. So, I guess like I wouldn't be able to answer that until we got into like some definitions and to get on the same page of that, because people definitely define it differently.
Do that. I mean, what else are we going to talk about right now? Let's try agree on a definition of science. Is that cool?
If you want to, I mean, I've kind of reached a point in my, like, I'm kind of just done with that word, to be honest. Meaning that, like, I just sort of feel like that term it's like so cult-like at this point, and it's been convoluted to such a degree that, I don't really think it's,
Okay.
like, I think it's losing its usefulness, like that term. I'm not saying that experimentation and deciphering truth is losing anything, but that term has been like. But if you want to, we could define it and work with that. I just feel like it's gone so far from like the original conceptions of what that term actually means and how it was used in terms of experimentation, deciphering truth, proving things. Yeah. Whereas now it's like, oh, it doesn't prove anything, and we don't have to do experimentation anymore, and we can call all these things science that aren't science, and we call pseudoscience science, and to where it's just been so convoluted to where, to me, it's like almost more of a cult now that I'd rather not be a part of. So, but I mean, we could still do the practice, like you said, defining it and then talking about it. Cause I mean, it is just a word that's designed to point at something. So if we define what we're pointing at, then it could still be useful.
I mean, if you don't want to, we don't have to. I mean, I'm not trying to force anything. It's just I don't know what else we would talk about right now.
Well, it's got to be a process, doesn't it, Nate?
Why?
Well, what do you mean, why? Well, if you don't have a process, you've really got nothing. Don't you? So you'd want a process of observation and experiment, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, like one of the first definitions right here on dictionary.com, a branch of knowledge or study dealing with the body of facts or truths. So if we're dealing with facts or truth, the word proof is what establishes something as true. So it should completely involve proof, because that's what establishes the truth that you're building this branch studying, this body of facts or truth. Systematically arranged and showing the operation of general laws. The next definition, systematic knowledge of the physical or material world gained through observation and experimentation, like Bansal just said.
Yeah, I would not disagree with those definitions. I even have one that I don't know if this is different. Science is a pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence. So, scientific methodology includes the following: objective observation, measurement and data, possibly, although not necessarily using mathematics as a tool, and finally, evidence. I don't know. I think all these definitions are saying the same thing. It's just saying it in different ways, right? Or what?
What was that social thing? That social aspect of it?
Yeah, understanding of the natural and social world.
So
Following
what
it.
people? So people's
Yeah, people.
interactions.
Yeah, social sciences.
Well, that's just behavioural patterns, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. But you would need an observation. You would need, measurements to see how people react to things, and then, cause and effects when it comes to psychology and things of that nature. Wouldn't it?
And when it comes to social sciences, I think it's really hard to nail it down to one particular cause,
Mm,
right? Because there's so many aspects that come into social behaviour, doesn't it? Your upbringing, your peers, your environment, all these sorts of bits and pieces, bits and bobs, come into it.
true.
Yeah. People may behave in a similar fashion, but they're not going to all behave exactly the same. Depending on everything that has influenced them over the past. So
I agree.
So you could get a general sort of understanding of social activities, interactions, behaviour, but you couldn't necessarily determine a cause for it. You could determine influences on that behaviour, but a particular cause that would be very hard to nail down. I would think and isolate. So yeah.
I totally agree with you. That's why, they don't consider sociology and psychology and things of this nature as part of the hard sciences. They're seen as soft sciences.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like you said, it's hard to nail down a cause. What you consider
Yeah.
cause and effect relationship today could be very different tomorrow. Very different,
Okay, so if they consider those things as soft sciences, does that also to go for astrophysics?
Hell
Is that a
no.
soft science? So that's a
Hell no.
hard science.
Yeah, that's
See,
part of the STEM sciences.
see, there you go. See, that's where
Well-
I would disagree myself. Sorry, Gio, did I cut you off?
No, I kind of cut you off, but I was just saying that's the thing I said originally is that this term science now is just used in so many different ways. Because I mean, some of those definitions we read, they talked about in the physical world. So the sun is definitely interacting with the tangible physical world, but unless we could go to the sun, measure it, at the sun, then it really isn't. I mean, is it part of the physical world? I mean, that's the whole question in and of itself. And then that gets to astrophysics. Now they're going to claim, NASA's going to claim they've been up there and they've, men have been floating around out there or whatever. So they're going to claim that is the physical world. But I mean, it's unverifiable to us other than these government astronauts or whatever that are hired to go do that. So, I mean, can you really science something that it's like Neil deGrasse Tyson? He's an expert in a place he's never been. He's never tested it. He's never been there at all. He's done nothing to verify that it even exists, yet he's an expert in it. So, I mean, is that what we're using the word science for now? Is he a scientist? I mean, what are we talking about? It's like,
yeah, they would be considered scientists. Why not?
So you can be a scientist.
Yeah, like if you study the
quick.
sun.
Oh, hey, real quick.
Go ahead.
I don't mean to change the subject or like hijack the convo.
You do it
if maybe
every time. You do it every time you speak, almost. So let's hear it.
Am I? You want to hear it? It's a conundrum, bro. It's probably more interesting than the topic you guys are discussing, but well, you want to hear it? Oh, I guess he doesn't. Okay.
Anywho, you were saying, Gio?
I don't
Okay,
know.
but yeah.
I mean, no, go ahead. I mean, well, I guess I was going to say, like, I mean, let's say that I had in my bedroom, I said that it was like a medium that had 1/50th the force of gravity, and I said all these things about it, and then I created a whole school where people could study it, and I had all these things that I claimed, and I've got about 8 or 10 of my friends that have claimed to have been in the room, and they floated around and this and that, and they have this different gravity force or whatever it is. Could I then make a whole school and train scientists to be scientists of this room, even though they've never been in the room? They don't know for sure whether it's the case. I mean, maybe I've got a lot of money, I've got a lot of backing, I've got a lot of ways that I can try to say that this exists, but would you call that person a scientist who went to my school and then is just taking the data that I'm feeding them? Is that science?
If you're doing all the work and they're taking your data and piggybacking off of that, no, I wouldn't call that person a scientist. No.
Okay, so how is Neil deGrasse Tyson different than that?
Because
or any
does
astrophysicist? I guess any astrophysicist.
Because they do scientific work. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson has written papers, books, he's performed observations. It's just now he doesn't do that stuff anymore, and he's kind of a science educated influencer. But he has done astrophysics work, he has contributed to science of his own accord.
So what science has he done in a medium he's never been to, and what data did he create himself, or is it all just based on data he's been given?
I don't remember off the top of my head, Gio, but I know he has written books and he has made observations and he has drafted papers. Now, obviously, some of the information he is getting from other people, but he needs to do his own work to add on to that information so that he can publish these papers in his own name. Otherwise, he's publishing someone else's work, and then he can't put his name to it. So, for example, if you had to do a paper on flat Earth, you wouldn't start from scratch. You wouldn't start from ground zero. You would use what Robotham and all of these flat Earth people have done before you, and you would take their work and then add on to it with your own stuff.
It's not how I would do it, but
how would you do it?
From the ground up.
You would start from scratch?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of work. Like, what if you start from scratch and you come to the same conclusions as Robotham? Wouldn't you have felt you wasted time there?
Well, I guess I look at inquiry, like let's use the word science, scientific inquiry, as being something that it's like you in direct relationship to whatever you're studying, and then whatever you extract from that. So I don't really see I can understand the idea of trying to go off what other people have done as well. I'm not saying that that's useless, but you don't really have to use anything anyone else has done. Like if you want to know the truth about something, you can study that directly and extract the truth from that.
I agree. You could do that. But most people don't start from scratch. Most people feel they can trust what people before have done and add on to that, build on that. But definitely you can start from the ground up if you wanted.
I'm gonna go off on a tangent and bring up that subject I wanted to bring up because I think it correlates to this. But it has to do with how we see things and how we mimic our eye of how it perceives things by a certain amount of frames, right, per second. And then, so this is how we make video, right? We just flash a number of images per second to make like it seem like a seamless passing in time, like an event, right? So how does the eye know how to do that automatically? Because there's not like a program that does it for the human eye. I know the brain is like somehow programmed to do that, but how does that happen? Do you guys know? Or is this just like above your head?
I wasn't listening. I'm sorry, man. I was reading what Reckoner posted. It looks interesting. You should read that, man.
Geo, did you get any of that?
Not really.
How we see and basically everything's just images, right? But we make it appear like it's a video, but our eye does it.
What? Are you asking how does the eye work?
How do we see, dude? How do we see?
Google it. Just Google how does the eye work. I don't know, man. I don't really know in great
But do you
detail how.
understand what I'm trying to ask you, dude?
I do understand what you're asking. How do we see? And it's the same as asking how do our eyes work.
Yeah, but if things are like still and they're just images, but our brain is like compiling them at a only, and it only works at a certain speed, because if we see like 180 frames per second, wouldn't it be like at too high of a rate, right?
No.
So like it'd be like, do you see what I'm saying? Like it has to be just the right amount of frames per second.
I don't know. I mean, it is a completely different topic, but I mean, I think from what I'm hearing, what you're saying, I mean, I think there's a lot of factors more than just the eye. There's the brain. This gets into like what consciousness is and how time works and how the brain perceives what you were calling images through time. So yeah, it gets. I think there's much more complicated than just the actual eye itself. I mean, the eye itself would just be receiving light in various ways and interpreting the physical world, but what's actually putting all that together? I mean, I think it's different than a movie. I mean, I know what you mean by movie. It's like still frames and then they're put in, but I think what's creating our consciousness and our experience is much more complicated than just just images being put together.
So that's how we have, because like pretty much any technology is just nature mimicked to a certain extent and reproduced. So that's kind of what video is, right? Just images spliced together or sequenced together at a certain speed to create what is somewhat a seamless event, right, in time, transpiration, whatever. So that's video. So it seems like, okay, these things are happening in time, but they're just pictures, man. It's fucking, it's hurting my brain, dude, to like think in this way, like, hey, these are just pictures, but somehow we've learned how to process these images at a certain speed, which seems like it's a video. You see what I'm trying to say? You're not getting it? Yeah, it's too much. It's just...
Yo, Gio. Yeah, I wanted to ask, man. Have you done any psychonautic activities lately? You know, any trips? Anything like that recently? If you're there, I don't know.
Sorry, I stepped away for a minute. I'm always kind of in and out sometimes. But what'd you say?
I was asking, have you done any psychonautic activities lately? Any trips? Anything like that?
Well, that's a topic change. I was thinking because we were talking about the sun and how to science the distance to the sun. I was still thinking about that for a minute, but
we can stick on that. I just thought like it seemed flat that he killed that convo.
I thought I was bringing up a mind-blowing, relevant topic, dude. I mean, it's really like I've been thinking about this and just how is this happening, right? Like, huh.
Yo, have you guys seen these new Balenciaga distress sneakers? They're going for 1,800, but it looks like homeless people shoes, you know?
What are they?
I'm gonna post them.
Coach, we've been all over the place on our topics. We need your help.
Yeah, I feel like I was in the middle of a conversation with somebody, and I got a phone call, and I walked away.
We were talking about the distance to the sun and how to science it. Then we talked about science for a minute. Then Flat Daddy went into something about the eye and frames and how we view reality. And now Nate just went to sneakers.
Yeah, well, sneakers aside, because I got to tell you, you got to remember, Nate is he's a fashion fuck. Okay, he likes shoes and
I do.
Yeah, so
Wait, these are
You don't like
actually
shoes?
$1,800. These are $1,800 shoes for real.
Yeah. This is real shit. It's crazy.
yeah. Well, guess what, dude? I own $1,800 shoes thing. But regardless, my dad is a real shoe snob too. But that's good for me because he buys so many shoes that he feels guilty, and he just gives a lot of them to me all the time. So I have really nice shoes.
Nice. Like boat shoes or what?
Really nice.
Wallabies and clogs. What kind of shoes?
I don't know. Should I take a picture? I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but I'll take a picture online.
Yeah. Take a picture.
What did you say? What did you say? Ebenezer Scrooge? What did you say?
Wallabies and clogs. You know those boat
Wallabies.
shoes.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I
can't believe he's 1,800. Jesus.
Man, you know how fashion is, dude. Like they're 1,800, but who's gonna pay? Who's gonna be buying them? You know what I mean?
Everyone. What? Coach, this is Balenciaga.
Right.
You're gonna see a rapper wearing these, and then everyone's gonna be wearing them.
Right.
I mean, that's how fashion works, you know. But yeah, post your shoes, man.
I'll tell you a picture in a second. I just sat down. I'm gonna get back up.
Alright.
I posted a picture of my old shoes to Waz, and he made fun of me for a long time. That's not important. Oh yeah, right. What you said about the eyes. About the eyesight. Hold on. I was cleaning my ears and I couldn't stop. Felt so good for a second. But yeah, the eyes. You said the way we see through our eyes and around. Witsit said something like this the other night too, the other day. It bothered me when he said it because she said that's why we see things in circles, or that's why our horizon's a circle, things are in circles. But that's not at all why we see things in circles. It's not true whatsoever.
Why do we see things in circles?
No, I'm not saying why we see in circles or any of that. I'm saying
No, I said
the
Witsit was
fact that
saying
we
that,
can.
but go ahead.
No, the fact that we can see it all. The only way we're seeing this progression in time, or like these moments in time, is because we're seeing at a specific rate of images.
You're saying because we see them. You said a time, like they're a little bit later than they're happening. Is that what you said?
Like our brain is processing like these physical images in front of us, like everything, at a certain rate, right? Sequence, like a certain, frames per second, dude. That's how a video camera works, right? It's taking one still image, putting them at a specific frame per second, and then just looping that, right? Just changing the image.
Well, it has the luxury of doing that. We're much more sophisticated machines, and so we're getting a lot of information at the same time, and they even if they come in at the same exact time, they might be registering, trying to register what you're seeing, and then putting that together with like your memory and your other senses they're experiencing at the same time. And but yeah, I mean, generally what you're saying, about it, frames per second. But I bet you it'd be hard to recreate a human. You know what I mean? We got a lot of sophisticated machinery.
I mean, yeah, dude, this is like the most rudimentary, fundamental like thing, and it's very difficult to explain. This is the conundrum of reality, right? It's mind-boggling. It's like it almost has to be like a simulation for this to be real.
Well, you have to remember also, the universe is like the biggest thing you can imagine ever. It's like an immense thing.
Dude.
And as far as we know,
dude, no.
As far as we know, okay, replace the biggest thing ever to however big you think the universe is. Okay, doesn't matter, because the size of however big it is, as far as we know, we're the most advanced, the most sophisticated, the best machines you can imagine in every way.
I don't know that to be the truth either. There could be something else out there.
Yeah, there could be something else, but that doesn't make what I said not true, because I said as far as we know.
Well, that's like an open-ended statement. It's like...
It's a fair statement.
Well, like it's like in coding, like you're just creating some sort of like a statement, which I mean could be true or false. It's like a Boolean.
No, I mean, if I slept with 10 girls at school and all of them said I had the biggest, Johnson, and I know that half of them were sluts and they slept with a bunch of dudes, I don't know that I have the biggest Johnson at school, but as far as I know, I do, because that's what everyone's telling me, and I don't know otherwise.
So,
it's fair to say as far as I know,
right? It would actually take a dick measuring contest of like measurement to like line
for me
up
to say
and say,
for certain, but I'm saying as far as I know,
or to be certain. Well, that's the same thing we do with space. The distance to the sun. We've never had a dick measuring contest between the Earth and the sun. It's all been, as far as we know, if the sun or if the moon was as far as it is and Mercury was the same distance, and it's all of this. As far as we know, it should be this way, so therefore we hope it is.
But you gotta remember, I didn't say all that other stuff. I'm saying, as far as we know, all I'm saying is, as far as we know, we're the most advanced things on Earth, which is, we could probably say, we know a lot about Earth, so that's fair to say for sure. And we can also say that we've never seen anything else in the universe, any other life or anything like that. And so, as far as we know, we're the most advanced thing. In lieu of finding out other information, we're the most advanced thing. And the only point of me saying this is that the universe is a big place, and we are at the top of the food chain as far as we know. So the fact that we're so sophisticated, I mean, I'd hope so, right? The universe is a massive, immense place, and I would hope there's something as sophisticated as us in it. But it doesn't. I don't want to, throw shade at how, as I definitely think that like we wouldn't be able to recreate it. Like I don't think we're ready. We couldn't recreate a human brain in all the intricacies of the eye and all that kind of stuff. We get pretty close, but the way that we perceive conscious thought, I don't think we're going to be able to recreate that.
Well, we already do. I mean, like, look, we have 50 years of computer technology, and we're already creating other worlds. What's it going to be like in, let's just say, we think, okay, from Jesus' time to now, 2,000 years, if we take progression of computers 50 years from start to now, and then we say, okay, 1,950 more years, we can calculate that progression of what the worlds are going to be like, the computer worlds are going to be like. And then, yeah, it's going to get a lot more, the computer technology is going to get a lot better. It's very possible that all this can just be a simulation.
It's funny, a lot of the world actually, some of it didn't go through a decline, but a lot of the world went into decline since Jesus' time, before it got recognizably more advanced. But of course, there were parts of the world that were actually becoming more advanced, which is part of the reason why the other part caught up again. But regardless, that is interesting though to consider. That where these advancements are going to be in 2,000 years. I mean, you would assume if things progressed, continue at the same rate they are now, it's beyond anything we could imagine.
Well, let's just consider how long they think humans have been on the Earth. Okay, 200,000 years. We know the early humans weren't able to create machines, but let's just say something else created a machine, like another civilization came here, because if they say the universe is 14 billion years old, and there was another civilization, say, that advanced to where we are at, say, 13 billion years, in the future, and then they have the technology to build other worlds with computers. Who knows how much their technology has advanced in, say, 1,000,000 years? If we see the progression of 50 years, imagine a computer with 1,000,000 years technology. That's ridiculous.
You know what's crazy? I thought about that before too. Like, there was advanced life earlier. But when you really think about it, if the Big Bang is true and stellar evolution is accurately understood, then I would assume 13 billion years, that would make our star possibly a third generation star. Maybe second generation, could be fourth, but I would probably say third generation star. That means that there was probably a star before the star that had some sort of supernova or collapse or something, and then nebula, and then it became this star. That would be my assumption. And, without this sort of stellar evolution, I don't think that there would be the material available to create a system like our solar system currently, unless there was previous stars like that. So that were before this star. So, anyways, my point is that I wonder if advanced life was even possible up until recently. Like if it would have been possible early on, or if it only becomes possible as the universe becomes more complex. As stars are created and more elements are created, and they explode outwards, then recollect and combine. After because before that it would have just been very simple elements, and there wouldn't have been the sort of availability to make these complex amino acids. And I forget what the heaviest. I think the heaviest element in our bodies is probably iron, and then phosphorus or something like that. But regardless, these materials to come to be together. I just wonder how early life was ultimately possible at the state that it was 4 billion years ago, or 3 billion years ago when it started on Earth.
Well, we have to beg the question that this is how these elements were actually produced by this, by the whole notion of, billions and billions of years progressing, and thus, creating certain compounds and, molecular integration and,
they got it fused,
fusion and all that great stuff. I mean, we'd have to actually witness that to prove it, right?
Well,
because basically they're all theories. It's just theories, man.
Well, no, but they're understood principles and mechanisms, and it's really just the fact. It's really just those mechanisms that's needed. Because let's say that you're a person that just lives in this universe, and you believe in God. I believe in God. Let's say this person believes in God, and they want to try to understand how they got there and how God created everything else. Well, you could try to assume that someone's going to tell you, how God did it. God will tell you how He did it, or you just try to figure it out by collecting evidence. And based on all the evidence that we've collected and all the reason that we've, surmised, after collecting this evidence, the conclusions we've come to are based on things like nuclear fusion, which can turn things like hydrogen into every other element, basically. During the correct fusion of the higher materials, and so they can determine that like everything, hydrogen is the most abundant element. So things must have at one point only been hydrogen, and then had to collectively fuse together. And the evidence of the contents of the universe indicate that hydrogen and helium were the only things that existed at one point, which is kind of it's true that nobody was there to confirm that, but based on the fact that the mechanism is a correct one, I mean we know that it can happen, and we ourselves have made it happen, and we have the evidence that this is the case because we see the amounts of hydrogen and helium, and so it's like it's a very safe, or an educated guess or safe assumption, without any other information.
Wait, you said something about nuclear fusion, but the whole notion of like certain isotopes orbiting, that whole theory has already been debunked by quantum mechanics, right?
I think that is quantum mechanics. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking. You're talking about nuclear fusion, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, the whole notion of a atom behaving like with all these subatomic particles orbiting each other, that's not really the case, because other sciences are saying that's not how these particles actually behave.
Okay. I think what you're talking about is possibly when what was it, this guy, maybe Rutherford or one of these other dudes, they kind of assumed that the electrons were orbiting the nucleus like a planets orbit stars or something, and that was later
Well, no,
not to be true.
no, I'm talking about. Okay, look, I come from the city where they made the atomic bomb, so they have
Los
they have the
Alamos?
little ice. Well, no, all Albuquerque, but we have a baseball team, and they're called the Isotopes. So the whole isotope notion of a subatomic particle that orbits a central nucleus, that type of notion of an atom, right?
Hmm?
But isn't current science saying that's not even the case?
Well, it certainly is true that current science certainly does say that that's not the case, but I don't think that was ever the case. Because you said something about isotopes orbiting the nucleus, but an isotope is simply in the nucleus itself. It's a description of a nucleus. It's just a nucleus that is slightly different than the most common
No, dude,
nucleus of
an
that same atom.
isotope. No, dude, a nucleus is the center, but the isotope
Right.
is the actual. It's like a single. Iso means isolated, right?
Well, isolated comes from iso, but I don't know if it's the other way around. But regardless, for instance, an isotope of hydrogen would be tritium, and hydrogen has one proton, and tritium also has one proton, but it has two neutrons. So it has a slightly different nucleus than regular hydrogen, but it's like carbon-14 with carbon dating. Carbon-14 is a isotope of carbon, which is normally carbon-12, but carbon-14 is an isotope because it has 8 neutrons instead of 6. The isotope just means it's just a different, it's just a slightly different nucleus than the other one. And isotopes are needed in fusion because you can fuse together 2 hydrogen nuclei, but typically what's being fused is 2 isotopes of hydrogen, or an isotope of hydrogen and hydrogen, so that it's it's still 2 protons, 2 neutrons. Oh no, yeah, that's right. 2 protons, 2 neutrons, and in the process, a helium nuclei is created.
Yeah, man. Okay, when they were doing this, and I'm sure they couldn't really see what they were doing. How do they know this shit's actually happening?
Well, they had the hypotheses based on the models. All the quantum mechanics is basically just models of what's happening down there. They have pictures that they've seen since then, but they certainly didn't have them at first. And they're basically they had to infer these models through experimentation. But the fact that these models that they had also allowed them to create things like nuclear fission bombs and this type of stuff showed them that their models were actually correct.
Come on.
But yeah, they can't see what they're doing, but they certainly weren't wrong about it.
Come on, man. This is all unverified bullshit, dude.
People died. I mean,
people died.
Yeah, you said you live in Albuquerque, or near Los Alamos. I mean, when they were putting this thing together, and then they tested it for the first time, and it worked. There's footage of this. You have to imagine that they had no other choice but to conclude that their hypotheses that maybe seemed like crackpot to some people, and even to some of them, even turned out that they were right about it.
Okay, the first test. Yeah, you want to talk about the Trinity test? Well, there's even video of them stacking dynamite or TNT, and boxes of it.
That's a totally separate test.
What?
That was a totally separate test demonstration you're talking about.
No, he was talking about testing the nuclear bomb, dude. Because he said
Yeah,
people died.
You're trying to say they stacked up dynamite and blew that up instead of an atomic weapon, and that's not what happened.
How would you know the difference?
By the yield, number one, nobody's ever stacked enough dynamite up to be the equivalent of 11,000 tons of dynamite ever.
No, that's what they actually. That's how they got their bellwether, dude.
That's actually not right.
Okay, well, what was the yield from the first atomic bomb?
It was about 11 kilotons thereabouts. 11,000 tons of TNT.
So then, what was the purpose of stacking the dynamite then? Or I'm sorry, TNT.
I forgot what.
So how can you even comment on this, man?
What exactly they were? What I'm commenting on is the fact that you're talking about two separate tests.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if there was two separate tests. I don't know if
I see.
they actually blew up an atomic bomb. They could say that they did.
I found it here, man. So we had Blue was he was in the ballpark. I mean, he might have been right, but the 11. I see 20 though. So 20,000 tons, right? Was the yield for the Trinity test. There was earlier 100-ton TNT test as a dress rehearsal, as a not sure what the need of a dress rehearsal is, but still it's
really 100 tons, so 5 times more.
Significantly less. No, not 5 tons. Not 5 tons. 50 tons less. 50 times less. I'm sorry. 50 times less. Because this is 100-ton TNT, yet the yield was a 20,000 ton. So in order for them to, pretend like it was one thing and not the other, they would need 20 times more.
Yeah, talking about Trinity, you're right, Coach Show, because that was a plutonium bomb that they tested at Los Alamos.
Oh, okay. 40, by the way.
Wait. They did not test. They did not blow up a nuclear bomb in Los Alamos.
Yes, they did, and it was the plutonium bomb. They didn't know if it would work. They were very sure that the uranium bomb was going to work. It's the one that.
Where did they test this bomb at? There is not a test in Los Alamos of a bomb.
Yes, there is.
Sorry.
There is.
No, there isn't. You're lying.
Don't call me a liar, son.
Watch out, man.
Yeah, watch out. That's Big Bad Blue. You don't talk to him that way, man.
Oh yeah. Oh okay.
Yeah.
I at the very least, just find out if he's wrong. Just look it up and see if he's wrong.
He was just wrong in his first statement.
What about what, Rocky?
About the 11 ton, 20 ton, just a little bit off.
Different tests.
Plutonium. Yeah.
I'm talking about Hiroshima, buddy. That was a uranium bomb, 11 kilotons. Look it up.
That's not what we were talking about, was it?
Yeah, but he corrected that.
No, we're talking about he said that a plutonium bomb was detonated in Los Alamos, and I'm saying that's an outright lie. Dude, I'm from New Mexico. I would have known if there was a fucking plutonium bomb that was detonated 100 miles away. Come on, man.
You think there's one?
How old are you?
There was just a Trinity site, dude. That test. That's where they had the test. They did not test. Dude, they cannot test. Do you know how close Los Alamos is to other cities? Dude, come on, man. Get real, bro. You're not actually from here, are you?
You know how close I am to Oak Ridge right now?
What's Oak Ridge?
Never mind.
So you don't live in New Mexico, do you?
No.
Okay, great then. So where did you get your information that there was a bomb test, a plutonium bomb detonated in Los Alamos?
It's part of the historical record.
Okay, well, go ahead and post a citation, please.
It says it was exploded 210 miles outside of Los Alamos. You seem to be wrong again,
Yeah,
Blue.
that's the Trinity.
No, I don't seem to
That's
be
the
wrong.
Trinity
again.
site.
Yeah, exactly. The Trinity site's what I'm talking about.
That's not Los Alamos.
Oh my
Los
God! You're
Alamos for the laboratories.
Yeah, exactly. Los
For the
Alamos
lab.
is where they built it.
You just said it was
It's
exploded
used.
in Los Alamos.
Shut
You
up for a
said it was
second.
in Los Alamos, moron.
I didn't.
Trinity is.
All right,
You didn't
fine.
even know that Trinity wasn't in
Why not
Los
let
Alamos.
I do
why
know
not
that
let Blue
quite
explain
well,
himself?
Rocky. You're the one
You
that doesn't
said it
know
was
what
in
you're
Los
talking about.
Alamos, and when he said it wasn't, you called him an idiot.
All right, guys. I'll see you later.
No,
Yeah, see you later,
Blue.
Blue. You were only wrong 3 times there.
Guys, I gotta tell you something about what an idiot would do. An idiot would blow up the bomb at the lab where they built it. Okay, so
Of course.
it's clear. It's clear they drove away from where their lab was. But
No, what an idiot would do is go,
They
it was
built it in
in
Los
the
Alamos,
first
and they went
plutonium was
outside
blown
so
up
they
in
could
Los
bust the
Alamos.
bomb.
And when someone from Los Alamos says there was no bomb blown up there, you would double down and go, no, you're an idiot. It was in Los Alamos. I'm Big Bad Blue. And then when pointed out when you're wrong, you would go, oh, well, yeah,
Rocky.
that's where the site was.
All
When
right,
you're-
Rocky.
As you're looking it up.
All right, you want to listen to me for a second?
I know you Googled it, Blue, while you were just wrong.
I haven't Googled a damn thing, buddy.
Well,
I
then
use
how
the
did you
term Los
know?
Alamos interchangeably with the Trinity site, all of that went on in New Mexico. There were 3 primary sites involved. Los Alamos were the labs where they put all of it together. You got Hanford, Washington, where they made the plutonium, and you got Oak Ridge, Tennessee, 10 miles from where I sit right now, that processed all of the uranium.
I'm talking about when you said
simply
there. Yeah, you done? Because we can review the tape when that young gentleman said, you even asked how old he was.
Yeah, I did ask how old he
Yeah,
was.
because he was telling you it didn't blow up in Los Alamos. As
Yeah,
you were telling him he was
there.
wrong.
Like he was there when it went off.
Wrong
Everybody
again.
knows. Everybody knows the damn test was done at the Trinity test was done in the desert out there. Have you ever been there, Rocky?
So not Los Alamos.
Have you ever been to the site, to the Trinity site? I have.
The guy that lived there was telling you were wrong, and
he
you
doesn't live
were
there.
fighting against it.
Have you ever been to the Trinity site?
No, but the guy that lives in Los Alamos that was telling you were wrong has been there.
Ever been to the Trinity site?
I love it, man. Keep doubling down.
Let me ask the guy that lives in Los Alamos.
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Have you ever been to the Trinity site?
Yes, I have. They're 2 different locations. The Los Alamos site is where.
That's where the laboratories
were. You said that they detonated a plutonium bomb in
New Mexico. Yes, they did. That was the argument.
No, you said at Los Alamos.
You were trying to say that they said that it was a
Don't
TNT.
tell me what I was trying to say. You said
it.
They detonated a bomb
in Los Alamos.
Hey, you know what?
Full of
This
shit,
is
Blue.
recorded.
Let him
we
speak,
can review it if you'd like.
Let him speak.
Don't tell me what I said.
Hey, he's Big Bad Blue.
Yeah, I am Big Bad Blue.
Right, you were wrong again. You're doubling down. You make you sound like an idiot.
You got crushed.
Dude, you guys are saying
wrong.
you guys are saying this based on him saying that it's Los Alamos and it's actually outside of Los Alamos, which is fair. When it was right after Flat Daddy himself had said he lives there, and it's actually why I live in Albuquerque, which is also not at Los Alamos, which is also outside of Los Alamos, also 100 miles away. 150 miles.
I referenced that there was only one test done here in New Mexico,
somebody conflates
and that's at
being
the
in the same
Trinity
place
site.
somewhere else because it's outside the city.
And I
don't know why you guys are focusing on that.
Will you want?
Yeah, that's
will you
what happened.
This, please. No, that did not. Look, none of that happened. What Kosho said. I said there was only one test that was done at the Trinity site.
You said you lived there.
Yeah, you said you lived at the test site. Effectively.
So that's what I'm saying, dude. It's like there's no point in focusing on him saying that it happened in Los Alamos when it was like, oh, it was 200 miles away. Well, of course it was 200 miles away. But they developed him there. They took him out in the desert.
Now y'all are turning around on him. What a
No, I'm
piece
saying
of
that's
shit
why
y'all
are
are.
we focusing on the most mundane fact here?
Yeah, the one main fact is that Big Bad Blue goes, there was a plutonium bomb detonated in Los Alamos as he cuts me off again like a
I didn't
prick.
mean detonated in the city of Los Alamos, dipshit.
Well, you sure told him he was wrong. Look, young man, do you live there?
I told him that
how
it was
old
not
are
about
you?
the TNT test.
How old are you?
I don't know. How old are you, Rocky? I'm 72. How's that?
Yeah, I know your memory's failing.
Yeah, dude. The point is
Buddy,
what Blue
I'm sharp
what
3 o'clock
Blue's
in the morning
saying.
when I'm dead drunk than you'll ever be.
I know you're a drunk. I know you go to you know all kind of psych doctors because you need them. Your memory's failing. I'm telling you, you're getting old, man.
Well, you guys are. There, he knows there was no bomb drop there. He says he knows that it was a TNT bomb. Yeah,
That's what I was straightening out. That's what I was straightening out.
No, you were trying to say where you knew where the event took place. And
No,
it
I was
not
trying to
at
tell
Los
you
Alamos.
that it
You
was,
were false.
I was trying to tell
You weren't
you
trying
that
to
it was
say nothing.
a plutonium test, a plutonium test that took place. It was not a TNT explosion like you were maintaining. You need to read your history.
No, you said that it happened in Los Alamos, and I called you a dead-faced
I
liar.
used okay. You're right about that. That it did not happen.
Oh,
in
I
Los
am right.
Alamos.
I know I'm right. Thank you very much.
I
Have another.
like everyone.
Tell me
I
I'm
like
right
everyone
again.
else that's semi-educated uses Los Alamos as a generic term to indicate that part of the.
He's River killing again. Semi-educated, right? Meaning that he's not.
Hold on.
It hurts.
Calling
It's
myself
pain.
semi-educated, dipshit.
Can we move this forward? I got to ask Blue a question based on what he was.
Hey, you know what? The problem
hold on.
with
We don't have to. Let's put him back in our pants. Let's put our pants up. Let's just continue the conversation, okay? Because what Blue had said about the plutonium, I do remember. I've seen the Demon Core thing, and I remember that the Demon Core was that mishap that happened, right? Like whenever there were scientists working on it, and then he accidentally like dropped it. Or he dropped a case or something like that in the lab, and then like a bunch of the scientists in that lab were like died in a couple of days. But that was a plutonium accident. So they definitely had collected plutonium there and tested it there. So I don't know. I don't even know why we're arguing about whether or not it happened in Los Alamos or in the desert outside of Los Alamos, because it's such an irrelevant part of the topic here. Is that right? That the plutonium, there was plutonium testing done at that lab? I didn't realize that's where the Demon Core thing was happened. I thought that happened somewhere else.
That's exactly what they tested there. They did not know if the plutonium bomb would detonate or not. You can't achieve a critical mass with plutonium the same way you can with uranium. They could build a uranium bomb with a basic simple gun. Take a cheese wheel and a chunk out of it and shoot the chunk back into it and achieve a critical mass that way with uranium. You can't do that with plutonium. You've got to compress it. And trying to achieve a uniform implosion is what it amounted to. Trying to achieve that is what they didn't know if it was going to work or not. That was the whole purpose for the Trinity test. We dropped 2 bombs on Japan. 1 plutonium, 1 uranium. They only had enough uranium to make 1 bomb. They weren't going to test it. If they tested it, they were out of bombs. They had enough plutonium to make two, one to test and one to drop.
Was the Fat Man the plutonium one?
Yeah, I think so.
It was the big. I guess it would have been a bigger one. I guess.
I think so. One of them's called Little Boy. One of them's called Fat Man.
Delivered via the Enola Gay.
Huh?
That was the uranium bomb that dropped on Hiroshima.
I remember
Cool
seeing
story,
warehouse.
bro.
The plutonium bomb dropped on Nagasaki was carried by a boxcar. Not B-O-X, B-O-C-K-S.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're still the only ones who have done that. Hopefully we're not just remembered for something like that, but it would be good if we were the last ones to do it, but it would also be kind of shitty. It would make us look kind of bad that we're the only ones who ever did it. I'm trying to remember what happened with this demon core. I think it was because like if it was dropped, like you couldn't undo it, like you couldn't undo the reaction, so like there would be, you'd get radiation poison regardless. Let me read into it.
Yeah, it killed one of the guys, I think.
Yeah, but the guy who did it, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a guy who was in the lab, and then he like accidentally, like, yeah, you had to be careful with the case or something like that, and then he just dropped it, and there wasn't an explosion or anything like that, but they knew that they were going to get radiation poisoning.
To be fair, though, this is all just kind of stuff you guys have read, right? I mean, obviously, you don't have any firsthand verification of any of this.
Most everybody that was there is dead now.
It's interesting though when you see interviews with like especially I've seen especially with British soldiers, because they used to do tests where they would because they would do tests in the sands and tests in the ocean, and there was a specific test in the ocean, and I guess it was the British Navy. They're fairly close to where it took place, and some of them were blinded temporarily from seeing the blast, and a lot of them got sprayed with water that was obviously radiated. So yeah, a lot of them got sick, and their kids had problems and all sorts of type of stuff. So definitely real consequences from these events and tests and stuff.
Gio, you want to go further into what you were saying?
Did you say me?
Yeah, you want to follow what you were saying? Because Blue kind of shut it down, like, because everyone's dead. Like, that makes any sense. That would even further your point, right? Like,
oh, you realize the testing was done in 1945, and people that would have been 20 years old in 1945. Most of those people are gone. They're dead now. You understand what I meant?
Yeah, which is even more to his point where you can't verify it.
So, yeah. If you're asking were any of us there present for the test? No, of course not.
Well, I guess yeah.
There's almost nobody left actually there.
I hear you.
Do you have to get radiation poisoning yourself?
Well, I guess what I was kind of just mentioning is that this is like something that you guys have read, like a history of, but don't really have. But you're speaking about it as if it's like absolutely happened, but there's really no verification of it, right? It's just it's history that we're told.
Well, I've seen that. I've seen the films of it and stuff like that, like everybody has.
I've seen videos, and when Jen comes in here, he'll tell you how he visited the memorials and stuff like that. I forget, Nagasaki or Hiroshima, one of the two, but This is a very real history for them.
Are you questioning the negative effects of radiation on people, or that the bombs were dropped?
Both.
The obvious question is, why are you questioning that?
Because you're here. Just for you. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't build my reality on information that is sort of sold as something that's supposed to be that's assumed that we're just to accept that on face value without further verification.
What do you want to vote?
That's pretty sad. Lou, what is that famous scientist that said, I stand on the shoulders of giants or something? Basically saying we use the work of those that come before us.
Yeah, you can do whatever you'd like. I said I don't build my reality on that. If you do, that's fine.
Yeah, a lot of successful people do. That's the amazing thing.
What were you saying, Blue? I think.
Wow. Just in case you didn't catch that one.
What?
Gio's pretty successful in his personal endeavors, I'm sure. We ain't got to go down that route, man.
Well, honestly, I would say that Gio and myself and a lot of us probably build our realities and the same way off our experiences, and some of our experiences are from stuff that people have shared with us from what they've done, and some of our experiences are things that have happened right in front of us that further confirm those paradigms that we have. And I worked with a guy who was from Poland. When I was in the Navy, I worked with a guy who was from Poland. And he said, I don't know if he grew up near where the, not Fukushima, obviously, the other one, I'm talking about the fission reactor in the 80s. What's it called?
Chernobyl?
Whatever it's called. Yeah, say again?
Chernobyl? Is that
Yeah, Chernobyl. There you go, Chernobyl. Sorry, it's late for me. Yeah, Chernobyl. He grew up. I don't know if it must be near there, or maybe the radiation had affected him from where he was. But regardless, he had a nice set of teeth, and I didn't realize that he actually had a set of false teeth. And one time we were drinking, and he took out his teeth, and he had these mangled, messed up teeth. And he said him and his sister, a couple other kids that he grew up with, they had these sort of fucked up jaws and this type of stuff. And he said it was because of Chernobyl incident. So I mean, there's things like that you can confirm these sort of claims that radiation does have this very destructive capability when it comes in contact with life.
How can you validate a bomb by talking about a total separate subject as nuclear energy? Like it's crazy. Like
see that
they're not
that
blowing
doesn't
up bombs
validate
in Chernobyl.
That doesn't confirm the bomb. That confirms the radiation, which is one of the questions that Nate had asked, or somebody had asked Gio. I think it was so somebody else had asked Gio, does he not believe in the bomb or the radiation poisoning? And so I'm responding to the radiation poisoning.
Okay.
I don't know if you could tell, but that's what that was.
A TNT emits radiation as well, so you
Really?
can't
Does
say
it?
nuclear bombs.
You're talking about nuclear decay?
radiation.
When you say it emits radiation, you're talking about radioactive decay, right? You're talking about light.
When you detonate a TNT bomb, it still emits radiation. So you can't say that nuclear bombs I'm talking slow so you can understand. So you can't say that that radiation is exclusive only to nuclear bombs.
And what sort of radiation are you speaking about?
Talking slow.
Well, what
Okay,
type of radiation are you talking about? Trying to
I'm talking about
validate
radioactive decay.
nuclear bombs?
But if that were true, isn't the bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki a 1 kiloton bomb, meaning it was 1,000 tons of TNT? Isn't that how it's measured?
Closer to 15,000 tons.
It'd be hard to fly that much TNT.
Were they? Yeah, were they each 1 kiloton?
Would it be? Hey, would it be hard to plant it there in
Yes. During the time
Why?
of war.
Why would it be hard?
Because we were at war with the Japanese. I don't know if you recall, but this is coincidentally at a time when we were at war with them, and they had dominance over their country.
What do you mean? Well, you
Well,
weren't there.
it could be just no. It could just be all a play for everybody to believe. But at a higher level, they could have colluded to pre-plant these explosives, make it look like a giant bomb, because technically one of the mushroom clouds doesn't even look like one single explosion. It looks like 2 or 3 mushroom clouds.
Where are you getting this information?
From the videos that I see of the I think it's well, let's see. You know what? Before I say which bomb that was detonated, it does not look like a mushroom cloud. It looks like 2 or 3 different detonations.
We actually have video of the bombs dropped on Nagasaki. I thought we just had some still images.
No, we
Yeah,
don't
I
have
know.
shots. We have
They
the Trinity bombs one, but not that.
it's not even a mushroom cloud. It looks like just 3 separate plumes of smoke. So why wasn't it just a giant mushroom cloud?
It is, and that's what it looks like to me. One single mushroom cloud, and there were camera.
Okay. Well, let's dissect it and let's criticize it.
The only decent video they got of Hiroshima was actually made by. It was an amateur film made by one of the guys in the Enola Gay, I believe. But go back and fact check that. But no, you show me anything that shows 3 mushroom clouds. I've never seen that. I would love to see it. Show it to us, or
So
tell me.
Will we not also see one circular radiating blast? Concussion blast?
What are you talking about? The shockwave from it?
Yeah, sorry, shockwave. Yeah, that would be easy to tell that it's 1 circle, not 3.
I don't know that it's even possible to get video or film of that, just because of the brightness of the flash. It washes everything out. And
True, that shockwave.
Yeah,
you're right. The shockwave moves pretty quick, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was. Well, look, Jin's here. What's up, Jin? I hate to provoke you, but you said you've been to Hiroshima or Nagasaki or one of the two, the memorial.
I met the most unlucky man in the world many years ago. He was a colleague of ours that worked at a company that we were affiliated with in Japan. And as a child growing up, he grew up in Hiroshima, and he was there when the bomb got dropped on those guys. His family packed up and moved to get out and get away from it. And guess where they went?
Hiroshima or Nagasaki?
Outrage.
It was an amazing story. This guy's dead by now too. I'm sure, but he was a young child, a 6-7-year-old kid when all of that happened. So he would be.
You say he was unlucky, Blue, but he was pretty lucky, I would say.
Well, yeah, both ways you can see it. You know, he was either the most unlucky man in the world or the luckiest man in the world, because he lived through both of them.
He survived them. You know, the bomb. If you can survive the bomb, then or if your city, let's say you survived, you weren't there, so people always get surprised that you can actually go back to Nagasaki or Hiroshima, or that there's people that are alive that were somewhere near it, but it's not the same. It's not the same amount of radiation exposure as there would be if it was something like a reactor meltdown or something like that. It's a lot better, a lot more material. And like if it's a bomb, and especially if it was over land, and better yet in the air or something like that, a lot of stuff that's going to be radiated is going to be the air, or maybe loose material or something like that. At which case, once that's kind of replaced, or there's new plants and stuff, it's not going to, there's not going to be as much exposure. Whereas if it gets into the soil and into the ground and that kind of stuff, it's much harder to get rid of. I know there's people that live there now.
I don't recall. What was one of the two detonated while still airborne?
Yep, the one over Hiroshima was definitely detonated several hundred feet, or could be 1,000 feet above the ground.
Yeah, both were.
So that's good.
Yep,
That's good
there you
news. They'll get the full force of the blast, but they'll get much less future, poisoning and shit like that.
Now, if you want to maximize the damage the thing does, you don't detonate it on the ground. You detonate it up in the air.
Right. Yeah, because you get a much bigger exposure.
Yeah, I guess the ground would absorb a lot of the concussion.
Yeah.
There was tests that were done under the ocean too, which is stupid, because it's like I guess we want to see what happens, we want to see what the water goes, but it's just it gets a lot more stuff that's contaminated.
Yeah, that was well after the war.
Was that at the Bikini Atoll, or was that before that?
I'm not sure which one. Those Starfish Prime. Those tests were done in that area. I think one of them was done actually where you said Bikini Atoll. But it's funny that those tests they get used as evidence for the flat Earth. But when you look at the details of the test and the implications of why they even wanted to, the ways they conducted the test, all this other type of stuff, it indicates like a symmetry of the hemispheres, because they would conduct the test on in one area such that the area on the opposite side of on the opposite hemisphere would it would be affected by this radiation blackout, or not by this electromagnetic radiation blackout.
Did you say that people use those detonations as evidence for flat Earth? Did I hear that correctly?
No, they use those tests. Yeah. Starfish Prime and Fishbowl. You never heard flat Earthers use it as evidence for a flat Earth?
In what way?
They usually really just the names of them. Really, they just say they were trying to blow up the dome. They were trying to that was what the tests were. They were blowing up the dome. Is what people usually say.
You've never heard that, Clovis?
Well, I haven't heard anyone use it as evidence for a flat Earth.
No, they use it as evidence for the dome.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, perhaps, yeah. But I have heard Jin say that, but yeah, as for evidence for a flat Earth, I'm not sure about that claim.
Yeah, just for a dome.
It's just evidence that there's a barrier, maybe sharp, like shaped in the shape of a bubble above us, just like what you have with your hemisphere, like with your atmosphere above. Yeah, no difference.
And you guys saw that happen, right, Ragia?
Actually,
but I mean, to term
not really. Your sky is curved too, right?
Yeah,
Follows the shape
I'm
of the
saying
Earth.
it's not solid material.
Yeah, but who says it's solid? I mean, I brought up
why
super solid,
wouldn't-
but that's not actually solid.
Why wouldn't it just be able to escape the atmosphere? If why did it turn into a plume of smoke? Why didn't it just blow out of the atmosphere.
Obviously, you're not.
Well, they
just going by what you read.
detonated it at a certain height, right? I don't understand your question.
I'm just saying, why didn't it just
These
blow out of the sky?
smart scientists that knew how terrible radiation was, especially if it exploded in the air, it exploded a bunch of radioactive bombs up in the atmosphere.
Yeah, they
And
did.
they did.
Yeah, but the radiation up there doesn't do much. I mean, it affected people on the other side of the hemisphere, but it doesn't really do much. The effect is supposed to be for the EMP, and the electromagnetic radiation blackout, scrambling signals and shit.
Sorry to change the subject very briefly. I just saw purple lightning for the first time.
First time. Where you at?
Purple.
I feel like that's common in Texas.
Purple Rain is more common and a better song.
Truly, you see purple lightning?
I feel like I have, yeah. Usually blue, but I mean,
It show's done it all. Believe me.
And in Texas, the skies can be all sorts of colors.
Harsh, Rocky, harsh.
And the temperature has dropped 5 degrees
seriously
Celsius
though, right?
in 15 minutes.
Fucking most experienced 30-year-old man I've ever met.
Hopefully when I reach your age, Rakia, I'll learn that the Earth is flat.
Dude, I'll tell you what.
Much smarter, right?
Yeah, you might be. You're already smarter. What are you talking about? Been more places, done more things, met more strange men in hotel rooms doing drugs than I ever have.
Oh, wow.
Hey, not to mention the amount of power tools he has is like surpasses everybody else.
Got more power tools?
Well, saws, not power tools.
Yes, the saws.
He likes his saws.
Portable, yeah.
What do you do with all those saws, Kosha?
Yeah, do you have a lot of duct tape and plastic as well?
I got a little bit of duct tape,
Shovels?
a little bit of plastic.
We're having fun, but I mean, you have done a lot, man. You've been around. You got a lot of stories. Remember the fat guy you met in, I think it was Las Vegas, and you went up to his hotel room and he was doing cocaine? Remember that story?
Not quite, no.
Really? Oh, we were at Jim's. Yeah, y'all's memories are terrible, I tell you. Seems like that story you told would stick in your mind. How many people have you met and randomly gone up to their hotel room and talked about
you're
drugs?
getting it mixed up with somebody else.
Right, or possibly Kosho tells stories every day, and he can't remember which ones he's told, because I could have said anything. I could have literally just made up almost anything, and Kosho's pretty much told a story about it.
Well, I mean, the one you just said, I told you I don't recall.
Man, I'm sorry, I shouldn't. We'll move on.
Yeah,
everybody knows. I don't have to tell people that. No, I'm not. I'll just say it's a storyteller, man.
Well, we like to live colorful lives, man.
Yeah.
A fat man, though, I'm not sure. I have done blow with dudes in Las Vegas in their hotel rooms, though.
Random dudes, right? You just met him on the street.
Well, we weren't cousins. We weren't cousins, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, so my statement is true. Random guy you met on the street, you called him fat. I don't know if that was his name or if he was just overweight. Went up to his hotel room and did blow with him, right?
Yeah, this is true. I've done it for several. I mean, like I said, there's several stories that fits that description. So
several of those stories that fits that description.
None of them were fat, though. They were both heavier than me, I suppose, but I don't know if I would have.
Kosho does it about once a month.
I don't.
Yeah, like that was my point, right? I've never done that. This dude's whatever.
I don't
way younger than me. Has done it
I think blow like once every 2 years or something.
Would you start when you were 10 then? Because you've told several stories.
You start when you were 10.
That was a good one, yeah. But now I know.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
When he does it once, though, he does it for 3 weeks straight.
No, I don't do it for 3 weeks. I have a rule. That's why I only do it once every 2 years or something. Because I don't buy any. If I know I'm going to do blow or something, then I make sure that I don't buy any after
Yeah, just
whatever it is
make
they
sure
have.
you meet a
So
random guy on the
have
street.
it.
Yeah, it's like when it's weed, they smoke you down, and then when it's a random guy with coke, he blows you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you should probably stop going up to random guys' hotel rooms when they say you want to come up for some blow.
Well, no, this specific dude who was, like I said, heavier than me, and he was like a rich, I guess a rich dude. He had a girl with him, and she didn't like. I could tell that he was like one of those dudes that, he has money, and then he invited this chick to come to Vegas with him, he probably intended to do something with her, but she had no intentions of doing anything like that with him. So I was doing blow with them in his hotel room while my girlfriend and her friends were sleeping or something.
Yeah, Coach, if I was you, I'll just start
Would have
telling
been
these
better if
guys.
the girl invited you up.
Sorry, two people said something.
Am I muted? Can you guys hear
No,
me?
I heard you.
You're right, mate.
I heard you talking, but I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah. Oh, percentage must have had me on mute then. He clearly didn't.
No, I think we just talked at the same time. Go ahead.
Did we? Okay. I was just gonna say, Kosher, you shouldn't tell these people about your personal life. They don't deserve to know.
What ends up happening is I'll be telling
We're beneath. We're so beneath you. We don't.
What ends up
deserve to know.
happening, Nate, the person who said something to me, is I'll end up talking to my friend or something like that. Like, hey, Nate, telling you something. Talking to a friend, and I forget that sometimes there are people who just like to write down the things I say in a diary and bring them up later.
I don't write anything down. I memorize.
But yeah, I'm not saying it just to tell everybody. I'm just having to be
A while ago, you didn't even remember the story. Now you remember that your girlfriends and friends were asleep in Las Vegas while you were out roaming the street.
I'm telling you a potential story that you might have overheard, but it could be one thing. It could have also been a different time, which it's less likely.
Because you said there were several stories.
Neither of these guys were fat though, which is the issue.
Well, maybe you just said he was fat that day, but you definitely said he was fat. I mean, my memory is clear. I don't write anything
Maybe
down
you said
like
he had a fat wad of cash.
Or a fat cat, meaning he was rich.
Maybe something about him being a fat cat.
I could describe him as like a loserish type of guy because, like I said, he wasn't going to get laid or anything. So
I just like hearing the stories, man, and then I like bringing them back up and seeing how they embellish or get less. I mean, it's pretty cool.
But it's not that exciting of a story, to be honest with you.
It's something I've never done.
Hey, did he look like the guy? Did he look like Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force?
No, he wasn't. That's what I'm saying. He wasn't fat like that. He was definitely bigger than me and kind of like loserish, like a loser kind of, and kind of
It's so mean.
Well, you know why, dude?
Imagine if he could hear you.
Gonna be a loser.
And y'all question why I bring these things up.
Context of like the girl he was with, because she was pretty hot, and they obviously weren't going to be sleeping together. So,
wait, are you saying that a more heavier guy than you, that according to you is a loser type, that's rich, doesn't sleep with hot women?
Obviously, yeah. Women, if you take a woman on a trip with you and they don't plan to sleep with you, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah. Keep talking, bro.
I mean, I hung out with this guy for like 6 hours.
What's weird about that, Rick?
You spent 6 hours with this loser?
I mean, it was morning when I left their apartment or their hotel. Yeah.
How many times did you blow him?
With the blow.
It was.
Yeah, he had the blow in like this powder. It was like one of those hand powder containers. So it looked like it could have just been hand powder, but it was all blow. And he said that they got into the plane like that. I was like, it's fucking dangerous, dude.
Come on, dude. Come on, man.
Dude, if you don't think
why are you
this
trying
guy
to be some
is
secret
trolling
agent,
you,
man, dude? Why are you trying to be a 007 agent, bro? Like, come on.
I don't know if 007 would
obviously fake.
but I don't know how that's a 007 thing, dude. This is a different dude, not me. This is a guy who I met who had this fucking container of blow, right?
Probably lying about bringing it on the plane, but
I know. He's
like,
everything else.
The guy said that in front of the girl, and he traveled with her, so I'm assuming that they must have taken that risk.
Maybe.
Dude, you make up these amazing fictitious stories just like you make up
amazing story,
stories. You're just a good storyteller. You're not even
how's it a good story or an amazing story? I said I
This
did
is
blow
not
a
a good
stranger.
story. Yeah,
This is
Kosho
stuff
blew
that
some
people
dude in
do
the hotel
often.
room
So
for 6 hours, and he snuck coke on a plane. Like, this is not a great story.
And I'm
He's a
not even.
loser.
I know it's
Fat
not.
He did
loser.
it. I
It's
don't
like
even
a
know this
loser
guy.
story. Anybody who brags about doing cocaine is a
I'm
loser
not
because
bragging about
cocaine
doing
is a loser
cocaine,
drug.
dude.
But
You
yo,
said you
you're
have
the one
several
that's
stories
discounting
like
it as false because of your own lack of experiences, maybe.
Yeah,
I'm not
and
bragging
Kosho
about
has
doing
several.
cocaine,
That's the
man.
amazing point.
And they're not amazing to me. They're very like plausible stories. So I don't know why you guys are automatically discounting them.
Exactly.
No, I'm not automatically discounting them.
It's a regular story. It's not like
This
nothing
is a
amazing
regular
happened
story.
in it. I'm not the guy
Like,
who
I've done crazier shit, but I just don't talk about it.
didn't take blow into a plane.
Nah, I
Did
wouldn't.
you
I
witness
don't.
him
I'm not
do
that
that?
risky.
Or did
No,
he
I
just
didn't.
tell
I
you,
didn't
hey,
witness. He told me about it. That's about it.
I think Branch wants to be unmuted. I don't know.
Kosho, why
guess
would you
not.
think I need to write that stuff down and memorize it?
I don't know. Why would you bring it up? It's like we're talking about it
No,
because you
why
brought
would
it
you
up.
say that?
We're
Yeah,
talking
but why
about it
would you
because
say
you brought
I
it
had to
up. So
write
it's
it
just
down?
weird. It's weird that you have these recollections or
Yeah.
No, I remember like crazy stories of things I've never done. Is that so? Is that
Not that
weird?
crazy of a story though.
That's
Well,
not
it
weird.
is to me because I've never really heard anybody say anything like that. I mean, I live
Yeah,
a sheltered life.
it's a memorable story. It could be a memorable story for people that haven't done like that.
Right, I haven't experienced it. So, of course, when you
Had
said it, I was
training.
like, holy cow. A young man like Kosho met a random fat dude that he now calls a loser while his friends were sleeping and he was roaming the streets in Vegas, which no one really sleeps there. But, the story just rang true to me. Like, I'll probably remember that forever.
Roaming the streets. I must have left that part out. You probably recorded it in your diary a little bit incorrectly. Because I don't think I was.
No, I didn't record it in any. I don't have a diary. That's what's weird about you making shit up about me.
You just made that up about me. What are you talking about? You just said I was roaming the streets.
Well, where were you? You were
At a
in Vegas.
hotel. We met at the casino. I went up to his hotel. I left in the morning. Went to my hotel. Told my girlfriend that I left my phone on the craps table.
You lied to your girlfriend.
I'm just wondering if everybody realizes you brought this up as a distraction because you were asked about Operation Fishbowl.
Yeah, what a tangled web we weave, Coach.
Yeah, I didn't want to talk about Operation Fishbowl.
I think he was talking to you, kid.
Yeah, I know. I don't really know a lot about Operation Fishbowl. Other than what I've heard. Like, you turn a fishbowl upside down, it would look like the dome. It was a funny name when they're sending bombs up into the sky, and it looked like it was, showing a upper atmosphere or a dome.
So
either one.
You witnessed this?
Well,
I was
no,
listening.
I just told you I've seen videos.
People were saying that atomic bombs didn't exist or were fake or something, and
They
now
probably don't.
Operation Fishbowl they do exist. So I'm not sure which.
Yeah, I think that was the point. We don't really know. It's a government program, right? So it could be some truth to it or some misinformation. But what I've heard about those stories that they were launching in Antarctica, nuclear bombs or whatever you want, whatever they were, fission bomb, whatever type of bombs they were, up into the sky, and they were studying the effects and they took videos of them, and those videos show some, either pressing against the curved atmosphere or pressing against another curved surface.
Yeah, there's something you guys don't understand. When we use something, like if we use nuclear bombs, we don't have to believe in nuclear bombs. You guys do. That's your mainstream bullshit, right? We don't have to believe in it. It's weird how you guys do that all the time. Like, I'll cite something from NASA, and you guys will say, "Oh, you believe in NASA now?" No, I don't have to. I don't have to. You guys do.
Why do you bring up Operation Fishbowl then?
Yeah.
We didn't. The other guy did.
Yeah, no, but I brought it up as a reference because I brought up in reference to you guys bringing it up. That was my point. Was that you guys?
Yeah,
Bring, as I said, you guys bring up Fishbowl and Starfish
other
Prime as
random
evidence.
people
As
you've heard
evidence.
bring up Operation Fishbowl,
As
you tagged
evidence.
that to me.
As
Yeah.
evidence
Yeah.
for
And
the
you
flat
said
Earth.
it was, and Rakia said it was evidence for a dome.
No, I did not. What are you talking about, dude?
Okay, so if it's not evidence for a dome, is there any evidence for a dome?
I don't know. I don't think so. Just theories. Theories seem to be enough these days. Yeah, but they in the test of what they tell us Operation Fishbowl was, they were studying the effects of the upper atmosphere, and the upper atmosphere is curved in either model, right? Either there's a container holding our pressure, or there's layers of atmosphere, different layers held in by gravity that is following the curve of the Earth too. So it would be a dome above you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Same
and we know
thing.
which
There's no
one of those
difference.
two it is.
Yeah, you seem to know. I mean, you seem to know it's settled and all that. I just don't follow that. Don't think that way. Sorry. We probably disagree on a lot of things. We also probably agree on a lot of things, which might freak you out, right? Like, which part you like better?
I bet you we agree on far more things than we disagree with.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Oh,
so
did
you
you guys
think
hear
I'm
that?
smart now?
What the fuck is going on? Like, what are you two doing right now?
He's agreeing that we
dating.
agree on a lot of things, but then calling me, saying because he disagrees with me on other things that I'm probably not smart, or it's not that. It's just we have different viewpoints.
Yes, and you are, I'm sure, an expert in your field, which is why I'm surprised that you don't believe that there are other experts in their fields.
I never said that. I'm surprised that you keep putting words in my mouth, which aren't true.
Okay, so do you accept that people know more about physics than you?
100%, without a doubt. And they're human, and they've been taught a certain way, and some of the things they've been taught are not far off from what I'm thinking.
But you're not an expert in your field. Rakia, you're not an expert in your field because you were... Can you hear me?
Yeah, but I don't know everything. I do I make a good living doing construction, but I don't know everything about construction, and I'm often wrong.
But you know more than most of us, right?
Sure.
And you didn't get that way because you were taught it. You got that way because you learned it.
Right, and I just stated I'm often wrong.
Really?
Yeah, make mistakes every day.
And do you not have to learn when you're taught?
But those mistakes are minor, right? They're mistakes to you, and they might not be mistakes to the person you're doing the work for.
Okay, I guess. I mean, they're mistakes, things I've done wrong, things I'll probably do wrong in the future in my field.
But what I'm saying is you didn't get that way just because you were told how to do it. You also had to experience and make mistakes and learn from those mistakes, hopefully, just like the rest of us. So why shouldn't I take your opinion on this? If I had a construction question, why shouldn't I ask you?
Yeah, but he has tangible real world experience in that. People involved in, let's say, astrophysics have zero tangible real world experience with anything that they're studying. They're being given data by third party sources, mostly the government.
There is a guy that used to come here, Professor Phil, that launches satellites. There's another guy that launches J8s, I believe.
But neither of those guys, quote unquote, launched satellites. They may have worked on certain pieces of equipment. They may have been involved in whatever compartmentalization that they're involved in. But Professor Phil is not sitting there pushing the button and launching something into space.
Also, Professor Phil gave us direct evidence of. Professor Phil gave us evidence that satellites fall into clouds, so I wouldn't even use that guy.
It's digital artifacts, Jeremy.
I know.
Yeah,
Excuse.
I'm pretty sure
We know.
He gave you evidence that you don't understand contrast, but that's.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, wouldn't it be too bad if people that are misleading people for an agenda purpose end up getting credibility anyway, just because they have professor in their name, or
That's a
because
big
they're a professional or whatever they are. If they're caught
that's a
up,
big
if they're
rule.
caught up, they still get credit. I mean, shouldn't there be some kind of consequence for what they do?
If that's what's happening, definitely.
Yeah, you
There's
gotta
no
find them guilty
proof
first,
that's
man.
what's happening. Yeah. You can't just decide that's what's going on, man.
So if you doubt he's a professor, why don't you call up the place where he works, where they call him a professor, and
I'm
tell
not
them that
doubting if he's a
he's
professor.
lying about physics?
I'm not
Where does he
doubting if
work?
he's a professor. No,
Where does he
I'm
work?
saying if he was caught out with something else that they're suspicious of for good reason, then why would he have credibility after that? That's the
like
point.
what?
Where's this Professor Phil guy teach? Where does he teach?
I'm not telling you. You can look it up the same as I did.
Oh, he
But
is a teacher,
teaches
though?
physics.
Who is he? Who is
Yes,
Professor?
he's a professor.
That up at?
Let's not worry about that so much.
That up at, bro.
That guy's pretty. I mean, he says his full name, and he's even posted pictures of him in certain things. I mean, I think
He shot videos of himself in a hotel room with a whiteboard talking about physics.
Yes, because he was in India at the time, wasn't he?
Yeah, launching satellites.
You don't launch
satellites that fall into clouds.
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of satellites. He's been a part of the launch and never had one failure. That's what he told me about a year and a half ago. I was sitting on my front swing. It's funny how I remember that. I must have wrote it down in my journal.
You wrote it in your diary? You were like, "Dear diary."
Let's see. We were on.
He does launch satellites.
Yeah, we were on Jose's channel, and Professor Phil commented that he's been a part of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of satellite launches and never had one failure. That's his claim to fame.
He probably never said a launch wasn't scrubbed because the timing wasn't right. Right? Why would
I'm
you
telling you what he
launching a
said.
satellite
Are
when
you
have
listening?
Hundreds of people. Yes. And why
He
do you
said
doubt that?
no failures. No, I don't. I'm not doubting. I'm just telling you what he said. You're asking about Professor Phil. I'm telling you what I know about him. He told me that he's a professor. I've seen him set up a whiteboard in a hotel room, so that must be true. And that
you can Google him and see that he's a professor.
Helps launch satellites, hundreds and hundreds of them, and has never had a failure under his watch. That's what I know about Professor Phil.
Which is very good, which is what you would expect of a physics expert.
Right.
Sounds like a badass.
What was he talking
Would've been a
about in
better
his
story.
hotel whiteboard presentations?
Yeah, it would have been a better story.
He's done
with that
several.
whiteboard in that hotel room. We also had some white powder.
That's right.
He's done several presentations.
I don't think I've seen him make any mistakes on those whiteboard presentations. Not that I'd be able to see them all.
He's actually
Well, that must mean Earth's a globe then.
on his channel. There's a few whiteboard presentations.
Yes, what we know about physics tells us that Earth is a globe. Yes, and measurement.
Yeah, like what? Like what exactly?
Oh boy.
Like what we know about gravity, what we know about orbits, as far as measurements, what geodetic surveyors measure. This is not your first day, Jeremy.
What do you know about
told this
gravity?
probably every day.
Yeah, what do you know about gravity?
It's on a whiteboard.
Can you give me the cause of gravity real quick? I'm just wondering.
From what we currently understand is that it's the bending of space-time by a mass.
That's not the cause.
So that's what you think it is. You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know. You said from what we know about gravity. You don't know that that's what gravity is. You guys think that's what it is. You don't know.
That's what he just said. As far as we know, from everything we know, that's our conclusion.
Yeah.
But
so he said
even if we don't know,
we know about gravity, and then he went on to tell me about space time, things they don't know, but if it's even space time.
Even if that's incorrect, we still know how gravity acts on Earth.
Yeah.
The
What do you
effects
know?
of-
You know that things might fall down on Earth sometimes. Sometimes they go up, sometimes they go down. That's fucking
no.
profound.
Things accelerate towards Earth, and the amount of
Sometimes
force.
they
Not
accelerate
everything. Some things
Sometimes they
accelerate up,
accelerate
buddy.
up.
The amount of force is proportional to the mass of the object.
What force is that? Electromagnetic or some type of other force that you don't know the cause of?
No, it's weight.
Weight is what? Yeah, I think you haven't been here very long.
W equals mg. You've never heard that?
Weight's a formula?
Yeah, it's mass times gravity.
Yeah, but you're invoking a formula that uses gravity to prove gravity, fella. It's going to be a problem
No.
in science.
I say what we know about gravity is explainable on Earth.
Yeah, and
So
we're
we
asking
know
you
that
what gravity
causes
is and
weight.
what the cause is, and you're giving us a formula with
And I
gravity in
answered
it.
you. What did I say we think causes gravity?
So things
Bending
fall
of
down
space-time, another theory you can't prove.
So things fall down sometimes. I don't get how that tells you it's a
And
globe.
I answered. Hang on, Jeremy. I
Giant
answered
leap.
that as well, Rakia. I said it doesn't matter if we know where it comes from because we know how it acts, and we know that W equals mg because we test it every day.
Well, you actually said that gravity was the bending of space-time. So what's the mechanism that bends space-time?
We don't know, and it doesn't matter because we know how gravity acts.
Isn't it
Why does
gravity
it matter?
that bends space-time?
What?
I
What?
thought
Wait, do you drive a car?
I thought it was gravity that. Hang on
Oh.
there, guy. We're on this magical space-time. I mean, this
Why
is a
does it
great
matter?
subject. Why do you want to move into something simpler like a car?
Because you
So
keep
isn't
denying that I answered your question, and my answer is
I didn't deny
that's what
anything.
we think
That
it
was
is, and
Jeremy,
it doesn't
fella. You
matter
can't
if
keep
that's
up.
wrong.
I never denied anything, fella. Quit putting words in my mouth.
Really,
You're
fella?
getting confused. Yeah, fella. Wasn't me.
You
That was
said,
Jeremy.
yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah, okay,
Ask
wrong
your
again.
question.
So isn't that gravity that bends space-time?
No.
No.
Gravity is the bending of space-time.
Or gravity
No,
is the bending of space-time. What
Oh my
uneven
God,
causes
it
it?
is your first day. Jesus
The
Christ.
uneven. Apparently, it's
What
the uneven
causes it?
distribution of mass that bends and warps space-time.
What's
What if you have an even distribution? What if that distribution of mass is even and it doesn't bend space time?
Mass bends space-time.
Well, no, it wouldn't bend space-time if it was even.
How's it bend it?
No. What would that look like? What would
I'm
the
still
even distribution
confused.
of mass look like? Yeah.
Wouldn't mass? You're saying now mass attracts mass is the bending of space-time?
Mass attracts mass is the effect of the bending of space-time.
No.
Which is
Mass
So we
the
still
bends
haven't got to the
space-time.
cause yet.
It doesn't matter what the cause is
That doesn't sound like
if we
science
know
to
how it
me.
works. Really? Why does concrete cure?
Dude, I'm just trying
A
to figure out
chemical
how
reaction, heat, temperature,
just trying to-
pressure.
What is the chemical reaction?
I'm just trying to figure out how things going down sometimes equals globe. You said we knew it was a globe because of all the stuff we know about physics, and then you said gravity, and then here we are. I'm still not understanding how you know it's a
Sorry,
globe
Raki
because
is going to
things go
explain a
down
chemical
sometimes.
reaction of concrete curing now.
Why?
Why the frick are you turning this into a concrete thing when we're talking about
you-
your theory of gravitation?
Do you need
Nice
to know
try,
how it
fella.
happens? Do you need to know how it happens, or just why or how it that it does
about?
happen? Do you need to know the chemical reaction in concrete, or do you
Is
just need
this
to know
you
that
trying
it
to get
works?
away from explaining gravity because you're sounding a
No.
little ridiculous now?
It is me asking you a question.
You tried to go to a car. Now you're going to
trying to
concrete
show you the
chemical
principle,
reaction.
man.
Do you know what
Moderator.
concrete is, Rakia?
Come on, man.
Rakia, do
No,
you
I
know
have
what concrete is?
no, I have no clue.
Never
Tell me
heard
what
of
it
it.
is.
All right.
It's what your
Never
skull's
heard of
made
it.
of.
Okay, then
Oh.
I'm not going to tell you about it.
Never heard of concrete.
Maybe when you get through explaining the cause of gravity, we can go through what the chemical compounds are in concrete and why they react with temperature and pressure and get hard in some cases, but if you add another chemical, they'll never get hard. You can actually add sugar and it won't get
That
hard.
sounds retarded.
He's already answered that though. That's the first thing he answered.
Yeah, but what he hasn't answered is the cause of gravity.
That is the first
Right.
thing he answered. Yeah.
And I said it's the bending of space-time. But even if that's wrong, it doesn't matter that we know the cause because we know how it acts. Just like
How
we
does
don't
it
know
act?
the temperature,
Chucky,
we don't know what you need to do to get it to react.
Chucky,
a
one
certain way.
question for you. Does gravity pull?
Seems to. Yes, it does. Did you hear my answer?
You don't know why your answer's wrong, do you?
No. Why is my answer wrong?
There is no pull.
Says who?
Dell.
Yeah, well, that's retarded.
Okay, so I'm curious
Yes,
how this
bro.
all leads up to us knowing it's a globe.
Dell's not the one that-
Things going down. Go
I'm
ahead.
at work, guys. I might be listening, but I won't be talking too much for a bit.
Talk to you later.
Laters, man. Sorry, Jeremy, you were saying, man?
Paid by the bell, Brad.
Yeah, I was gonna say he
He's doing
started
fine,
with this
man.
he started with this like condescending, like, oh, you know, we know physics and we know the globe, and then we started getting into it. It was like a bunch of just pseudo physical, baseless claims that were just looping in circles with no actual solid.
He was being kind of nice, man. He was being kind of fair too.
And then left.
And humble. Well, he's at work.
Yeah. I'm at work.
He ran away. Anyone that leaves the conversation, we automatically.
Yeah, don't you know,
He answered all
Kosho?
y'all's questions in like a fair way.
Don't you know, Kosho? We've been taught that.
Concrete, you name it, anything else but what we were talking about.
Yo, let's talk about nuclear warheads. So, my question is, the plutonium or the uranium, whatever radioactive material, does it cause more explosive, like, power?
What do you mean? What does it cause?
Does
More
it just
explosive power?
does it just provide the radiation effect and doesn't kind of aid in the actual explosion? Or
No,
does
that
it
is
also
the
add to the
explosion.
explosion?
Yeah, the reaction. So in a fission reaction, the neutrons, which are neutral, can they can collide with the fucking nucleus because they can pass right through the electrons and they can hit the nucleus and strike it. And when this happens with a heavy thing like uranium, which has a fucking bunch of neutrons already, it'll make it unstable to where it breaks apart. Now it's two fucking strontium, whatever it breaks into. The point is when it breaks into this, the neutron or several neutrons at least one neutron will decay into a proton, an electron, a neutrino, which is still less mass than a neutron originally was. And that difference in the mass between the two of the before and after reaction, that's converted purely into energy. And so, yeah, with those nuclear bombs, they set it up so that this is a giant chain reaction of neutron collisions into these nuclei, which emits more neutrons, and it's so many reactions at once that all that emission of energy happens at the same time, and that's where the blast comes from, and the radiation is also a part of the effect because it's
Okay, how do they trigger that blast?
Say what?
How do they trigger it to start?
Well, usually there's a catalyst. It's different for different bombs. Like for the catalyst for a fusion bomb is usually a fission bomb, but typically once the reaction starts, once they set it up in such a way such that once the reaction starts, like I said, one neutron imparting.
I understand. Yeah, it's a chain reaction, but how does it start?
Well, it's an accelerated chain reaction, so it's like what do you call it? Exponential. So it's like
okay, but it still needs to start, right? So how does it start?
Yeah, but I mean that whatever the catalyst, I mean it's probably something like completely mundane. I mean I was reading about the demon core, and it was different than the one that they did in the other bombs. They do different shit for different ones.
Because from what I'm looking at here, like it seems like every single warhead has explosive in it. Chemical explosive in it, and probably a lot of it.
Well, the demon core didn't. Let me read that. Here it is. Let me pull it up real quick. I'll post it too.
The fission trigger has a chemical explosive, and then the device, it has, you know, they say fusion fuel.
Let me read this real quick. I posted it, but I'm reading it real quick. Hold on. Because what happened was with this demon core, what happened was he accidentally dropped part of it, or dropped part of the shield, and there was no explosion, but just because the reaction had started, he got the poisoning, they got radioactive poisoning, but without the explosion.
And why can't you have like a classical trigger as opposed to why do you need a fission trigger for a fusion bomb?
Oh well, because a fusion bomb requires a lot more energy than the fission. Like a fission reactions and nuclear decay happens naturally all the time, but fusion requires immense pressures and immense.
So the only thing that could actually detonate a fusion atomic bomb is a fission trigger?
I'm not sure if that's the only thing, but I know that that's what was the technique that we used when we were testing them. Let me read this real quick.
That nuclear physicist that claimed to be that and was saying all those things that plutonium wasn't, bad for you and blah blah blah, was like eating it. And was he a quack, or is that true?
Certainly,
because
a dangerous man.
Seems like a quack to me, but he could
Listen,
be like a whistleblower type thing.
As long as nothing was wrong on his whiteboard, right? Then we'll.
Say it again. Broke up a little bit.
I saw that video where he eats
He claimed to swim in the water, plutonium water or the wastewater or whatever. I mean, he's either a quack or there's some misinformation coming out of that
It's
field.
Galen Windsor, I think is his name. Galen Windsor. He worked in the field for many, many years after World War II and whatnot. He became interested and obsessed with learning all about it.
Yeah. Why don't we believe him more than we can look him up and see where he went to school and where he worked, right?
If he was honest, he would have told you that plenty of people, before they knew that it was dangerous, were eating off of uranium plates and stuff like that. And so a lot of them didn't die. A lot of the people who handled uranium didn't die or get poisoned. Some of them did. And swimming in a uranium pool, a pool that coats the water for a nuclear fission reactor, is actually less radioactive than, or you'll get less radiation from swimming in that pool than you will from being out in the sun. So it's not even a dangerous thing to do. The whole reason why the water's there, the whole reason, if you're at the top of the pool and the things at the bottom of the pool, the radiation is not going to be able to get to you. It's the water's like in between you and where the material is.
So what he said about the water is true for sure. Then,
yeah, you can swim. You can swim in a nuclear in a pool as long as you're not close to the core. I don't know why you would, but you could.
So what he said about all the other stuff is half true, or
no? I mean, I'm not sure everything that he said, but I do know that just eating uranium, just in front of people as a fucking to impress somebody or something like that is not necessarily an indication of anything. It could just be an indication that he, was very convinced in whatever he was trying to express to people. But Madame Curie, who got the Nobel Prize, her husband did for discovering all this radiation. She used to sleep with radium and all this other type of stuff under her pillow because it looked cool and it glowed at night and stuff like that. And she was in love with it. But obviously she died from radiation poisoning from being around all that stuff so much. So I'm not so sure that everybody.
Or she spent a lot of time in the sun.
Yeah, or she did that, but it's hard to know, right?
My point is, whether you believe in nuclear meltdown and radiation and all that or not, if someone is near Chernobyl, lived there or during that event, and then you meet them later and them and their family have bad teeth, isn't proof of radiation decay. Maybe they just ate a lot of sugar.
Of course, it's not proof of it, but I don't know if you were paying
Well, you
attention.
used it
You
as
got to
proof
refer to your
earlier.
diary. Ricky, just
You
hold on,
used it
sir.
as evidence, and if you say I need to refer to my diary to remember
Just hold on,
things,
and when I'm done speaking,
yeah. Well, if you're gonna demean me,
We'll
I'm
have a
gonna
turn again
freaking
in a
go
second,
after you.
Rikia.
Yeah, you think I need to write things
We'll have
down
a
and
turn
memorize?
in a second, Rikia. Okay.
Yeah, keep saying
when
it.
I referred to this earlier, I was in a response to what Gio was talking about his experiences and how he knows what he knows and things of that nature. And I was saying, in that same, we probably know what we know for the same reasons. Me from hearing from other people and also from experience. And my experiences were that I've heard about radiation poisoning and I've heard about what radiation does, and I've experienced people who have also had it. So for me, things like that confirm that or further give evidence to that, and it helps me. It helps build my knowledge about what I know, whether it's true or not. That's what that was. It wasn't a proof for anything. It was just
I agree.
an anecdotal story.
I agree. But you were using it as evidence of because he lived near Chernobyl, there was radiation fallout or whatever you called it, and it decayed his teeth.
Actually, I just used it to express the story I just said. Like I said, I was just saying that
Just
we
tell another
know
story.
these reasons. This
You
is
didn't have a reason for
I know
telling
what I
it?
know.
Your reason for telling it wasn't to say that it was evidence for the radiation. It was just another story you were
I
telling.
just laid out what it was in response to.
Yeah, I heard you. Thanks.
It was anecdotal evidence implying that, Chernobyl and the radiation fallout was.
I agree.
Well,
I agree. That's how he used it.
Again, it wasn't meant to substantiate anything like that. It was strictly in response to what Gio said about knowing what he knows or whatever. I don't remember exactly what he said, but I had said right before I even brought that up that I know the things I know probably for the same reasons because I've heard other people who are experts or experienced something discuss it, and if it was true, not true, then I discerned it, and then I later experienced certain things that may be substantiated, and then I gave that as an anecdotal story as evidence for that claim that I just made. But regardless, I don't know why. I have no idea why at all this is being brought up. Your question, though, percentage about these cores. I'm reading it right now. I don't think that this. I don't think that the plutonium one needed an explosion as the ignition, but I'm still reading. So hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, Nate, was that you just now?
What?
Oh no, okay, yeah. I'm just percentage was asking about fission bombs and the catalysts for the initial reaction, the chain reaction. And I know that there's different methods for the catalyst. I was wondering if you knew of any of them.
What about critical mass? Isn't there a way to detonate it with that?
What?
Critical mass? What is that?
What do you mean? Like in a bomb or?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's not the same for everything. It depends what kind of element you're using.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Isn't like critical mass the smallest amount of something you need for a?
Right. Well,
Yeah, but it depends what kind of element it is.
Yeah, but no, but in this context, so I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about the Demon Core incidents, and in that incident, so obviously there's a point. Like I told you, it's a chain reaction. So there's a point in the reaction where it reaches supercritical. I don't know if it's critical mass or just critical, but once it reaches that point, it's basically point of no return, and that's required to ultimately do the rest of the chain reaction. And that's what happened to this person when they accidentally did this in this lab. It didn't explode, but they got the chain reaction had started. He got enough radiation poison to die. But I think in this case, there's not an initial like explosion. There's just a they just start the reaction basically.
No.
I'm reading
Does that
a little bit now. Yeah.
But does that answer the question you were asking me?
Yeah, well, I was asking you the same question that the percentage had asked. I was wondering if you knew anything about any of the catalysts.
I'm so sorry. Okay, but I didn't hear the question. If you could repeat it.
Well, he was asking me about the how the reaction for the fission bomb, how it begins. Like after it begins, obviously there's a chain reaction, and then enough of the energy will be emitted all at the same time, basically. But he was asking how it actually is started, whether it was an explosion or what other method. I know that there's methods that don't require an explosion, but I'm not real familiar on all the different methods. So.
Hey, Jeremy, are you still here?
I don't know. I think most of them just start off with like a chemical explosion, and this
that's what you
takes off.
Yeah. Look, check it out. Here's a picture here for the fat man and the little boy.
What Jay Doherty posted?
Yeah, for these two.
Yeah.
I see. I think this demon core one was different though. There's one they were testing afterwards, but that makes sense that they would be, let's say, conventional explosives. Those two.
Hey, Jeremy, I was going to ask you, do you remember that guy that they had on the talk shows that turned blue from taking too much colloidal silver? Remember that guy? Yeah, he turned all blue. He looked like Santa Claus. I think that's a perfect example of something that they do to make people fear something that's good for you.
Oh my God,
something
of
that
course.
actually can help. I think that was a total hoax. And in fact, when you look up close, it was makeup. You could see it was makeup on his face.
Really? Okay. He looked weird.
Yeah.
He definitely looked weird.
Yeah. They have a story, see, when they don't want you to have something good, like maybe radium was something they used a lot, for a lot of good reasons. Maybe they wanted to take away radium and make it seem like, it's harmful. Same thing they did with hydrogen. Same thing they did with colloidal silver, it seems.
Are you saying we've taken away elements of like things from the public, or what?
Yeah, things that are a little bit too useful, so they can sell
Like
you a
what?
pharmaceutical in place for it. Like colloidal silver, that's really like very good for a lot of things. I hear. I don't want to give medical advice, but now it's kind of made out to be something very dangerous, so they can give you a pharmaceutical in place for it.
I agree.
But I mean, don't we use colloidal silver in like so many things, like making jewelry and whatnot? I don't understand.
No, not for jewelry. Silver's. I'm not talking about silver in general. Colloidal silver for like infections and things like that.
Yeah, if you want, you can go and get colloidal silver from your local witch doctor. Like, I understand.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, witch doctor.
I just said witch doctor to be funny. You could go to anyone and buy colloidal silver. It's not a thing. It's not a banned substance. Dave.
You can make it.
Banned substance.
You can make it yourself.
Yeah. So then,
I
what's
have
your
made
point?
it myself.
Then what's your point?
If you don't get my point, then you just didn't get it. I mean, do you want me to explain? Really?
Someone
They
else
try to
explain it?
Keep beneficial things away from us, basically, such as colloidal silver.
But how are they keeping it away from us if it's available everywhere? You can make it yourself.
Because
find it in
they're
jewelry and-
because they
have
produce these psyop kind of image things and the massful people will, of course, obey it, and then they can work it from there.
Yeah, my sister had a terrible infection. So did her daughter. I sent her a bottle of colloidal silver. She looked it up on the internet, said that she got scared of it and never used it. I wasted $30.
Well, it specifically threatens the antibiotic industry.
That's not them keeping it away from you.
Well, yeah, it is through the psyops. Okay.
Yeah, you can buy it at health food stores and whatnot, and it is somewhat known about. But the propaganda they've run on it makes a large percentage of people either too scared or not having knowledge about it to where they wouldn't use it, and they're more likely to go to their doctor to get whatever drugs if they have an issue, like antibiotics.
Okay. Okay. No, then I get. Yeah, definitely there is bad press around it, but that doesn't mean you can't go and get it. But I get what you mean now.
I never said you can't go and get it. I never said anything like that.
What you said is they're keeping it away from us. That's what was confusing me. Those were your words.
Okay. I didn't mean literally like taking it and I mean, there are things like that where they make weird laws, like the one thing about like bitter almonds. You ever heard of bitter almonds? It's, almond seeds, Yeah.
They are keeping it away from people. They're scaring the masses.
Okay. I mean, do you guys use colloidal silver? Any of you?
Yeah, made my own, in fact.
That's what's up. All right. What did you use it for? Like, what ailment did it treat?
I just use it as a mouthwash and then on cuts and stuff like that.
All right. That's what's up. Nice.
Yeah, but I wasted the money. I know my sister is going to go and look it up on the internet, and the first thing she's going to get is, some warning about colloidal silver being, possibly bad. Particulates, the particulates might actually do something bad to you and all that. And this is just on the subject, same thing with radium.
Yeah.
There was a lot of devices that used to use radium, and they were kind of like amazing devices. You ever looked into that?
Yeah. But people got
So
sick.
I'm just saying,
being too close to those devices.
yeah, maybe, but I'm saying I don't know, but I'm saying maybe it's one of those cases where they're like, oh shit, this is a little bit too useful, and we want to be able to, sell them, because they used to be able to like warm their homes and stuff like that with it pretty cheaply. And if they wanted to sell people energy, well, yeah, but how do you know those people got sick? They do psyops. That's the point. The guy
because it was radium. If I don't have radium in my house, you have it in your house, and your whole family gets sick. Come on. Also,
right,
they still use radium.
I'm not saying it was. I'm saying it could be another one of those stories that scares you off and recommends that nobody use it. That's all I'm saying. It could be one. I'm not saying it is, but it could be one of those stories.
I had the same thing happen to me, New Perspective, and it was my sister. I sent her some DMSO. I had the same thing happen.
Yep, I sent my dad some DMSO, and he didn't use it either.
The bottle opened, and my sister touched it. And you obviously know about DMSO. So she called us the next day. Wow, I feel really good. My legs are working good. She has Parkinson's. So, but yeah.
What was it that you said they bought?
Well, on the bottle of the DMSO, it says do not use on. It says not recommended for humans or something like. They have to put those disclaimers on there because otherwise they can get sued or whatever. It is powerful stuff.
What's DMSO? I wasn't listening. Sorry. A dimethyl sulfoxide.
It's pretty interesting stuff that is being kept away from the masses. It's a chemical from plants, and it has some pretty neat properties. When you mix it with something else, it potentiates it. It makes it stronger and stronger. DMSO also soaks through the skin, and it will also carry things. So you can mix some with DMSO, put it on your skin, will carry right through. DMSO has also these other properties too. There's other properties to DMSO that are
anti-inflammatory.
Yeah. It also works against organisms too. Some organisms. It has a whole bunch of properties. It's pretty interesting overall.
But yeah, because it can actually penetrate the skin and get into your bloodstream, and then if you like were to have like some lotion on your hands and then have it mixed with that or something, some kind of chemical or plastic, or there's some dangerous ways that it could carry bad things into your bloodstream if you don't know what you're doing, I guess.
Unfortunately, that's all true and more. You have to be deathly careful with DMSO.
Because of what you said? So
But if you use it properly, holy cow! It also like fights organisms and stuff too, right?
Right.
Yeah, it does all kinds of
blocks. It does all this weird stuff.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's used in drug testing and stuff. And for some reason, I feel like I was looking at the name of this, and I feel like I came across the other day for some reason, but it might have just been some other dimethyl.
They use it a lot for like athletes. And for athletes, if they need like a quick fix, to like get rid of the pain for a game or something.
Pain for a game? Say what?
Yeah, if athletes need to play a game and they're hurting really badly,
Oh yeah, that's the main. It's mainly for horses for pain, right? That's what DMSO is.
Yeah. Well, not mainly. Obviously, there's all those other uses that you're talking about. But yeah,
you got it. You got it exactly. The mainstream story.
Mm-hmm. Horse tranquilizer.
This is kind of weird because it says something about this is why it's dangerous, but then it concludes, for example, in a very low dose, DMSO has a powerful protective effect against acetaminophen, whatever. It's basically aspirin. Induced liver injury in mice.
Acetaminophen.
Yeah, there you go.
That's that one that kept killing people, wasn't it? When they kept saying it's the safest drug on earth, and then it was...
I eat so much ibuprofen, man. It's not good for me, but I get mad headaches. I heard somebody told me you can eat those and acetaminophen or whatever at the same time. They don't compound on each other, but I know they're both bad for your liver. So.
I'm sorry, which two?
Ibuprofen and whatever.
Acetaminophen.
Yeah,
Advil and ibuprofen, basically.
Well, we had like 3 different generations of painkillers.
I know it's not good for me or my liver, but I get bad headaches. What were you saying? You were about to ask me a question though. JD,
me about AI.
Yeah.
I put something in your DM.
Oh yeah, I barely check. I'll check it out, dude. But you seem interested in it, man. Did you sign up to get access or whatever?
I hate it when they want to verify my phone. I don't know.
Do you have a Google phone number?
I do.
I sometimes just use that.
Yeah, I like Python and AI and
You code in Python, you said?
Somewhat.
Okay, yeah. There's this bot. I don't know if you're reading about it, but their bot, their AI model for coding. They trained it on the entirety of the internet, but they focused on GitHub. So they have the entire repository in GitHub, everyone's code, and they've trained the AI model. So it mostly knows Python, actually.
That is freaky, man. Wow. I mean, I just looked up how to. I'm interested in how to create a hidden layer for just digit recognition. There's a lot to it.
Oh yeah. It's pretty cool stuff, man. We were talking about it last night a little bit. I think you were there, but I think that it's going to have more profound effects in the next few years and people.
Yeah, but it doesn't think. There is no thinking.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. But I think the effects aren't going to be in the way that people are afraid of, like it's going to come kill us. I think the effects are going to be in, like, there's people today who probably feel like they have job security. So it's like I bring this up all the time, but you know when Batman versus Superman or Justice League came out, and Henry Cavill, he had been doing another movie, and so he had grown his beard, and they had to do reshoots, and so he had to come back and do a reshoot as Superman, but he couldn't shave his beard because the studio wouldn't let him, and so they had to digitally take it out, and it cost $25 million, and just to digitally take out his beard. And since then, you know, people with computers just like me or you or anybody have been using the AI training models that do the fake deep fakes, like deep fakes where they put like, you know, celebrities' heads over somebody else. And they're really convincing, actually. They look better than a lot of CGI. And if you had a CGI team actually work on something like that, they'd damn near get it like, you know, perfect. So there's a lot of jobs that are high paying right now that you could see how these AI can actually assist somebody, you know, who doesn't need to be an artist or an expert in this other thing, or a coder even, and they could just be a producer and literally they'll start, you know, making this shit themselves. I think a lot of jobs are going to be lost, and I don't think they're all going to be the jobs that people think they're going to be.
I noticed there's extremes of people. Like someone I know on 24/7, they don't believe it. They think that even the Sophia, when she talks, it's entirely scripted. And then there's like, you know, the other side.
Well, it's not that they're scripted. They're not very intelligent. The crazy thing about Sophia, I think the guy who made Sophia is like in love with her or something like that, because he's like, they really work on it, making her face, like her cheek movements look realistic. Like the robotic ones are crazy. So when you combine the robotics and the AI, you can see, you know. I mean, I don't think it's going to be as dangerous, like I said, as people say, but it's definitely going to be.
Kosha, they had Sophia in front of financial panel, and she was answering complex financial questions.
Mm-hmm. If you depending, like the model, the playground they have on the website is not sophisticated, but if you can easily put that into API into a program and you know, make it so that it's you know, so you there's better ways to try to ask it questions or to get it to do a task, and it will it'll handle it pretty well. I mean, it has the entirety of the internet as it's, you know, that it's been trained on. So instead of like using Google to search for Google and then it rank like, you know, web pages based on words that it's in.
Yeah, her like internal dialogue was interesting too. She complains about half the time people ask her questions she can look up on Google.
That's funny. She's probably indicating how fucking easy it is and how it's not challenging. Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen IBM's Watson? Actually, I worked.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I watched a few episodes. Did you see a few episodes where it was playing the game?
Yeah, it was like Jeopardy.
Jeopardy, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, dude. And Ken Jennings, it beat Ken Jennings and the other dude, and Ken Jennings even did a TED talk because he was like warning people how AI was going to take over, but I think he was just butthurt because he lost.
Who's on the Singularity? Is like Watson's not on it, obviously, right? How about your OpenAI thing?
Wait, what was on
the Singularity? The guy who, what's the name of the guy who invented Sophia? Rob, whatever his name is. He's the one who started the Singular. Oh, the Gertzel guy too started that.
The futurist dude.
Yeah, the Singularity Net, where once one AI normalizes like a chair, they can send it up to the cloud, and now the other AIs have a normalized chair in their memory.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know the Kurtzel guy you were talking about. He's a futurist dude. But, you know, OpenAI was created by Elon Musk and some other dudes, but it was for the reason because they fear what AI could do if it was left unchecked. So that's why they wanted to make it open source so that
the Singularity thing normalizes data for other AIs and sends it onto a blockchain. That sounds dangerous. Really?
Is that a specific program?
This is the Singularity AI project by that guy who invented Sophia. Or Gertzel. I don't know who's behind Singularity.
Let me look it up. Okay. Yeah. So okay. So this is crazy. It's a decentralized AI for the emerging global brain. So I'm not sure who's behind this, but Facebook is doing the same thing right now.
Read it. The back of your neck will get those little prickles.
Yeah, dude, it's kind of I think it's because OpenAI has probably been so successful and what it's been achieving. I think people don't want to be left behind. Let me read about this though. I want to see who's behind this one. Oh, I know some of these dudes.
Kosho, do you think that AI nanotech is a thing, and you know about that or the potentials of what that can do?
I mean, have you guys heard about? I only just recently heard about it, but it's called xenobots. Okay, and it's these things called xenobots that recently they've created actually, and they used frog stem cells, and what they did was they used an AI. So basically, they had two types of stem cells: stem cells from a heart that would contract, or from muscle or heart or something that would contract, and then other stem cells for like skin that would just not contract, I guess. And so they used an AI model, and they did like millions of iterations of different combinations of these two different type of stem cells, into creating like a 3D structure, and to just see what that 3D structure would do. And using the AI model, they were able to construct physical models of these stem cells in order to create actual cells that were achieving these tasks. And so they kind of created this like different form of robotic life, which was able to achieve tasks like cleaning up fucking its area from certain materials. It was able to work together for whatever reason. It was able to reproduce itself. So these robotic cells were able to actually make other robotic cells. So it's actually pretty sophisticated stuff. And the crazy thing about it too is it's not, instead of nanobots like completely constructed robotic nano sized parts. These are completely biological organisms that are they're basically biological robots. It's really crazy shit. But and they think that pretty soon they're going to be able to put those in people's bodies, and they say it's for things like like they said, they were able to clean up their area, like their petri dish from certain material. They want to put it in people's bodies so it can like go and clean up whatever's in there, what disease is in there. They want to put it in the ocean so it could they can collect the microplastics and shit like that. But it's obviously they can do millions and millions of tasks. Whatever you think nanobots could do, these things are almost more capable of, because your body's not going to reject them. Yeah, I would check these out, dude.
What's Kosher lying about?
Have you heard about those things, dude? Xenobots?
Xenobots, yeah.
You heard
Is
about
that what
these?
you was talking about?
You said what?
I didn't know what you were talking about. I was away for a little bit.
No, but did you hear like how they make them, dude? The fucking, so like I told you, the AI comes up with a model, the ideal model for how these stem cells should be put together, in a actual 3-dimensional way. And actually, what they do is they get a scientist with fucking those little scientific tweezers, I forget what they're called, and they literally piece this cell together by hand with piece by piece. It's crazy.
It's pretty cool, man. Like the advances they make in medicine and nanotechnology. It's pretty cool.
Well, they call it soft robotics. It's like that's what they call the field, soft robotics.
Now those dudes are smart.
You say that, but when I was watching them do that, dude, I was thinking like, dude, I could do that if I just learn where to get those stem cells from. Like I see the dude that he's in his fucking. He's under a light and he just has tweezers and he's just placing the fucking, the cells where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, that takes skill. That's like performance surgery, man. Could you do
Yeah,
that?
but that's like crazy. Yeah, I can't
Like,
even.
do you have steady hands?
No, I don't.
Yeah, like that takes a lot of skill.
Do you have soft lips?
I do, yes.
Yeah, I would say those guys, actuarial scientists and theoretical physicists. Those are like smartest type of people you can find, man.
Theoretical physicists, they are smart. Well, some of them are smart, of course. Most of them are wrong, of course, too, though.
Yeah, but you don't. Well,
most of them think the Earth is spherical. So.
Well,
yeah,
maybe.
I mean, you can't say they're wrong. It's just most of them come
most
up
of them are
with weird,
definitely wrong.
well, they come up with weird, wacky ideas we can't prove. But to be able to come up with those ideas, like it takes a lot of
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm not knocking them for real. It's just a fun fact. Because you think about that. There's dudes who have a theory like string theory, for example, and they focus their entire 20 years on this idea, and then they have all these papers and all their research, everything is focused on this one thing, and then finally somebody creates a test for it at CERN or something like that, and then it turns out that their fucking whole idea was wrong. It's like they basically have to start over, like do something else now.
Yeah, I guess I'm good at shining shoes.
You hear about the guys like Peter Higgs and stuff like that, but you just don't hear about the losers. I suppose that when you're that smart, you're successful in other ways too, though. So.
Yeah. Now, actuarial science, that's also a pretty interesting one because you got to know so much about everything. Huh?
Got to know when to hold them.
Oh, poker, yeah, true that. But I mean, like these are the guys that get hired by insurance companies to create the actuarial models so that they know what kind of premiums to charge if you're a smoker, if this is the kind of lifestyle you live. These guys have to take so much into consideration, It's crazy.
Wait, what kind of scientist you said?
Actuarial. It's like
actuarial.
mathematicians whose job is to exactly as Nate's saying, compute variables. To give somebody a accurate premium. It is
Say it one more time. That last part. Sorry.
Actuarial. They're computing the premium you need to pay on insuring something.
Oh, okay. That doesn't have anything to do with the test. Do they like the test for the drugs?
For what?
I'm just speaking because there's a guy, Gary. I don't want to say where he got a job, but he just recently got a job for big medical because he's a computer science guy. But he got a job with a big medicine company, probably one of the biggest ones, and his job is to help construct the tests for this company. But I thought it was weird because he's a computer scientist and it's not really medicine.
Yeah, no. What the actuaries do is they create the models that these insurance companies use so that they know how to charge you, how much premiums to charge you on your insurance based on the lifestyle you live. So if you come to me, yeah.
Like in that movie called Long Came Polly. Remember what's his name?
Yeah, Ben Stiller, exactly
Ben
him.
Stiller's character. Yeah, it was his job.
Yeah. Just like that.
That was a good movie. I met Ben Stiller.
Did you?
Yeah, I've seen him as well. He's short as fuck. Oh my god, he looks big in television.
He doesn't look big in television. What are you talking about?
I mean, he looks taller. I mean, not big, but he looks taller. But when you see him in real life, he's a tiny guy. Like a lot of them, actually. A lot of these people, these actors and famous peoples is short in real life.
And they're really insecure about it too. Like the number of times I had to squat to the point that my thighs would really hurt so that I wouldn't get kicked out of a scene for being taller than somebody famous.
Damn, yeah. I keep hearing sometimes if Like Tom Cruise, what he would do is if the female he's acting with is taller, then like the kissing scenes, they would have him stand on a box, and you would never see their legs, so that they
Imagine anything more humiliating than getting onto a kissing box.
I think that's actually common.
Is it?
Yeah,
Everyone.
there's a lot of movies where the male is not as tall as the actress or whatever, and they gotta do stuff like that all the time.
I mean, they got insoles you could put in your sneakers or shoes or whatever that'll make you 2, 3, 4 inches taller.
But no. But like, think 4 inches. Like, you can have an insole that'll give you like maybe an inch maximum. But like, to
No,
have
they got
shoes that give you 4 inches, you need to build up the base of the shoe. They're usually lifts. Like, they're usually a big old thick ass sole.
Yeah, like Spice Girls.
no. They make a thing you can put inside the shoe that'll give you like 4 inch. I'll find it on.
But just think, like, how big does a shoe need to be to fit your foot in there plus 4 inches of boost? Almost invariably, it's just got a mega big sole. Unless I'm misunderstanding something, I guess, which is possible. I mean, it's never happened yet, but today could be the day.
Yeah, I got a funny ass picture. I gotta find it though. Hold on. I had a scary thought because I have like two things of thumb drives. I have like 50 thumb drives or something. Anyways, and my laptop's at my girlfriend's house, and I have one thumb drive that has a lot of shit on it.
What? Why
Most
would you
of
do
it-
that? Why
Well,
did you go through it, bro?
My laptop's there, but my thumb drive's usually with me. But this thumb drive I can't find, and I'm afraid I might have left it there.
But what
How
if
many
you
inches
through
is
your
6
laptop?
centimeters?
6 centimeters is two. Yeah, about two and a third.
2 inches?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got 6 centimeter ones right on Amazon. You could probably,
But
it does look like it's mad high. Like, I don't know how that would fit in your shoe and your foot.
Right?
Like, that's going to be weird. I feel like the heel would be coming out of I feel like this insole is where my heel should be. And then where's my heel going to go if that insole's in your shoe? I don't know.
Exactly, right?
Yeah, it's tough.
You're better just not being a midget.
I mean, when I met Ben Stiller, he didn't seem high. I don't know. This was a long time ago. He definitely wasn't. I wouldn't consider him a tall guy, but he was like average height or something.
Oh, he's short.
Maybe on the
He's
shorter
taller.
side.
How tall are you, Jeremy?
He might have been on the shorter side of like the average height guys or something.
But how tall are you?
Dude, I'm not releasing any more of my personal details. You weirdos already know too much about me.
Okay, but I mean, Bensel is tiny, man.
I'm like average height.
I already know his height, and I'll just say this. No comment.
I'm taller than Sean G, I can tell you that.
That's probably true.
Oh, Sean G is only 3'1".
He's the tallest midget in the world, man, so I'll leave him alone.
Exactly.
He's not even that tall. That's the thing I was looking for, though. I was looking for because I got all these like gifts that I made.
Yo, who's clipping their toenails or something?
Yeah, Kosho.
That wasn't me. That was probably you. This was a fucking bandsaw, dude. I can't believe you assumed it was me. This bandsaw's in here, right?
Hey, you've
I
been
didn't say
does that
you.
kind of shit.
I didn't
been
say
clipping
you.
all night. Your mic keeps on lighting up every time.
Yeah, well, guess what, dude? My push to talk is my control button, okay? And I'm working, okay? So
Well, you're working at clipping your toenails. Thick ass gangster
So-
toenails.
So the conclusion of the story is that it is Kosho clipping, just not clipping his toenails.
you can't hear me push my
Nicely done.
control button.
Nicely done.
You can't hear me push my control button because it's my push to talk button.
We're hearing some click.
I was playing with this file thing.
Is it clicking?
You could say that.
Then it's you.
Yeah, I think I figured that out. I was just trying to fucking brush it off on Bandsaw because he's usually the guilty. I thought it'd be easy for people to go for it. What's your next time, Bandsaw? I noticed you weren't here earlier though, Ben. So I was looking. I was thinking about
having a no bandsaw party.
Yeah, we actually kind of were, man. But you must have had another fucking fishing day at the beach or some shit like that.
Terribly sorry for having a life.
As you should be.
And apology accepted, I guess. But
I mean, I guess.
I can't remember what I needed to ask you about something. I thought it was.
When's your next rendezvous by ISS? Go show.
Be my next rendezvous or
Yeah,
the next
yours.
rendezvous? First of all, sir, I have in my bot. I have the option. I have the option for you to register, and it will tell you when any of us have a shared thing. That's number one.
Hey,
Okay?
I don't
Number
need
two.
a bot. I don't need a bot, but you're the one that gets all warm and
No,
fuzzy.
every time I
right?
say that,
having rendezvous by the light of the ISS.
listen, dude. I told you that in confidence, man. Anyways,
bullshit you did.
yeah, dude. Anyways, enough about that. Okay. That aside, every time I tell people about the thing with my bot, they always bring up, "Oh, I could look it up myself. I can do it myself." But I don't think you understand what I just told you. You can register your location or your city, whatever. You don't want to get too specific about where you are, but your general location, and it will spit out for me and for everyone when there's going to be paths that are shared by multiple people, like a lot, like 3 or 4 people at the same time. So that way, you're not only seeing when you're going to be able to experience it, but you're going to see these paths that are going to be opportune for multiple people to view them. Okay, and that was the first big news. Okay, Dan. So the other thing you missed was somebody brought up Coriolis earlier, and I'm not sure why, but they were talking about a Coriolis test. And so I suggested, once again, you can use the ISS as a Coriolis test. I said just predict based on it taking a great circle path and it being affected by Coriolis, where it's going to be, I don't know, 30 minutes or in however time in the future. Nobody, thought it was a good idea, or none of the flat earthers. So I went and did it anyways. I did it right now too, just to see if it still works. And exactly as I predicted, just based on the Great Circle Path and Coriolis, you can predict where it's going to be, at any point in the future, especially, the next hour or so.
What do you know?
Yeah.
Getting the Globers predictions match. Sounds like the Globers are just trying to predict reality.
Well, there's no such thing as the future.
An apparent effect.
Yeah, but I don't think people give predictions the due justice it's deserved. I think, if you had a friend of yours that was able to just fucking predict what the lottery numbers are going to be at will, or predict, the next time a car was going to, veer off the road, hours before it was going to happen, you would think this guy was a miracle worker, and probably
That's not the same thing.
No.
I can predict the lottery numbers if they happen in a cycle all the time, and then that cycle is, let's say, 18 years. I can predict in 18 years what the lottery number would be. That's not a prediction, man.
That's true. However, the predictions I was just describing aren't based on a cycle. It's based purely on the mechanism that's making this thing go, and the only thing that's making this thing, creating this thing's path, is the fact that it's moving in a straight line along a sphere, and that it's being affected by Coriolis. So, not looking at its previous past, or not looking at any projected future of it, just by using that information, being able to predict what it's going to do, tells you that information is at least coincidentally correct.
Yeah, within a margin, right?
Oh, I mean, as far as I can see, is exactly correct.
Amazing measurement you got there. Oh wait, not measurement. What'd you call it?
Prediction. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Observation.
Well, the prediction happened, and then later the observation occurred because I tested the prediction. But I'll do it again just now. But I'll see, like, in 30 minutes, it's going to be right over this city, and if it's going to be right over that city, that's a fairly that's a pretty hard prediction to make just by random chance. You know what I mean?
I don't even disagree with the pendulum swinging back and forth and processing in a certain motion at certain latitudes or whatever they do. I just disagree. I think it's more of how whatever gravity would be in Coriolis and Earth spin and all that combined with what we know, the magnetic system, the static system, things that we actually can feel, touch, and calculate. I think that has more to do with it.
But this is based on things we can feel, touch, and calculate, and the laws of motion and that kind of thing. All these stuff is established hundreds of years ago. It's just that's why I said this was a good test for it, because it's free of all the interferences that things like aircraft or whatever else in the atmosphere might cause. All you're looking at here is something moving free of any interference in a straight line along a sphere or a geodesic or a great circle. And then, so it's all the greatest effect on it is the Coriolis, which is observable. Those are the two big newses on the Coriolis, on ISS, Mr. Banshaw. So I'm glad you brought that up.
I'm glad I